became a female prisoner after being captured. What would be your reaction? This is a chaotic and fragmented era. Humans are classified into different levels based on the amount of magic they contain in their bodies. All other high-rank races are collectively referred to as Demon-kin. The Demon-kin rely on their own magic to conquer cities on this land. They plunder and kill in order to combat disasters. A new profession called Paladin emerged among humans to resist this. Paladins fight to protect humans with unwavering hearts. Among them, the Sky Radiant Paladin, known as the Paladin King, is revered by all paladins. However, during a battle with the vampiric race, he was seriously wounded and taken captive. The castle under the crimson moonlight looks particularly enchanting. There is a white-haired woman sitting below the floor-to-ceiling window. The woman slowly got up and greeted the Sky Radiant Paladin. The woman raised her grayish hand to lift Paladin's chin. So that's it. This is the 26th generation Scarlet Queen Lilias of the vampiric race. What will the first generation Scarlet Queen capturing Paladin do? Of course, the Straight Iron Man will come out to refute the rumors as soon as possible. If your head falls off, it's just a bowl-sized scar. The vampiric race won't get any plans out of it. But the Scarlet Queen went through great lengths. How could it be just for some trivial information? You should know that every generation of Vampire Queen has the opportunity to embrace a child of their own, passing on to the next generation. And the Paladin King is the one he chose as the successor. Lilia suddenly moved closer to the man and bit directly on the carotid artery. The sound of flowing blood and the man's screams echoed through the castle for a moment. Before long, Paladin King opened his eyes again, revealing red irises that do not belong to him, and white long hair. White Princess Rasember, a childish white-haired girl. From the respected Paladin King to a white-haired young lowly. Just need an embrace from Scarlet Queen. The hard-working laborer in front of me is the little girl mentioned earlier. Things need to be discussed starting from a year ago. In the Crimson Blood domain a year ago, the Paladin King was initially turned into a vampire by the Queen of the vampiric race. His appearance, voice, personality, and even his way of thinking all became completely different. The Queen arranged a comprehensive transformation for the White Princess from the outside to the inside in order to make her accept reality. Not only did she arrange brainwashing tutorials to make her accept her identity as a princess, she is also under full surveillance in all aspects of her life. The brainwashed White Princess looked at the images reflected on the glass. That disgusting appearance of oneself. It seems like it will never disappear. But how could the former Paladin King succumb to this? To escape, White Princess took the initiative to volunteer by expanding the influence of the vampiric race as the reason. Abandoning the human psychological defense line, she led the vampire army on the journey of conquest. And slaughter is the best disguise of White Princess. After the army left Crimson Land, the White Princess deceived everyone and escaped from the control of the vampiric race. The current White Princess has transformed into Princess White and wanders the world. Various part-time jobs are being pursued to start a new life. In order to survive, Princess White must find a formal job. But the next moment, a scream ended his new life fantasy. The security guard at the building didn't even finish explaining, and just let Princess White roll out in a graceful arc counting this failure. Today is already the 50th time, right? Listening to the rumbling of my own stomach, Princess White decided to. It's better to find a place to fill the stomach first. Then think about poetry and the distance. In the commercial street, Princess White, with a worried expression, summoned the last of his strength to order a bowl of vegetarian rice noodles. The shop owner, Uncle Wang, saw Princess White, a tall and burly man, but who ate vegetarian all day long. He felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Uncle Wang is kind-hearted. Silently, he served up a bowl of beef noodles. In this moment, under the sunshine, Uncle Wang's bald head shone brightly, touching the hearts of others. The shabby brochure on the table suddenly caught Prentice White's attention. What Paladin Templar recruitment is so shabby now? Advertising placements should also be well thought out. Forget it. It's better to focus on work. Only then can I live up to Uncle Wang's kindness. But suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. It turned out that 4 paladins were chasing a demonkin based on clues provided by their divination class colleagues. The demonkin's escape route was figured out. But only Uncle Wang shopped around to provide cover. Right? The paladins didn't care about right or wrong. They were about to start searching for the person. Uncle Wang tried to stop them, but they became more aggressive. The paladins, who looked like people but acted like dogs, had no intention of listening to the explanations from the common people. Without saying a word, they started destroying the shop. Pay attention. The paladins, who should have been protecting the innocent, were now ransacking the house. Without any evidence, they trashed Uncle Wang's noodle shop. Uncle Wang tried to prove his innocence, but was threatened and forced into a corner. Such a scene is also quite rare to witness. These days, without the Paladin badge, a Holy Power Paladin can trespass into private residences and vandalize public property at will. It's truly primitive behavior. It seems anyone can call themselves a Paladin nowadays, making true Paladins feel degraded in an instant. Call for backup immediately. Team up with your teammates for a group fight. Teammate leaped forward and thrust down with a sword, only to be easily dodged by Prentice White. Prentice White easily punched the opponent away, seeing an opening in the back. 2 paladins attempted a sneak attack from behind but missed. In an instant, he felt a chill down his back. It turned out that Prentice White was already rubbing his hands together behind him. One move caused the 2 paladins to feel the power of a concussion. Watching Prentice White resist arrest and resorting to physical violence, the brown-haired paladin drew his sword. He struck the most handsome pose. It seems that only oneself, with the most potential to become the Paladin King, can put an end to this rogue. The brown-haired paladin shouted, "Kill without mercy!" and marched forward. However, he was grabbed by the sword handle by Prentice White. Those who bear the name of killing for justice, honor, and protecting their homeland are the purest paladins buried in this silent place. The current brown-haired paladin is nothing but a bully who preys on civilians to seek a false sense of superiority. He is just trash standing on the pedestal of power. So the badge of the sky-radiant paladin with brown hair is totally undeserving. Yet the badge in his hand is like a scalding mirror, reflecting over and over. Prentice White's hands trembled slightly. Unfortunately, he is unworthy as well. Have you ever seen how quickly the two-faced nature of the most green tea-like guy changes? This brown-haired paladin only needs 0.1 seconds. One moment, he was up to mischief. The next moment, he transformed into an innocent little dog and went to the teacher to complain. The situation is not only complicated but also calculating in the dark. Prentice White wonders who his teacher is. Sky Radiant Paladin Templar Holy Flame Paladin Manga. Paladin Templar is known for caring for his disciples. Manga, of course, is. A direct slap was delivered. The blonde paladin was not happy, only stunned. That's not right. How come there's no plot development? Just go with what your heart desires. Manga is clear in her heart. Right now, she can only punish her subordinate viciously in front of everyone. Appeasing the store manager can shift the focus, qualifying the serious wrongdoing of the intern paladin as mere mistakes of a few inexperienced youths. Prentice White is watching the public perception gradually improve. She also understands in her heart. Manga is still as protective as ever. But Prentice White is about to run off. But Manga catches up on Paladin's attack shortly after Prentice White is about to run off. The situation just now, for Manga, who has been watching in the shadows from the beginning, should be clearer than anyone else. And Prentice White knows clearly that Manga's recent actions were not punishing but skillfully avoiding severe charges. Despite this, Manga finds it amusing. Actually, shouting, "Stop," to the other party is meaningless. It's just that it seems that the other party is so well versed in the path of the paladin. I want to have a duel with a paladin, and make a friend in the process. This is the most enduring male protagonist I have ever seen. Even if he becomes a paladin king, he cannot escape the fate of becoming a lowly. I want to break free from the shackles of the queen. Can only lead troops into battle by drinking fresh blood. After finally escaping bad luck and regaining manhood, I can only struggle in the human world through odd jobs. Even when having a bowl of beef noodles, the restaurant can still get smashed. The beef noodles are ruined directly. This is the painful growth story of our male lead, Prentice White. Prentice White finally couldn't bear it anymore one day. He directly took down the self-proclaimed paladin, only to encounter his former teammate and mentor, Manga. Manga was very curious about the puppeteer, who was well versed in the path of the paladin. She proposed a duel, but Prentice White refused. Manga was very familiar with Prentice White's swordsmanship. This fight would only expose the identity of the Sky Radiant Paladin, inviting more unnecessary trouble. It was more profitable to just run away. But the martial arts maniac, Manga, was determined to spar. When the invitation failed, she leaped directly at Prentice White. With a sword ablaze, she charged straight at Prentice White, clad in a clumsy, cheap demon doll costume. The fire instantly illuminated the surrounding darkness, but a figure spinning 360 degrees suddenly emerged from the flames. Land smoothly. Although Manga's attack was dodged, her smile grew wider. I haven't encountered such a high-level opponent in a long time. But in this paladin duel, one cannot be the only one armed with a sword. Without even thinking, Manga handed a weapon to Prentice White. But Prentice White did not catch the sword thrown to him. Since the sword moves would be recognized, he chose to confront without a weapon. But this action from Manga made her feel arrogant. Manga showed her true skills at this point. The flames on the sword suddenly ignited strongly. It turns out that Manga's holy power is attached to the blade of the sword. Surging up, the high-pressure scorching lava turned into a fire dragon, rushing towards Prentice White with the sword hilt. However, Prentice White reached out to catch the falling leaves in front of him at a crucial moment. A loud collision sounded. The scene fell silent as a pin dropped. Manga looked at the ground. The sunken crater silently filled with disappointment. Is this really the end? Arrogant juniors. In the end, they will come to regret it. They don't see the usefulness. But how could our male lead have died just like that? Prentice White slowly approached Manga from behind to give instructions. The moves were good. Just that. Too slow. The uploader thought, it's time to show off. This esteemed mentor in front of me is actually wielding a knife against regular people when facing an unarmed masked doll. Since you've used it, a high-pressure scorching flame that can tear through thousands of troops in an instant, with the occurrence of a massive explosion. In the mist, only an empty pit is left, and a confused-looking mentor Manga. It turns out that the puppeteer had long been lurking behind the mentor. Manga launched 3 moves in a row, but all of them were dodged by the puppeteer. From this point on, Manga started to become flustered. This duel must not be lost. Otherwise, it will end up just like that person. The next second, the puppeteer had already caught Manga's sword-swinging hand. Hey. Getting distracted during a duel can cost you your life, you know? So far, Manga remembered every bit of guidance provided by Sky Radiant Paladin. It turned out that the puppeteer was the former Sky Radiant Paladin, on the verge of being exposed. Seeing that the other party had not yet realized, Prentice White quickly waved his hand as a gesture and pretended to leave, not wanting to take advantage of the elderly. The brown-haired paladin was persistent and relentless, but he was held down by a punch from the mentor. The arrogant tone. The posture could not be that of his own teacher. On the other side, Prentice White ran away to prevent retaliation from the brown-haired paladin. Can only choose to discard the doll costume. It seems that today's income will be 0, just like the content creators. Princess White suddenly noticed the blood on the ground. Dripping little by little towards the corner, a pair of trembling cat eyes within it are staring at Princess White. Encounter a cute Kimonomi girl in a different world. What should I do? Over here. Our male lead, Princess White, just discovered a shivering pink-haired little Kimonomi girl. The half-cat race is naturally frail to begin with. It's even harder for the cubs to survive. But keeping Loli-Can in secret is a serious crime. In the moment of hesitation, the little Kimonomi girl was already trembling and pleading for mercy. This helpless Kimonomi girl was just hungry and looking for something to eat. What's wrong with that? Princess White took a step closer. The little Kimonomi girl excitedly started calling for help. But Princess White only took out a plush pendant. Alright. This human has no ill intentions. It looks like the brown-haired paladin is looking for this cutie. Upon closer inspection, it seems that the injury on Kimonomi girl is not serious. Just as Princess White was about to bandage Kimonomi girl, there was an untimely sound coming from behind. It's all right. The newcomer is not a little brown hair. But now, the eyes don't look like a good person either. The black and red uniform seems familiar. But as soon as he spoke, he was ready to pin the betrayal of humanity on Princess White. Ha, spurn. You shouldn't eat randomly, and you can't speak randomly either. This kind of accusation is not something everyone can bear. But the glasses have begun to be shameless at this moment. Since Princess White does not intend to hand over Loli-Can, only the Paladin Templar stationed in the city can make the judgment. At that time, both Princess White and Loli-Can will receive the fairest judgment. And our know-it-all King Princess White is already beyond bothering with beating around the bush. After all, who wants to be a tattletale? They appear in front of others, deliberately showing off. It's just a deliberate calculation for negotiating terms, isn't it? Because just now this red-haired man has taken a liking to the animal-eared lowly. After all, Loli-Can are not allowed to exist in human cities. And he now needs a Loli-Can like Lolita to conduct some inhuman experiments. The sensible Lolita doesn't want to involve the protagonist Princess White and his family, even when she hears that she is about to face horrific body experiments. The kind girl still voluntarily cooperates with the red-haired man and leaves with him. But Princess White, who has no strings attached, won't stand idly by. He snatched the Lolita, agilely dodged the attack from the red-haired man, even tripping him to the ground. Princess White, who once harbored a deep hatred towards the Loli-Can, is now lending a helping hand. But the red-haired man's blood pressure soared due to this behavior. He then called for the mature-looking lady, who was idling to come help quickly. The mature-looking lady heard. The mature-looking lady walked slowly over. The YouTuber is offering a high price for a pair of red-haired man's eyes. The mature woman raised her foot. Then she stomped on the red-haired man's nose bridge, crushing it. So these two people are not scientific weirdos who dissect Lolitas in the first place. This is just a test to see if Princess White has the qualification to help those in need. They are members of the Lunar Paladin Order who are specially inviting Princess White to join. After all, only people like Princess White, who are powerful and willing to protect the weak, are welcome. Only then will you have the qualification to become a member of the Lunar Paladin Order. Each member of the Lunar Paladin Order has nothing to do with race or beliefs. Only those with sincere hearts can join. Listening to the two of them singing in harmony about racial unity, brainwashing rhetoric. The more Princess White thought about it, the more he felt that this Lunar Paladin Order was even less reliable. It's not enough to rely on ideals when you're out in the world. Only fools who can only see ideals and ignore reality have no future. Moreover, in case Princess White's identity as both a Paladin King and Loli-Can is exposed. If Princess White, who is neither human nor admits to being of the vampiric race, falls into a desperate situation again. Oh! Since you, Princess White, mentioned reality. How are you going to support this girl if you can't feed yourself or make ends meet? Princess White is just a jobless wanderer now. Follow Princess White, and you'll go hungry for 3 days out of 9. Princess White can endure cold and hunger. Are you willing to let this girl suffer with you? The mature woman who enlightens with emotions and moves with logic wants to bring the lowly back to the Paladin's order. This little girl named Kur is already an orphan. What kind of good life can one have by following this homeless wanderer? But Kur seemed to have an indescribable trust in Princess White. 3 days of going hungry for 9 meals, she had already become accustomed to it. As long as she could be with Princess White, anything would do. Now, people with and without financial means were all silent. The atmosphere escalated to this point, and the red-haired man finally revealed his true colors. Come to our Paladin's order, we can support 2 of you, with 5 insurances and 1 fund. Oh, this is what Princess White wanted to talk about. Originally, he wanted to refuse, but they gave too much. In that case, red-haired man Tuo Lin and mature woman Ear will take Kur back to headquarters to settle down. They agreed to meet again tomorrow to take Princess White to headquarters for testing. Today was really a day full of ups and downs. I failed the interview in the morning and lost the job at the amusement park. At noon, I saw an injustice happening and got into a fight with the active paladins. In the afternoon, I encountered a demon-kin lowly joining the Lunar Paladin Order. A regular citizen's day is indeed busy. It is precisely because of such a high-energy consumption day that drawbacks arise. Princess White, who was shaken, felt a familiar yet fearful sensation. At that moment, he could even see the blood vessel patterns of pedestrians clearly. Seeing the flowing fresh blood made his throat instinctively contract. He struggled to stop himself from pouncing on the pedestrians around him. Otherwise, in a matter of seconds, his bloodthirsty self could easily drain a normal human like squeezing water from a plastic bottle. Princess White, in a situation that demanded urgent action, swiftly ran towards his residence. He could hardly imagine the insane actions he might take if he was unable to get blood soon. He rushed into the deserted narrow alley in a flash. With a single kick, he bounced out to a height that would shock even a pole vaulter's pupils. Princess White, who landed smoothly, didn't even have time to catch his breath before he rushed to the refrigerator and grabbed the blood bags from the compartment. At that moment, he was as savage as a starving wild beast, drinking down tons of blood. As the icy liquid flowed through his body, Princess White's figure also gradually began to change. The slim-fitting clothes that used to be worn now appeared loose and enticing. Looking at Princess White before them, where was there any resemblance to the original human male characteristics? This was clearly a fair-skinned and pretty girl with twin ponytails. Of course, she also had a name she herself was unwilling to admit. White Princess, take note. Who could have imagined this girl with a beautiful face but tattered clothes? She turned out to be a bad woman who used others' sympathy to cheat money? The story begins with Princess White arriving early at the agreed meeting place. She had to wait for the members of the Lunar Paladin Order to take her to their headquarters for a test. However, the contact person did not show up. But instead, he was met by this pitiful little girl. The girl earnestly expressed that she really needed money. Princess White also wondered why this girl was not yet at the age to earn money. The girl took the opportunity to recount how her parents had fallen victim to the demon-kin. This activated the compassion of the righteous Avenger Princess White. Just looking at the pitiful appearance of the girl, even Princess White himself could not control his emotions. But who could see such a beautiful and moving little one in distress, and not feel sorry for her? Princess White bought all her candies, and the girl immediately smiled brightly. She said thank you, and then hurriedly ran away. Members of the Lunar Paladin Order, who came to meet with Princess White, witnessed quite a show. They bluntly stated that Princess White is indeed, as rumored, overflowing with sympathy and easily deceived. She let Princess White see for himself whether the bag contained candies or glass beads. A pitiful appearance and a touching story were enough to deceive Princess White. She sighed. There are actually fools in this world who think they are saviors. However, Princess White was still willing to make amends for the bad woman's humanity and kindness. Who would want to come out and deceive others if they weren't in real financial difficulties? This really caught the girl who came for the rendezvous off guard. This middle-aged man is indeed quite naive. What Princess White didn't expect was that the bad woman ran into an empty alley. She actually counted the few coins in her wallet. She complained that there were only a few coins, wasting her superb acting skills. But it didn't matter anyway, since there were plenty of fat lambs to be slaughtered on the street. She took out a few cheap candies and threw them into the box. Then she slipped out of the alley to find her next batch of fat lambs. And the undercover girl did not dispel Princess White's fantasy of a better world. Anyway, she's just here to pick up Princess White and take him to the headquarters of the Lunar Paladin Order. What kind of person is Princess White, and what is the relationship with her? There is nothing to chat about with this annoyingly good guy along the way. The girls said they had arrived, but Princess White was stunned. Isn't this supposed to be the public restroom? Where is the headquarters we agreed on? The girl was too lazy to argue with him. He has to go in whether it's the headquarters or the restroom. Just walk in obediently. However, inside this restroom is a hidden paradise. Once it detects that a recruit is entering, the disguise screen shatters, revealing the grand entrance to the Lunar Paladin Order. Although it is called the headquarters of the Paladin's Order, it is actually just a branch entrance. Because the Paladin's Order operates in secrecy, such security measures are necessary. Just keep in mind that the smell near the entrance might be a bit strong. No problem, after all, today is just for taking a test. It's rare that our Princess White arrived punctually for the interview. Just see if this entrance test is complicated. It can also indirectly show whether the Lunar Paladin Order is a legitimate organization. The examiners see that the last newcomer has arrived as well. The test was conducted immediately, and the recruited newcomers were asked to enter quickly, after the sand runs out. Newcomers who can still stand on the field are considered to have passed the strength test. The hosts initially wanted the newcomers to be tested one by one. However, they were interrupted by the examiners. No matter how many details there are, they are just details. Going together can save the examiners time. Tuolin hurriedly looked towards the examiners in the field. Oh my God! Why is it him in this test? This examiner Morton is known for his bad temper. In his exams, he never goes easy on anyone. After all, if you can't even pass the exam, there's no way you can make it to the battlefield. It's better to give up being a paladin early if your skills are not up to par. And not all these freshmen are clueless, some of them take the lead. Let's treat it as a 4-player dungeon, with a tank, healer, assassin, and warrior each doing their part. If we all team up, we should be able to drag it out until the end of the time, right? But this group of rookies underestimated the ferocity of Morton. The idea of turning the tables in a desperate situation and winning against the stronger opponent is just a cliché from novels. Don't bother dreaming for self-righteous small fry like them. Morton casually flicked his hand and knocked away 3 newbies. The leader's strategy was exposed on the spot, leaving only him in the field. But taking advantage of Morton's defensive move, he quietly approached. There were only 5 people in the field, and now only he, the tank, remained. Morton didn't ignore him. He simply never saw him as a threat. It's better to go home and have some milk with such little strength. So, of the 5 people who came to test today, only Princess White is left. The red-haired man Tuolin knows that Prentina White has some kung fu skills. But why would this violent muscle man Princess White dare to challenge him? Morton, who has the strength of a golden rank paladin. Princess White is going to fight him barehanded. Anyway, even if you want to die, it doesn't have to be so straightforward. Princess White didn't say anything, just responded with a confident smile. The host and the staff also saw such an interesting newcomer for the first time. They advised Morton to be mindful of his actions. Morton, feeling annoyed after looking at Princess White's smiling face, asked, I'm standing still as the examiner, and you're also standing still? But Morton wouldn't just let Princess White pass the test by dragging it out. He couldn't contain his anger and grabbed the giant axe to strike forcefully. I'll let my mom handle this. Morton couldn't stand a young man standing still pretending to be superior. Will Princess White really act like a superior, or end up humiliated? Morden showed no mercy and directly aimed for the neck. What resonated was the sound of clashing gold and iron. Although people present did consider that Prentice White has some strength, but they didn't expect this man to be so outrageous. He actually lightly blocked this fierce attack with just one hand. The sharp axe blade only managed to cut off a few strands of his hair. Since the other party is playing for real, Prentice White didn't hold back either. However, just a fierce horizontal attack is not enough. Sensing that Prentice White is not easy to deal with, Morden then exerted all his strength for the next move. The giant axe fiercely sprayed forward with blazing flames. One strike of earthquake strike blasted the ground where Prentice White was into a myriad of cracks. This trick of deception that the instructor played out is really not something that can be easily dealt with. However, in the next second, Prentice White emerged from the smoke like nothing had happened. A punch made Morden's nasal bone want to run away from home. Prentice White's ordinary attack sent Morden flying backwards for more than 10 meters. The instructor was defeated, and the time happened to run out. "Do you think I passed the test?" The referee dared not delay, and quickly gave the intimidating Prentice White the green light. After having Prentice White sign to confirm, he was dismissed to do the written test. Watching the unusual figure of this man, the referee remembered the name of this impressive man. Just then, a mysterious figure in a windbreaker walked up behind the referee. This person gave high praise to Prentice White. Prentice White's strength is at least on par with a Lord-rank expert. If someone were to monitor him, it would only damage his favorable impression of the Paladin's order. Let him stay honest in his current appearance. The referee then shifted his focus and asked the mysterious person what are the chances of him winning in a battle against Prentice White. The mysterious person paused for a moment and replied, "Possibly, it's hard to say." After finishing the bizarre written test, Prentice White was looking around for the guide to Loli-Can, but couldn't find him. Instead, he was attacked from behind by a cute little creature. This little creature happened to be Kur, the Kemonomi girl that Prentice White had entrusted to Loli-Can. First of all, I'm not a Kemonomi girl fan. But isn't dressing up the little girl in a maid outfit a bit? I reaffirm that I am not a Kemonomi girl fan, but she is really cute. Prentice White is a bit overwhelmed, allowing the bee-steered Kur to wander around the base. What if Kur, who is demon, gets reported by other humans? Should we dress up this well-behaved little girl in a maid outfit? This is your so-called promise to take good care of us. Loli-Can couldn't help but feel wronged. The maid outfit was clearly something that Kur wanted to wear on her own accord. As for being afraid of humans discovering Kur's demon identity, what's so surprising here in the half-cat race's activity zone? Kur and Prentice White's relationship. In the future, Prentice White will be Kur's guardian, taking care of Kur's daily life. But Prentice White is just a big man. He is actually a bloodthirsty vampire lowly behind the scenes. If he spends a lot of time with Kur, it is inevitable that one day his identity will be exposed. Even though Kur already considers him as her only master, he can only refuse to share a bed with Loli-Can and Kur, who can't believe it. He's afraid that his other self would scare Kur, causing psychological trauma. Prentice White had to refuse by saying he prefers to live alone. And Loli-Can is somewhat dissatisfied with Prentice White's attitude. Do you think he came here on vacation? The resources in the dormitory are limited anyway. Either you stay with Kur, or you squeeze into a dorm room with 3 big guys. You choose. Besides, doesn't Prentice White want to experience raising a Kemonomi girl? I thought that it would be easier to expose my identity living under the same roof with 3 big men. Prentice White could only nod in agreement. Soon, Loli-Can handed the dorm key to Kur to take care of it first. Seeing Prentice White getting ready to chase after Kur, Loli-Can stopped him with words. He knew that Prentice G had a paladin background, but he didn't delve into it. It was enough for him to ask Prentice White to take good care of Kur in the future. Prentice White naturally nodded in agreement. Kur, who was running and playing happily in the corridor, was also looking forward to the new life, but accidentally twisted her foot and fell to the side. Luckily, a slender hand caught her in time. The owner of the delicate hands turned out to be a vampire with sharp fangs and red eyes. The moment Kur was caught was witnessed by Prentice White, who was following behind. Vampires are synonymous with cold-bloodedness, bloodthirstiness, and cruelty. Prentice White knows better than anyone how vile the nature of this species can be. Even he would involuntarily fall into the bloodthirsty hell. Watching Kur fall into the hands of these villains, Prentice White, in a moment of desperation, grabbed a sword from the nearby supply box and rushed towards the treacherous vampire. A fierce gust of wind struck where the vampire was, but her species' advantage allowed her to effortlessly evade the attack. She fixed her gaze on which scum wanted to put her to death. And Prentice White has already tightly protected Kur behind him. "Vile vampire, you are not allowed to get close to Kur." "Oh no! Prentice White's vampire PTSD has flared up again!" And Kur is also anxious to explain to Prentice White that the young lady is not a bad person. However, as soon as she spoke, she shouted, "Master, Linda misunderstood in an instant." Is it appropriate for such a young child to call him Master? Just thinking about it is so upsetting. Oh no, I mean it's so infuriating. Compared to vampire, which man's despicable behavior is worse. And vampire is also classified into 3 categories. Prentice White feels an incredibly familiar magic power. This girl. She also shares the same, Lasambo, royal bloodline as herself. And at the thought of the cruel atrocities committed by the Lasambo vampires, the equally uncontrollable Prentice White became even more frantic. One with bias against vampires, one thought they had encountered a perverted Lolita enthusiast. The first meeting between Linda and Prentice White was filled with drama. Since Prentice White made the first move, it was necessary for Linda to give him a good education. This pervert, who lacks the values of a paladin and has a pedophilic tendency. The sharp blood-red whip almost blocked all of Prentice White's movements. But in the eyes of a ruthless vampire, fully exerting himself, Prentice White seized a momentary gap to launch a deadly strike. Linda also felt really unlucky to encounter such a powerful pervert, even in the safest base. Prentice White also didn't think that breaking ties with Linda would completely kill the other party. "I can smell the stench of your vampire from 800 miles away." Prentice White is very familiar with vampire tricks. The opponent quickly regenerates a body unscathed behind him. Linda seizes the opportunity and swiftly strikes down with her whip. Prentice White, who arrives next, also takes a shot with his knife as a follow-up move. Both of them went all out in the fight and surprisingly reached a stalemate. Both rarely encountered opponents and were amazed by each other's strength. They were planning to exchange a few more moves. But a stern shout stopped the fight. It turned out that sensible Kur promptly brought Ear over. Ear was also angry. Someone was fighting in the base. They even used deadly moves. Isn't this a blatant disregard for base rules? Prentice White turned around and saw that it was Ear who had invited them to join the group. And Ear was furious. Prentice White dared to challenge the Paladin's order mentor on the first day of reporting. She couldn't imagine how bold she would be in the future. Being interrupted by Ear, Prentice White quickly calmed down. "What? This vampire is a Paladin's order mentor." Ear stated that, as long as one adheres to the Paladin creed, they accept anyone, be it orc, vampire, or something else. While Prentice White completely disbelieves these claims, he is all too aware of the dark nature of vampires. What creed can these pests, who incite war and slaughter innocent beings, have? Linda also understood that the bias of this human man was too severe. But Linda was also too lazy to explain anything to this stinky bug of a man. Why does Prentice White insist on the narrow justice of incompatible with demon-kin? Why reach out to Kur, who has nowhere to hide in the alleyway? Isn't she also demon-kin? Linda spoke up. Each race has both moderate and extreme members. Justice and kindness are not exclusive to humans. Can you guarantee that there are no morally corrupt individuals among humans? Prentice White was left speechless by these words. Ear also adjusted her attitude, stating that if Prentice White did not agree with their beliefs, They could report the existence of the Lunar Paladin Order to the regular Army Paladins Order at any time. But at that time, it would not only be Linda and Kur. All demon-kin here, who embrace kindness and justice, will be arrested because of him. For the sake of narrow justice. Would you be willing to push so many innocent lives into the abyss like this? Prentice White first realized that his double-standard justice was biased. Kur, who sensed the oppressive atmosphere, spoke up to help Prentice White break the deadlock. The master is already very tired. Let him go back to the dormitory and rest first. Ear also noticed that Prentice White did not argue back, indicating that he was reflecting on the matter. So she stopped pressing the point further. Whether you go back to being a common person in the marketplace or stay here, it's up to you. You decide. After saying this, they led Linda away. Oh, one more thing. Whether you stay or leave, today's loss at the base will be your responsibility. If he leaves, where will he go to earn money to pay off debts? He is the spiritual pillar of humanity, Paladin King Sky Radiant. Oh, of course. That was before he went missing. He is now just a junior member who has rejoined the second-rate Paladin's Order. As for why Prentice White's face is covered in medical tape, it all started with the Promote Friendship game proposed by Mentor to All Lin. The so-called Promote Friendship game is just a game where 4 people split into 2 teams and play a 3-legged race. The losing team has to clean the playground for a week. That's all. Can this pair of enemies, Linda and Prentice White, resolve their grievances through this game? How did they get so drunk after just a few dishes? It would be considered lucky if they don't plot against each other. Where does the idea of Promote Friendship come from? The next project is surprisingly consistent as well. Linda manages to trick Prentice White in every game they play. It looks like the honor of cleaning the playground all week belongs to them. This is also why Prentice White is covered in bandages. Luckily, today we only need to go out to purchase supplies. Then we don't have to clean the playground. However, the battle-sensitive Prentice White sensed that the ground was shaking abnormally. This vibration even cracked the walls and gradually spread out. Something's not right. Is this an earthquake? The intense shaking quickly spread to the ground. The panicked crowd crazily surged towards the open area. This earthquake seems unusual. After all, this is not a region known for frequent earthquakes, right? However, the little girl who was knocked down by the earthquake is about to be flattened by a sign. Prentice White, who is helping others, is now too busy to take care of the little girl. At this critical moment of life and death, Prentice White can no longer worry about exposing the Paladin King's identity, and is preparing to go all out. But a graceful figure appeared in front of him, taking the lead before him. The falling sign smashed heavily onto her. Linda was struck heavily on the head by the heavy sign. However, she was worried about the urgent time and afraid that the little girl would turn her head and see that she was a vampire. She sternly scolded the little girl to hurry up and escape. Prentice White, who was single-minded, didn't understand why Linda didn't use her magic power to break free. Linda saw that Prentice White simply didn't understand how scared humans were of demon-kin. She bluntly said that Prentice White was indeed an idiot. Just experiencing an earthquake was enough to make people panic. Using magic power would only make the crowd more chaotic, right? This move once again won Prentice White's favor. It seems that helping the weak is not a specialty unique to humans, Linda analyzed. The scale of this earthquake requires requesting support from headquarters. However, Prentice White has a feeling in the back of her mind. It's not as simple as just an earthquake. He needs to investigate the source of the earthquake clearly. Linda listened silently to Prentice White's analysis. Prentice White's activities are none of her concern, but Prentice White had better come back alive, otherwise, there would be no one to collect his body. This aloof vampire clumsily showed concern for Prentice White for the first time. The perception of each other seemed to have improved in both of their minds. Prentice White arrived at the epicenter of the earthquake. He happened to hear that there were still people trapped in the building on the verge of collapse. Prentice White quickly entered the building for rescue. The second miss evacuated everyone else, but accidentally got left behind. The culprits of this incident targeted this pretty young lady. "Where are you going, little beauty?" The highly distinguished second miss was targeted by the lustful troll. The crude troll grabbed the girl's neck. But his accomplice reminded him that time was limited and they couldn't do things here. They had already obtained the barrier interference device of Protective Barrier Town. If he liked the girl, he could deal with her after they returned. The troll understood the urgency of the matter and nodded in agreement. Then he punched the girl, who was trying to resist until she wilted. Two trolls destroyed the building in broad daylight, taking away the protective barrier obstacle device and kidnapping the esteemed second miss. Where did all the paladin defenders of the city go? The content creator said, "When things go awry, there must be a demon at play." In such dire circumstances, still being able to bring a glimmer of hope to the dying girl. Only the pendant left by Brother Paladin served as consolation for oneself. When Paladin King was still around, he was like a sword at the throat of the demonkin. All the weak could seek refuge under his radiance. "Let this emblem be a token of our fate. Pray to it when you face danger next time. No matter how far, I will come to your side." The resolute words and upright figure, from this moment on, firmly imprinted in the young girl's mind. The grown-up girl prayed silently at this most helpless moment. She understood that reality is not a fairy tale. But at this moment, praying was her only hope. However, although the probability of miracles happening is very low, it is not zero. In this building on the verge of collapse, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The girl was somewhat embarrassed to see this unfamiliar middle-aged man stepping forward. Are there still people who haven't been evacuated and are trapped in the building? The two troll brothers just glanced at Princess White with disdain, since it didn't take much effort to deal with an ordinary human. The troll rudely threw the girl to the ground. The tall figure picked up the club and menacingly advanced towards Princess White. With a simple act of violence, the club was swung down. Is this uncle really looking for trouble? I never expected this human uncle to be so nimble. The power is so strong that even a kick in the air can send the troll flying dozens of meters away. Another troll instantly lunges forward. He never expected that there was such a skilled person like Princess White among humans. But in his eyes, it was just SOSO. This uncle looks like a glass cannon with high output but low HP. The troll easily slapped Princess White away. The anxious girl urged him to escape quickly without worrying about her safety. But in Princess White's opinion, is this really going to work? A stubborn good person won't back down just because of a slap. Protecting citizens is our paladin's responsibility. The troll gave him plenty of time to be arrogant. Next, it's time to send Princess White on his way. However, the powerful punch encountered a hard object. Princess White used his holy power for the first time. Magic power far beyond human level surged out from Princess White's body. The huge thrust directly pushed the troll back into the corner. He couldn't understand why humans possess such terrifying magic power. And Princess White couldn't understand the demonkin either. They like to classify species based on the level of magic power. Since they consider humans to be a lower-class species with low magic power reserves, he felt it necessary to show these two trolls today. His title, Sky Radiant Paladin King, is definitely an exception. Isn't the paladin in front of him the brother paladin, in his mind? He really responded to the prayers to save himself. The troll looked at this paladin with a completely different momentum. The unique armor reminded him of that person. Oops. Ran into a tough opponent. However, the troll who was kicked flying showed no real skill. Just because you are wearing armor, you think you can defeat a powerful troll? This time, Princess White didn't even bother dodging, easily taking the blow. Shortly after, the troll only felt a strong force coming through its hands. The dazzling sword techniques then cut him alive into two pieces. This is the power of Sky Radiant that makes countless demonkin terrified. Facing the sneak attack from the remaining trolls, Demon Flame, attack. Princess White brutally chopped it into two. Now the troll was even more convinced that this person was not an ordinary paladin. Can the little girl next to Princess White withstand the demon flame that is ineffective against Princess White? The content creator said, I'm really embarrassed. If you can't win, just run. Male lead Princess White makes a heroic entrance once again to save the familiar girl. After returning the unconscious girl to her maid at home, he received an urgent call from mentor Tuolin. Notify him to come back quickly. The maid Kur has been kidnapped by Troll. Princess White's heart trembled at the promise to protect Kur made by Tuolin. 3 hours before Kur's kidnapping, as Kur was still struggling to decide on an outfit for Princess White, she was unaware that Troll had quietly infiltrated the town. A large, silent black figure stood at the entrance of the shop. Shortly after, there was a loud bang as the glass door was shattered. The content creator thought to themselves, why are the villains always so exaggerated when they appear? Why can't they be more subtle? Facing the sudden attack, the 2 bodyguards who were traveling with Kur instantly tensed up. The heavy footsteps echoed in the empty clothing store. The passing troll immediately recognized Kur's identity. Isn't this pussycat who sneaked away from second brother? The alert bodyguard swiftly rushed forward. But this troll, seeing the imminent danger, remained motionless. He swung his warhammer, shook the ground violently, and sent the 2 attackers flying with a strong blow. The elusive magic rune hinted at the opponent's invincible royal identity. Bodyguard A was crushed to death by an Imperial Troll's hammer before he could finish instructing Kur to escape. The troll recognized the Paladin's order emblem on the bodyguard's clothes. It remembered the contact person on the human side mentioning this Paladin's order. I didn't expect the runaway pussycat to have connections with the Paladin's order. A phishing plan was immediately conceived in its mind. Does this pussycat have any other practical value? When Kur regained consciousness, she found herself in the wilderness. In front of her were a group of fierce and evil-looking troll followers. Although they did not have any sinister intentions towards her at the moment, it was evident that the members of the Paladin's order would eventually come looking for her. This place was clearly a trap set up to use Kur as bait. The rescue team had already planned the route for her rescue. And the most crucial part is to utilize the special abilities of the villain, Little Sarah, switching positions with Kur to ensure her safety. It's easy to say that Kur is safe, but isn't Little Sarah in danger now? In the end, isn't your own household servant more important? Princess White still can't let go of his prejudice against Little Sarah. He extended his left hand and made a solemn promise. Not only Kur, if it were you who got caught, I would also rush there promptly. Are we partners, aren't we? Little Sarah looked at the kind old man seriously for the first time. But whether to take the risk depends on her mood. Princess White also stopped talking too much. He just needed to attract attention according to the plan. The rest of the team members had time to move back to rescue people. Unfortunately, the way he attracted attention was a bit sloppy. Several Imperial trolls were not surprised at all by the sudden appearance of this human. They were already prepared to ambush and kill a few members of the Lunar Paladin order before leaving. Only the old acquaintance in blue on the side appeared a bit flustered by Princess White's arrival. He had just escaped from the hands of this elusive human. However, the leading Imperial troll sneered at Princess White's solitary arrival. It seems that the Lunar Paladin's order is a group of cowards. The Imperial troll admires Princess White's courage to come alone. He generously decides to leave this daring human with a complete corpse. The 2 individuals, drastically different in size, but similar in magic power reserves, collide forcefully. Just using his human body to withstand the attacks of the Imperial troll. The troll praised Princess White repeatedly and ignited fierce fighting spirit. After several rounds of fierce exchanges, neither side emerged victorious. Princess White, who seems calm on the surface. In fact, he has already been shaken by the opponent's strong physique and his hands are trembling a bit. At this moment, the previous troll grabbed Kur's neck and threatened Princess White that if he dared to resist, Kur would be smashed into a pulp. Previously, it relied on a sneak attack to escape from the little girl. It has no sense of honor. Princess White, whose strength was already top-notch, suddenly could only stand still in place. He watched in horror as the hammer came crashing towards him. If an ordinary person took this hit, their body would be shattered into pieces. Princess White was smashed into the wall like a shooting star, leaving Kur feeling helpless despite her frantic heart. How will the isolated and helpless Princess White survive this predicament? The uploader feels that the protagonist will probably use their ultimate move again. Is it because you're too weak? IF******. The uploader says. Enough talking, let's fight. Princess White broke through Imperial Troll's defense in just one sentence. A strange orange light suddenly emanated from the magic runes covering Troll's body. In extreme anger, it activated the magical power originating from its bloodline. The power of this move could even be life-threatening for Princess White. However, this attack was not aimed at Princess White. It was aimed at Linda and little Zizi, who were secretly observing from the roof. Troll's sacred bloodline had long sensed these secretive mice. The destructive impact illuminated this secluded countryside as bright as day. Thunder Hobby, who was preparing to rendezvous nearby, broke out in a cold sweat at this moment. The tricks of human beings are so laughable in the face of absolute power. The troll knew that this group of people wanted to cheat, so it secretly saved Kur and launched a deadly blow at a critical moment. This is the fate of human beings who betray troll royalty. And Princess White remained silent. Their plan had already revealed a flaw. Kur did not save anyone, but now Linda and little Zizi's fate is uncertain. As a selfish person, little Sarah doesn't quite understand why these fools are working so hard. That's because the Imperial Troll is enslaving their half-cat race kingdom. Just for a little maid, so many lives are lost. Is it really worth it? Tuol-Lin seems to sense little Sarah's lack of approval for this group of passionate fools. Being a paladin mentor himself, he feels it is necessary to guide this lost girl. I don't think what they did is a foolish behavior. The saying goes, only when the first victim appears, will there be people stepping forward to help, which will encourage more people to be willing to remove racial discrimination and help others. And Paladin will never put companions in danger. After listening to Tuol-Lin's speech, little Sarah couldn't help but recall the words of that old kind person. He will always show up promptly in times of danger as long as it is a companion. She is obviously a fool that she couldn't even look at directly. However, the words she speaks carry a convincing sense of conviction. This made the selfish little Sarah curious about the word, companion, for the first time. The solution to the current dilemma is for little Sarah to use her abilities to switch positions with Kur. But in that case, there is no guarantee that she can escape from the danger herself. The former self would definitely scoff at the behavior of risking one's life. But now, the word companion seems to have cast a spell and deeply attracted her attention. After speaking, Tuol-Lin noticed little Sarah suddenly gritted her teeth and stomped her foot. Just let her see whether these so-called companions are truly reliable. Hey, big dummy, little Sarah greeted the blue-skinned troll saying, Good evening. The troll who was grasping Kur's neck suddenly heard a strange female voice coming from his hand. The insidious little Sarah looked at the shocked troll with a hint of playfulness. Then, she deftly broke free from the troll's control with a knee thrust. The nearby Imperial Troll and the astonished Princess White were both stunned. Agility is the innate talent of the half-cat race, and the hit-and-run tactic completely changed the course of the battle. The angry troll couldn't handle it, and gave up directly. The large-scale demon flames compressed little Sarah's movement space in clusters. Taking advantage of her agile movement, little Sarah was momentarily distracted. The Imperial Troll, who appeared without warning, grabbed her tail. With a ruthless move, he smashed her against the wall, incapacitating her. Her companions who promised to protect her now stood dumbfounded on the side. The fear originating from memories of the troll race suddenly surged in her mind. Did she end up believing Princess White's nonsense after all? The sound of gold and iron clashing suddenly rang out. No one can bully his companions in front of Princess White. Stupid! The palm of Imperial Troll bloomed with a dazzling light like the sun. The impact from the sacred bloodline finally landed on Princess White. Under this destructive impact, can Princess White still stand unscathed? Imperial Troll sneered mockingly. After all, humans are just humans. In the shocked eyes of his companions, Princess White flew out like a kite with a broken string. Now, little Sarah is left behind again for a tete-a-tete with the troll. The troll grabbed the fragile little Sarah. He was too lazy to bother smashing this Nico girl, and instead lifted her out of the window. He wanted this cat race toy to fly out, just like the human who had been thrown out. It fell, and turned into a puddle of mud. After saying that, he fiercely threw little Sarah out of the window several tens of meters high. Killing a few members of the Paladin's order could also be considered quite a remarkable achievement. The incident happened suddenly, and the companions who were ready to provide support did not expect this move from the other side. And little Sarah also began to regret participating in this operation during the final moments of her life. Trustworthy partners are all bullshit. It's just an excuse to justify using her in the operation. However, a mutation suddenly occurred. Little Sarah, who was falling rapidly, was suddenly enveloped by a group of blood-red bats, stopping her descent. People had not had time to figure out what had happened. A slender figure slowly drifted down onto the head of the troll. The troll thought another person coming to their death. But when they saw the newcomer's face clearly, they were frozen in place by the opponent's blood-red and captivating pupils under the moonlight. Little Sarah never imagined being sent back inside the house again. Just save people if you're saving them. Why send them back to the enemy's face? She looked at the girl with red eyes and white hair. The other side has a stunning appearance and hair as white as moonlight. And those bright red eyes are a symbol of her extraordinary nature. The troll, who already had a guess in mind, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. This petite girl completely disregarded the troll, who was muscular all over. She affectionately cuddled close to the just rescued little Sarah. And little Sarah, looking at this beautiful and charming lifesaver, was also taken aback. The other party actually kissed her hand in such a perilous atmosphere. It made little Sarah blush, and completely confused about the situation. The White Princess, who had everything under control, invited little Sarah to dance with her. The two girls even treated the fierce troll as if it were invisible. Turned this filthy abandoned building in the suburbs into the Vienna Opera House. Danced a waltz called Death together. Imperial Troll did not know what the other side was doing, but he could smell the spreading scent of death coming towards the two of them. If they didn't act now, both of them might fall here. While White Princess and little Sarah's dance steps were in perfect harmony. White Princess seemed to treat it all as a game. She just gently reminded little Sarah to keep up with her dance steps. Two burly trolls exerted all their strength to launch an attack on White Princess and her companion. However, out of nowhere, a crimson storm rose in the field. The unsuspecting trolls were instantly struck, left with numerous wounds. The terrifying magic power instantly threw the two trolls to the ground. Imperial Troll recognized that this was the work of the vampiric race. Despite the existence of class oppression, he possessed the troll sacred bloodline, which did not allow him to lose to an ordinary vampiric race female. Just as he was about to unleash the power of his sacred bloodline, he was horrified to discover that the seemingly harmless little bat was actually draining his sacred bloodline. How could an ordinary vampiric race have the ability to tamper with the sacred bloodline? What is the origin of this vampire? Linda and Thunder Hobby kept their eyes on the distant battle. That magic power is the blood domain bat, unique to the royal family of the vampiric race. Who is this, actually? The red-haired third brother at the ball venue. Roaring loudly and coming back online once again. Vampiric race is just a mere group. Don't underestimate the troll imperial family. A heavy blow from the troll race missed the target, and instead left a large gash on themselves. It turns out that it was the soul devourer Guatemala. Since the other party is a vampiric race princess, she herself suddenly grew a blood-red rose on her chest. Red-haired third brother did not have a chance to ask Princess Your Highness for forgiveness. His body, along with his soul, had been sucked dry. White Princess's face grew darker. Please don't use disgusting nicknames to address people. Idiot! White Princess retracts Soul Devourer. Look beyond the broken wall and the remnants of support. It seems that the city gates are blazing hot right now. The party time has to come to an end. White Princess spreads her wings, leaving only a thank you invitation. Then fly towards the city gates. The Up-Main thought, this certainly won't be discovered by others. All tricks are like this. D-Makin is at the city gates. The soldiers are struggling to support and waiting for reinforcements, but only to await an even stronger D-Makin. Watching the corpses of teammates, the soldier captain did not back down in the slightest. The last line of defense must be held at all costs. Soldier captain is about to meet his end here. But suddenly, a bat-shaped magic power stops the battle. A white-haired Loli appears not far away. I'm just taking a walk. Unfortunately, there are too many noisy bugs around. Then I can only come over to drive them away. This opening speech can also be used to blame and criticize others. The troll race is certainly not easy to provoke. Rushing in for a brawl, but was suddenly attacked by White Princess diving down. Touching down in Guatemala, the red magic power spread out along the ground fissures. Blood-red roses kept sprouting under the feet of the troll race. Vines. In the midst of entanglement, they were completely absorbed by Guatemala. White Princess watched the roses bloom continuously, enjoying this feast of recharging energy. But suddenly the soldier behind Captain drew his sword. Oh no! Just now he saved you. Is that it? Captain couldn't calm down even facing White Princess. No matter what White Princess did, she won't reveal any information inside the city. She definitely won't let her cross the city walls. The White Princess' eyes flashed a hint of light red. The soldiers were completely surrounded by the magic power of the bats. You are unwilling to speak. Then go home and stay there. Then turn back, and the previous troll race has been completely absorbed. On the smoky battlefield, there were only the White Princess and a figure left. Linda looked at the blood domain bat in front, holding the Lolita from Guatemala. This must be what the family mother mentioned, Queen Lilia's. But a breeze passed by. White Princess immediately waved the knife at Linda. Don't mention that cruel perverted woman in front of me. I'm not that princess anymore. White Princess didn't finish speaking. She suddenly fainted due to using too much magic power. Linda realized the urgency of the situation. White Princess must be fed food as soon as possible. Only the fallen paladin can be fed, as she is deeply entrenched in the battlefield at the moment. White Princess in Linda's arms murmured softly. Those are all for the sake of our family and home, said the warrior who sacrificed their own life. Absolutely cannot desecrate the bodies of these people. Linda did not retort. Just with a determined gaze, slowly unbuttoned the shirt. If your highness does not mind, Linda is willing to dedicate herself to the White Princess. Encountered a beautiful girl who took the initiative to undress. Our vampiric race's Lolita White Princess. Of course, just head straight for 800 miles away and say, I understand. Our little quirk just needs a rest, no need to be so sincere. Tuolin appeared timely behind him, indicating that the last attack was just the first wave. The next wave of attacks presumably won't be too far behind. The top priority is to help White Princess regroup as soon as possible. Tuolin expresses gratitude for saving lives. 1 box of blood bags is gifted. Also invited White Princess to cooperate in defending the city. The White Princess is puzzled by this tempting offer. Since it is about defending the city, wouldn't it be better to find a paladin who considers protecting the people as their duty? But now the south gate has suffered serious damage. Yet there is no sign of any supporting paladin, or rather, No paladins can be seen at any of the city gates. This is probably no longer just a problem of insufficient troops. The Radiant Paladin Templars are refusing to help those in need. Perhaps internal issues have led to all of this. The Lunar Paladin Order has limited members. They simply cannot support all city gates at the same time. So now we can only rely on White Princess to collaborate in resisting the Demon-kin. White Princess looks at Tuolin, who is half bowing, and the box of blood packs. In that case, then let's just agree for now. By the way, pull out the mouse droppings in Radiant Paladin Templar. But Thunder Hobby found a blind spot on the side. People have gone to support the South Gate. What about the North Gate? At this time, the Northern Gate wall has been breached. A group of troll race swaggered into the city. The leading Muncher's mouth cannon output hasn't ended yet. He was directly headshot. Many troll race fell in a daze. But the archer's position is not visible. I see. The North Gate is guarded by 2 Lord-ranked paladins from the Lunar Paladin Order. One of them, a troll paladin, is repairing the city walls. This way, the North Gate can be considered fully guarded. Headquarters in Lancy reconfirmed the repair information. Now it's up to the South Gate. How many points does this little person have for shifting blame and drawing pie skills? Of course, it's full marks for being able to coax people willingly. Within the Radiant Paladin Templar branch, Lanyu just received news. The troll race at the North Gate was successfully intercepted by the Lunar Paladin. Not only did they help stabilize the situation with those guards at the gate, they also successfully repaired the walls. Lanyu is feeling a bit like cursing out loud at this moment. How come these heretics always manage to ruin a good situation for themselves? No! The top priority is to immediately terminate the Demon-kin invasion plan, then quickly shift the blame to others. Lanyu promised a lot to his subordinates. The frontline paladin underreported, causing the main force to receive no news for a long time. Now only Giagra needs to quickly go to the front line to support and eliminate the invaders. Bring the heretics colluding with the Demon-kin to justice. That's definitely a promotion opportunity. When Giagra heard this, it was like a tempting offer with all the bells and whistles. We must quickly go there. On the other side outside the South Gate, Linda's team is on fire. Linda is using magic power in the front, and in the back, there is a mixed doubles match with Tuol Lin and Xian. Even when Thunder Hobby meets others of the same kind, there is no concession at all. A head hammer indicates the stance. The White Princess looks like she's almost wiped out on the spot. Just trying to find a chance to slip away. But when I turned around, I found Little Sarah and Kur are being cornered by the troll race. The situation is critical. This time, Little Sarah finally fully trusted her teammate. She wanted to prioritize moving Kur first. The next second, only half of the troll race remained in front of her. What came walking towards her from behind was not the adorable little feet of the White Princess. Kur lost her composure instantly and burst into tears without any reservation. It turns out that the missing person, Princess White, has returned. Just now, Princess White Kur is online rushing over. But Linda, who doesn't know any better, interrupted. Linda's attempt to save Kur and Little Sarah was in vain. Their own highness also took the opportunity to run away. At a moment of despair, a blue holy power flashed by. So it turns out it was a paladin, thought Princess White, and others were colluding with the Demon-kin, about to sanction Little Sarah. Little Sarah can't sit still now. Clearly, Paladin ignored requests for help. After defeating the troll race, he came out to fight for good again. How can someone take advantage so easily? Is it Lunar Paladin? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Landy has a bad temper. She's already thinking about resorting to force to make her point. Princess White stepped forward to stop and resolve the misunderstanding. Would Paladin Templar have misunderstandings in perception? Princess White's sword is still dripping with blood. The body of the troll race behind is also lying peacefully. This person actually managed to single-handedly slay the troll race. Our paladin listens to the opinions of the people. It's definitely not because they can't win in a fight. To put down weapons and have a good chat. It turns out that Landy watched as the troll race troops approached the city, but he still hadn't received the command to attack. In times of crisis, he could only lead his team secretly to provide support, although the most important duty of an Earth soldier is to obey orders. But losing what you are supposed to protect, what's the point? Landy held onto the paladin pendant, silently reminiscing. Sky Radiant Paladin would also agree with his approach, right? On the side, Linda's phone rang. Tuo Lin's responsible city gate has been defended. It's time to regroup and return to headquarters to report. Princess White just caught up with the team and hurriedly turned back. Although it's a bit strange for Princess White to say such a thing. But Landy did a good job indeed. Humble Landy did not have a chance to explain yet. Princess White and the others have already left. That's fine. It's not a loss to solve the problem without resorting to violence. Then the Paladin army arrived. Landy did not struggle either. Landy leading the team secretly is indeed a serious offense. Getting caught was also expected long ago. But the accusations shouted on the spot were colluding with the troll race to delay military information, and the crime of the bikini balloon for the beautiful girls. He was just planning to go to the swimming pool to relieve stress. She arrived at the scene, but found it in a mess. Who did this with such audacity? Daring to disrupt our beautiful moment with Curry. After Princess White and his team returned to headquarters, Kerr was just about to start their two-person world as master and servant. Princess White, however, did not stop. He began to pant even before reaching the door. It turns out that our little Princess White Princess had just eaten enough. Plus, the battle consumed too much energy. White Princess is about to come out to meet the audience and the master. But Princess White is not prepared at all. It's too embarrassing to transform in front of so many people, isn't it? Princess White shrugged off Kerr's concern. He quickly fled the scene. He hadn't found a place to hide yet when he smelled the food. There is blood present in this base. Princess White splashed into the water with a thud. However, the one who picked up the blood vial became lowly White Princess. After a rumbling sound, White Princess then remembered. How come this base has such a big swimming pool? There is also food. A timely burst of singing came to her ears. Curry is holding a balloon shaped like a killer whale, planning to start her own good evening time. Enjoy the pleasure brought by the oversized swimming pool. What? Which little brat dares to trespass into the private swimming pool of Paladin's Order's leader, Curry? Curry felt his way to the changing room, only to find a figure hiding behind the clothes. The long white hair that cascades to the ground, and a distinctive scent. It's hard not to have inappropriate thoughts. Intruding on a beautiful girl privately. Making a mess in the private swimming pool. Now it's only one step away from the beautiful girl. This discovery is too sudden, isn't it? Curry slowly approached White Princess. He reached out and gently touched White Princess's forehead. Curry's affectionate touch. Under the blanket, White Princess had a confused look on her face. The person next to her unexpectedly called herself Mother. She was Linda's. Curry hadn't had contact with Linda for a long time. Still, she hugged her with both arms. Should I make a sound if I get hugged by the wrong auntie? Online waiting, quite urgent. White Princess dare not stay for a moment longer. Can only gamble and call out, Mummy. But Curry saw through it in an instant. Our Linda never calls anyone Mummy. White Princess waved her hand. Taking advantage of the towel to cover their tracks, they immediately made a run for it. When Curry broke free, only empty air was left. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a pair of bat-shaped hairpins on the ground. These hairpins should only belong to the lineage of royalty of the vampiric race. Who exactly is this little girl who just passed by? On the other side, the White Princess has just realized her mistake. My hairpin is unexpectedly missing. This time, Princess White is afraid that she will be completely exposed. In the previous episode, after White Princess lost the bad hairpin, she caused a big fuss all night long. This made Princess White's face heavy and his spirits low early in the morning. Little Sarah almost thought she had encountered a competitor who was trying to steal business in the middle of the night. Princess White launched a barrage of verbal attacks. The sparks are about to fly between the two again. Luckily Kur stopped in time. Wasn't little Sarah here to find the master for something? Little Sarah then expressed her intentions. Linda asked little Sarah to come and tell Princess White. I heard that all the paladins encountered last night were arrested by the Paladin Association on charges of colluding with trolls. They also plan to continue with a public trial tomorrow. It's clear that the Paladins' order within the city colluded with the trolls and hesitated to send out troops. Now, surprisingly, the victorious Paladins' order is trying to appease the public sentiment. Blaming the lower-ranking Paladins? The branch president Doro of the Paladin Association is still under the PUA. It's your honor to protect the big shots. Do rare opportunities still require overtime pay? Doro hung up the phone. The next second, the door in front was kicked to pieces. Princess White took a look and realized it was an old buddy. The figure in front is plump and caressing. He likes to keep important things hidden on himself. As long as you have a good chat with Doro in front of your eyes, you can get a straightforward answer. So Princess White certainly had no intention of making any unreasonable requests. Just for tomorrow's trial meeting. It's just a small request. The content creator subtly revealed that another pretty girl is going to appear. The one who could save the country ended up being one of the 4 who carried out public executions. The audience below, unaware of the truth, could only respond with insults. Is the truth going to be buried in the noise of power like this? On the judging stage, Princess White, clad in armor, takes a seat with the support of Doro. Is Princess White the big shot? Or is it Doro? The crowd surges to the side, only to see a black-haired mature lady walking gracefully. It turns out to be the sister of Princess Moon, Princess White, the commander-in-chief of the Flame Spear within the Paladin Association. The future head of House Flame Spear. Everyone took their seats as the officials on the side began the official proceedings. This ridiculous paladin judgment. He immediately started slinging mud at the Vanguard Paladin and Landy as soon as he opened his mouth. Every sentence is about evidence, but no actual evidence has been presented. Passing judgment before even showing a single piece of solid proof. Hold on. Did you invite Commander-in-Chief Princess Moon all the way here just to announce the result? Wouldn't sending a messenger pigeon be more efficient and cost-effective? The presiding officer still wants to argue a bit. Princess White certainly has no intention of giving the opportunity. The evidence is concrete. The person has been caught. What exactly is this evidence? Condemning without presenting any evidence seems a bit hasty. When this was said, George immediately responded, Evidence? I am the best evidence. This kind of promotion opportunity will not be given to anyone else. And then George started babbling to Princess White and others. However, when Princess White asked about the battle that day, George hesitated. At one point, he mentioned 8 teams. The level of lying on the spot made even a 3-year-old child want to laugh. Beheading. The Vanguard captain on the stage couldn't help but interrupt directly. 13 teams outside the city that day. Only 8 left in your mouth. With Corvo's continuous unfolding. On the side, Giagra couldn't sit still either. This interrupts the solo performance and also provokes the performer to drink water. What happens when Corvo wields his long sword and strikes? A strike of the sword. The person lying injured on the ground is actually the Judge George. Before anyone is judged and sentenced, no organization or individual shall execute them. George's actions are simply provoking. The Paladin Association is making a wild commotion on the road. Now that George has fallen, Lanyu can't sit still. He's the one who often takes the blame, points fingers at others, and is good at shifting blame. Also, he's the gunner behind the scenes. This is undoubtedly the fuse for the investigation into the sale of the city event. By comparing with the previous sentence, both Commander-in-Chief Princess Moon and the on-site crowd already have the answer in their hearts. This George lying lifeless on the ground. He is the real traitor. As the crowd below started to make noise, the announcer still wanted to present the so-called evidence. Princess Moon intervened in time. There are many doubts and insufficient evidence in this case. Therefore, the case has been sent back for retrial. All suspects are temporarily released. They enter a period of judicial observation. The Paladin Association will investigate the case thoroughly. Will also reveal the truth to the public. Princess Moon's inspiring actions. The crowd cheered without exception. Commander-in-Chief Princess Moon is wise. Princess White gazed silently toward the presidential platform. Princess Moon, who once held a teddy bear. She has already disappeared without anyone noticing. She slowly became more refined and elegant. Inside the hallway, Lanyu ran into Princess Moon and received a powerful blow before she even had a chance to speak. If Minister Lan has any objections, remember to report to the senior officials of the Paladin Association. The Paladin Association will also provide a fair judgment for today's events. Lanyu clenched her fists tightly. Can only bow and give thanks. It is true that higher-ranking officials have more power. Inside the court, Princess White, seeing the situation, was preparing to sneak away but was stopped. It turned out that Princess White had forgotten to sign the judgment record. Princess White took the opportunity to fabricate a story about a chicken butler. Upon closer inspection, Papa Lee? Goodness. This kid seems to have a bit of an advantage. However, our old man is not easy to deal with either. A handshake made Princess White start to regret. Just as Princess White was wondering if it was Princess Moon's idea, Landy suddenly appeared in front of Princess White. A bow stunned Princess White. In order to repay the life-saving grace of Princess White, Landy wanted to remember their name and appearance to fully repay them in the future. Oh, let's talk about it standing up. If you don't agree, Landy won't stand up. Alright, pick up your head. Oh, knocked on the forehead. Only Princess White's helmet and Landy's was left on the ground. What a pity. This is the former Paladin King who can transform into a lowly. Nowadays, returning to the new Paladin's order, it failed due to a positioning system. In just 1 second, you will reach the peak that all of you have been dreaming of. 30 seconds ago, our Nico girl little Sarah just thanked all the audience. Fully prepared and ready to take a bath. But unexpectedly, water splashed all over the bathroom. Under the water mist is actually Princess White, this poor guy. You stinky hooligan! I'm going to report you to the discipline department. You're done for. Confessing within the discipline department may lead to a lighter punishment. Resisting strictly looms over Princess White's head. Don't be fooled by our Princess White's timid appearance. The reason for entering the women's dormitory. Since the coordinates were set incorrectly when using the teleportation system. This excuse is used every year. This year's excuse is the most ridiculous. If you want to deceive the discipline department, at least come up with a more plausible excuse. But what can Princess White say? He should just go back and beat Xian up. It looks like no explanations are going to work. Fortunately, Lancy appeared in time to redeem Princess White. Although the minister did not want to release the person, but still had to hand over the little person in front of him to Lancy. After saying goodbye to the minister, the discipline department entered a long period of silence. It wasn't until Princess White felt a chill down his back. Lancy directly served an ear meal. Long time no see. Princess White just did such a thing. It's really shameful. Tomato Group's face. no matter how he struggles to explain. Princess White is like a mute eating a bitter fruit at the moment. But Lancey suddenly said, "It's better to save your energy and tell the leader." This leader is Linda's mother. The vampiric race. Lancey discreetly warned Princess White not to act rashly. But Princess White quickly became clever. "Linda's mother? Could it be the one from the swimming pool last time? The one who touched my head?" Outside the city walls, weapons litter the ground. The troll foot soldiers are no longer arrogant. Even the captive cat race members are trembling in fear. The leader of the troll race is now furious. That human minister is indeed ruthless, using cooperation as a guise to lure everyone into this trap. The troll race team has suffered at least a 50% loss. The most troublesome part is that among them are members of the imperial family. Although the imperial family is not well liked, they still have some connections. How can the shamans just let this go when they return? The leader is still pondering countermeasures. While patrolling, the Demon King came to report. There were actually people outside the camp delivering letters. Shameless individuals. They had the audacity to send letters even in this situation. The leader took immediate action and turned the letters into waste paper. The waste paper that can be torn up ignited green flames. Lanyu unexpectedly transformed into a phantom appearing before their eyes. Lanyu began to talk as soon as he opened his mouth. The failure of this siege was indeed unexpected. After all, no one could have anticipated that the Lunar Paladin would come out to cause trouble. Now a new barrier has been generated. The barrier launcher in the hands of the troll race will soon become scrap metal. Instead of slinking away, it's better to cooperate again to take down the city. The boss is still weighing the pros and cons, while the third behind them appears more excited. After all, they have no way out. Not to mention, the magic technique used by the person in front of us is not ordinary. As a first-order species among humans, using the crushing level magic technique is already the limit. But Lanyu has shown capabilities beyond the majority of humans. His strength is said to be comparable to the troll race, or even Lanyu in the end. Still, waiting for the expected outcome. Only to see the phantom burning again. The original waste paper turned into a planning document again. He is one of the admired members of the Paladin's order in the people's hearts. But now he appears in this mixed-up place of fish and dragons, amidst the flashy lights and wine. Don't be fooled by his serious appearance. He paid no attention to the voluptuous bunny girl beside him. When the boss brought out the new goods from last week, Paladin immediately changed his expression. A groper reached out, not taking the new goods. Instead, it was the soft and cute bunny girl in front of him. The Paladin no longer pretends to be innocent as he holds the little bunny girl. "Boss, rest assured. Lord Lanyu has spoken. Whoever is causing trouble here will have to deal with Paladin Templar." The boss doesn't look like someone who runs a legitimate business. Immediately nodding and bowing, letting Paladin represent himself to say hello to Lanyu. But the next second, Paladin's pupils dilated, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Saying hello? He was afraid he wouldn't have the chance anymore. Just then, the crowd suddenly dispersed. Paladin was unexpectedly stabbed through the chest with a knife. This person, who is a paladin, colluded with evil forces and oppressed the people. Such a despicable person does not deserve to live and receive the admiration of others. The boss watched as his protective umbrella collapsed. He raised his hand and transformed it into purple claws, heading straight for the waitress. The little troublemaker suddenly causing a commotion. Doesn't even know whose territory this is. But a cold voice came from the indoor lights. This sudden troublemaking brat is causing a scene. Doesn't even consider whose territory this is. But inside, a cold voice echoed through the room. The Playboy bunny from earlier turned out to be a handsome man with blue hair. Originally, Little Blue Hair had long suspected that there were people from the ancestral god religion here. But he didn't expect that after only a few days of work, the boss couldn't wait to reveal his true colors. the boss launched another attack. He was easily neutralized by little blue hairs. Kodadama! How could humans, as the first-rank race, possibly use the language of the second-rank race? Little blue hair is no longer hiding its strength. His one-sword strike made the boss quickly accelerate to transcend within the laser. He accidentally shot the wrong coordinates and broke into the girls' dormitory. Today, the one interrogating him is his former mother. Prentice White walked into the principal's office, hesitating. Is it because of your daughter's business that your old lady is looking for Prentice White to find fault? Or has it been found out that he was the one who messed up the swimming pool last time? Prentice White opened the door, and an unexpected situation appeared before their eyes. Is this really the principal's office of the Lunar Paladin Order, where delivery packages are scattered everywhere? Blue Shark Head is still playing the game on the sofa. Prentice White couldn't help but talk about gaming. The woman took off the shark headgear, revealing long white hair and sharp tiger teeth. Prentice White instantly recalled the past events. He suddenly started mumbling incoherently and frantically retreated. Don't come over here. Curry raised his hand but didn't fully do so. Shut up, you little brat. My name is Lilith Lysambo, the leader of the Lunar Paladin Order. Of course, you can also call me Curry. Curry carefully examines Prentice White. Are you the naughty boy who sneaked into the girls' dormitory to peep? Lancy said you used to be a Paladin Templar. Has the Paladin Order of Humans fallen to such an extent nowadays? Prentice White got up helplessly. Although it was unintentional for him to barge into the women's dormitory, it did indeed cause trouble. So he is willing to accept the punishment regardless of the outcome. But please do not generalize. Do not magnify individual behavior to the entire group. Curry actually had no intention of firing Prentice White or silencing him. After all, Tualine and Lancy strongly supported Prentice White's character. In addition, Prentice White is Curry's guardian. This time, it can be considered for the sake of Tualine and Lance's faces. But what Curry is more curious about is how Lilia's family is doing. Prentice White looked at Curry curiously, wondering about the recent situation of his old friend. He gritted his teeth and said, That guy is doing very well. Unbeatable, and often bullies others. Curry, who was in the dark, sighed silently. That guy must have successors by now. Curry, who was managing the hairpin, also needs to keep it safe. Prentice White walked out of the principal's office, holding back tears. He probably won't be able to get the hairpin back in the short term. Curry restarted the game. Judging from the reaction of this kid just now, our family's cabbage does not go well with pork. Successfully protected the cabbage patch. Prentice White, who used to work part-time to make ends meet, never imagined it. After he himself joined the new Paladin Templar, he earns a salary that can support 2 people. However, he can only afford to buy discounted items at half price in the weapon shop. On the contrary, Linda, this poverty assistant. At this moment, she is being trained by the handsome guy from the previous episode in disguise as a woman. Faced with Golden's invitation for afternoon tea, Linda had zero interest and ran away directly. Recently, Demonkin has been causing mischief frequently. Golden looked at Linda in front of him with white hair and red pupils, full of doubt in his heart. I can't stop it, Golden shouted and attacked. Bloodstains appeared on Linda's face immediately. This made Golden more certain. The silver-haired beauty in front of him is indeed a vampire. Her skin will be eroded by multi-silver. Linda, however, is focused on the bustling commercial street with people coming and going. She fears that taking action here could not only harm innocent civilians, but also potentially expose her identity, causing unnecessary panic. But Golden couldn't bear to hear it. He strongly believed that it was because of the existence of the Demonkin that humans could never find peace. He even suspected that the troll race attacking the town was brought by Linda. Linda fended off the attack, looking helpless. The prejudice in the human heart is even stronger than chauvinism. Without evidence, please refrain from making unfounded conclusions. Moreover, the handsome guy in front of us is not even Linda's match. It's better to run away early and be comfortable. But how could our Golden give up so easily? He dares to enter the enemy's territory alone. Dressed as a woman, he sees the top spot. He can also use the power of the first-rank race. People who use the second-rank race language. Golden strikes output. The whole street will be affected. Linda had no choice but to face it head-on. But unexpectedly caught between Abyss language and the blood-red bats. Actually forcibly inserted Apprentice White. Unbelievable Golden. Look at the blue artifact blade Apprentice White. Nowadays, demon kin are becoming more and more rampant. It turns out they have long been in cahoots. So be it. Then I'll start by taking down Apprentice White. A black shadow flashed behind Golden. Apprentice White struck first. Directly hit the infernal creature behind Golden. Multiple infernal creatures suddenly appeared on the street. Golden fought back vigorously, but struggled to defeat the opponents. Apprentice White punched the creature away, but was attacked again. Indeed, it seems that fighting such a monster barehanded is not effective. If he had a decent weapon, the situation wouldn't be so difficult. At a critical moment, Apprentice White led the monster to Linda. Linda unleashed her magic power to deliver a decisive blow. The streets returned to quiet once again. Linda angrily questioned Golden. "Are you still going to fight, kid?" Facing the young boy in front of her, the beautiful girl took a step back. It turns out it was just now. Golden misunderstanding Apprentice White as a paladin. He is actually in cahoots with the vampiric race. As tensions between the two sides are mounting. A sudden appearance of an infernal creature on the street. Apprentice White and Linda not only cooperated to quickly defeat the infernal creature, they also saved Golden's life along the way. The streets are safe again. Golden chooses to retreat. Apprentice White looked puzzled as he watched the infernal creature lying helplessly on the ground in front of him. Where on earth did these things come from? Since they could escape the city gate guards, they could also appear out of thin air on the city streets. Recently, the Paladin's Order received a report. Residents in the city have been hearing strange noises coming from the sewers at night. Some even claim to have seen what appears to be small spiders crawling out of the sewers. And now they are combining with the already existing monsters from hell. They need to speed up reporting to the main affairs hall and organize manpower to search the sewer. But Apprentice White looked bewildered. What is the main affairs hall? The main affairs hall is the department within the Paladin's Order that issues various tasks. Members of the Paladin's Order can earn bonuses and rewards by completing assignments from the main affairs hall. Although Linda once asked Lancy to help her receive tasks from the main affairs hall, Lancy told Linda to find 4 more helpers before they could accept the assigned tasks. Moreover, the tasks issued by the main affairs hall are of extremely high danger level. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, new students are generally not allowed to participate. But when it comes to the bonus, Apprentice White is competent everywhere. Proactively takes the initiative to cover finding teammates for tasks. Within the class group, Apprentice White issued an invitation. Thunder Hobby brought his senior sister to join as a substitute, stating that he would never team up with someone who nearly cost him his life. Then intruded into the bathroom pervert team. Demon Linda quickly came out to take the lead in reconciliation. You are the leader of this task. To show sincerity, this time, Apprentice White, along with Linda, will give their bonuses to little Sarah as compensation. Apprentice White stood on the side looking resentful. Did you ask for my opinion? Linda held her breath and focused, transforming into a vampiric race weapon. It's clearly a gothic-medieval level weapon. And take it as an apology to Apprentice White. But the most important thing is that this mission is too dangerous. At this moment, giving it to Apprentice White is to hope that Apprentice White can perform steadily. Don't hold the team back. In the sewer system in the city center, the appearance of the guardian skeleton bones is unexpected. Is this an accident or a deliberate arrangement by certain individuals? The story begins with Prentice White and his team officially starting the sewer mission. The sewer drains are dirty and smelly, making them the perfect nesting ground for the infernal creature. Little Sarah is about to take out her phone to check the map. But unexpectedly, her little bell accidentally fell into the hole. Thunder Hobby pursued them madly only to discover something strange about the sewer. Just saw in the corner a curled-up skeleton dressed as a paladin. From the rust on the armor at the scene, one can gauge the oxidation levels of both the armor and the bones. He died no more than 3 months ago. There are also many signs of gnawing on the bones. At this point, Prentice White and others are more determined. It seems that the nest of the infernal creature is nearby. The group continued moving towards the sewer. They encountered a fork in the road. Linda used her advantage as a vampiric race to quickly find the correct path. But she suddenly sensed a strange smell from the strong fragrance at the scene. There was actually a hint of the smell of a living person mixed in it. Everyone quickened their pace and finally found the location of the den, only to see the snowy white bones. Several infernal creatures were feasting on a young girl in white clothes. Linda quickly deployed strategy. First, have Thunder Hobby charge indirectly. Attract the attention of all infernal creatures. Wait for all infernal creatures to surround this area. Then have Prentice White lower the gate. They then sprinkle multi-iron powder to control its movement. Finally, Linda unleashes her magic power to annihilate it in one fell swoop. Prentice White and others have finished processing. Little Sarah and her senior sister finally found the White Lady. However, at this time, 2/3 of the girl's internal organs had been eaten. She also suffered severe anemia and serious infection. Even if she could be rushed to the operating table right now, it would be too late to save her. The girl murmured in pain and groaned. Linda could only tightly hold the small hand and try her best to comfort. The dagger by her hand was hesitant to stab down. Prentice White also remained silent as he watched the scene in front of him. Nowadays, it's better to deliver a fatal blow for a swift death than to let the other party suffer and eventually die in agony. After one cut, the girl comforted Prentice White with a worried look on her face. "Thank you. I finally don't feel pain anymore." The girl finally ended her tragic experience and left the world with a smile. Little Moo, who witnessed the whole process on the side, could not accept it. The existence of the Paladin's order, isn't it just to save the people in the water and fire? The girl just now. Shouldn't life and death be a choice of one's own? What exactly do you take the Paladin's order's lives for, Prentice White? Linda, who has always been against Prentice White, is speaking up at this moment. In fact, everyone's mood at this moment is the same. All rescue efforts have come too late. For this child, the only thing left is pain in the final moments. Instead of struggling to blame, our anger cannot save a child. We'd better find out the cause of the incident as soon as possible. Save the people in the city. The former Paladin King is now not only advancing and retreating together with the Demon-kin. He has also joined the new Paladin's order and is in debt up to his neck. He had to go work in the sewer to earn the bounty and repay his debts. This Paladin King is quite fragrant. The book returns to the previous volume. Prentice White and his group bury the girl. They are preparing to retreat back to the headquarters. They carefully considered their options, but were unable to open the gate that had been closed when they arrived. Unable to do anything else, they could only choose to explore another passage as the way out. 1 hour later, as the team ventured deeper, large-scale buildings unexpectedly appeared in front of them. But why would such large buildings be appearing in the sewer? It is afraid that ahead is the true nesting place of the infernal creature. As the crowd retreated, a dark shadow flashed behind them. The retreat path behind is blocked. Only see a large stone wrapped in green magic power, quickly approaching Princess White and his team. Linda quickly asked everyone to spread out. Little Moo and Little Sarah, who were at the back of the line, didn't have time to dodge. In a critical moment, Little Sarah was pushed out. Little Moo was hit solidly by a large stone. The smoke gradually dispersed. The newcomers revealed the obvious characteristics of the troll race. It was the eldest brother, with a white beard, and the third brother, with a single eye. Big brother with the white beard looked at Little Sarah with a look of pleasant surprise. They didn't expect to have a pleasant surprise during this activity. They were able to meet the little princess of the half-cat race and bring her back to make amends. Little Sarah experienced 2 life and death separations in one day. Her body kept trembling as she retreated. She recalled the big fire at the Catfolk Palace 5 years ago in her mind. That year, Little Sarah's mother abandoned hope of survival. She resolutely walked towards the fire scene, all to leave the hope of survival for Little Sarah, and to let Little Sarah live on bravely no matter what. She wanted Little Sarah to live on bravely no matter what. At this moment, the usually strong Little Sarah finally could not bear it, and burst into tears. The accident from 5 years ago is vividly remembered. Now that she has finally found a partner, is she going to be back to square one again? Thunder Hobby retaliated to avenge Little Sarah. The sins committed by the troll race are unforgivable. But when he struck, Thunder Hobby's attack was not only blocked. He himself was also pushed back by the opponent's attack. Princess White fought back. He, however, was bounced back to the ground. Hey, your opponent is me. Watching Linda flying towards me, Whitebeard summoned an infernal creature. Having 3 pairs of 2s isn't very fair. How about finding more opponents for everyone? In order to bury Princess White and the others here, to avenge brothers who died on the city walls, Princess White is gearing up for a strike. But unexpectedly, a rock above his head fell off. He was actually ambushed by the one-eyed old third. On the other hand, Thunder Hobby and Linda were blocked by the infernal creature and unable to provide assistance to him. Thunder Hobby was also overwhelmed by the magic power of Whitebeard. During the time of defeat, they are taking a break to regroup. The railing behind him was actually manipulated to explode. An explosion sounded. Thunder Hobby began to freefall. Linda activated her magic power to eliminate the obstructing infernal creature. She caught Thunder Hobby with a long whip. The boss on the side sneered. It's really ridiculous that the vampiric race would take the risk to save Troll. But since everyone is so united, then here, I will give you and them a free reunion gift package. You can go reunite in hell. I see that you have sent a message with no text. If you have any questions or need further assistance, feel free to let me know. For 5 years, hiding and evading, only to escape the pursuit of the troll race. But when she found trustworthy teammates, they met again. Teammates fought desperately to protect each other, but they both fell from the bridge. The last teammate also silently disappeared under the pile of rocks. Is 5 years of hiding really just delaying death in the end? In the previous episode, it was mentioned that Linda saved Thunder Hobby, but was secretly plotted against by the leader of the White Beard. At the moment when the bridge collapsed, Linda used magic power to trap the leader of the troll race. She successfully hung the 3 of them on the edge of the bridge. The leader of the White Beard came out. The villain still hoped to escape unharmed. What a dream. Whitebeard leader, looking at the vampire, who wanted to die with him, cursed him as a foolish thing. Instead, he sought help from One-Eyed Third. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pull me up. Third brother reached out his hand but stopped in midair. A fierce flame burst out. I'm sorry, bro. I will faithfully recount your heroic deeds in front of the clan leader. Whitebeard couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at his fellow. You little brat actually betrayed me. In an instant, another huge explosion occurred on the bridge. Linda never imagined that one day she would be bitten by the dogs in the troll race and fall into the dark abyss with them, disappearing without a trace. On the bridge, Lao San watched as all the troublemakers in front of him were completely eliminated. It's time to get down to business next. Let's go, princess. Little Sarah looked at the fierce and evil-looking troll race in front of her with fear in her eyes. Why can capturing the half-cat race princess lead to meritorious service by taking on criminal liability? The troll race is chasing after the half-cat race royal family. What is their true intention? It turns out that the chief of the troll race is mentioned in an ancient scroll that provides a method to extract the sacred bloodline of others to replenish their own sacred bloodline concentration. The royal members of the half-cat race have a very high concentration of sacred bloodline, making them the perfect sacrifice. This is why the troll race went to great lengths to launch a war against the weaker half-cat race. Little Sarah trembled with anger upon hearing this. Just because of this, the troll race actually killed my mother and sister. The third one-eyed old man, however, thinks otherwise. Don't worry, little princess, you will soon be reunited with your family. However, behind them, the pile of stones suddenly made a loud noise. It's Princess White. Once a little Nico girl who used disguises to deceive people all day long. She turned out to be from the Catfolk Imperial family. She kept backing away from the fierce villain. But she took the initiative to step forward and rescue them in a critical moment. The paladin, whom she once hated the most. Originally, little Sarah was about to be taken away by the one-eyed old man. But then, there was a loud noise coming from the pile of stones behind her. Princess White was bleeding from his head, but he still struggled to stand up. Let her go! The one-eyed third elder looked at the serious injuries before him. He despised the little human who still wanted to act heroically despite the injuries. There was no respect in his heart, only contempt. This is just a dying struggle. The outcome will not change in any way. When magic power is activated, an infernal creature appears in front of Princess White. The large number of them plus the encircling attack by the group, putting the already heavily injured Princess White in danger several times. But even if he is panting heavily, even if he needs to lean on the hilt of the knife to stand barely, Princess White only had one thought in mind. Let her go! Little Sarah, watching Princess White gradually losing strength, finally made up her mind. Just as Princess White was fighting with the infernal creature. Just then, purple lotus petals floated down. A purple light shimmered before his eyes. It is the power of little Sarah's sacred bloodline. Purple gold lotus barrier. Little Sarah actually made Princess White retreat by giving up her only chance to transfer. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. It's not working. An infernal creature is madly smashing outside the barrier, while Princess White is inside the barrier. She looked at little Sarah in front of her, momentarily unable to believe it. The little Nico girl, who he had once promised to protect thoroughly, still hesitated to set off. Now facing a dire situation, she is willing to sacrifice herself to save herself. Pay attention. The tiny Nico girl in front of you is fighting to protect the humans behind her at all costs. He clearly once trespassed into the bathroom. Clearly the little Nico girl loathes him to the core. But they have been through ups and downs along the way. Little Sarah faced Princess White, who was seriously injured but unwilling to fall. She handed the teleportation rune stone to Princess White. You quickly use that to leave here. But if Princess White leaves at this moment, then little Sarah will be in the same predicament again. At this moment, little Sarah has already started panting heavily. My sacred bloodline won't last much longer. The troll race is targeting me now. So I'll be fine. You go quickly. Little Sarah's consciousness gradually fades, but she still hasn't unlocked the purple gold lotus barrier, silently swearing in her heart that this time she will definitely survive. She will definitely live on as her mother hoped. Suddenly, a pair of big hands broke the warm moment, gently stroking little Sarah's head. Remove the barrier, little Sarah. I will take care of these guys. Then we'll leave this cursed place together. Little Sarah thinks Princess White is talking nonsense. If she removes the purple gold lotus barrier, and there are spiders outside, they will rush over and bite Princess White into pieces right away. But Princess White disagrees. He firmly believes that not only will they both leave alive, they can also find the surviving Linda and Thunder Hobby. They must still be alive. Believe me. Aren't we friends? Little Sarah suddenly became embarrassed. Are we friends? Who would be friends with an idiot like Princess White? Little Sarah is stubborn in her words, but honest in her actions. In the end, the sacred bloodline exhausted and passed out directly. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. I'm here to help. Only to see in the smoke a white-haired Lolita holding Gutmala with a slight smile. Pay attention to the one in front of you. The white-haired Lolita holding a sickle. She activates a magic power. Let the troll race in front have no defense. In the previous episode, the troll race clearly had the upper hand. Just a flick of the finger can deliver a fatal blow to the ignorant humans in front of them. However, Princess White transformed into White Princess and turned the situation around instantly. You actually resorted to playing dirty tricks. At this moment, the troll race is enveloped in red magic power. The swirling bloodbaths are wildly tearing at the magic power, making it impossible to use. The troll race, oblivious to what's good for them, wants the White Princess to break free. Hey! It's my turn to ask you a question now. Looks like a big fool. I won't easily back down without teaching a lesson. But who knew White Princess only used a little magic power? The troll race is willing to kneel down and listen attentively. The troll race can be flexible to some extent. Who let you guys in to steal the screen blocker that day? It's none of your business. We're not here to play house with this White Princess. Take the opportunity to speak properly. It turns out the troll race can appear in the city center. It's all the doing of a human paladin. He used a formation spell to teleport the troll race here. He has sent food to sustain their usual consumption. Even the goblin that sneaked out at the beginning was secretly taken care of by that paladin. But this paladin who has helped the troll race a lot is like a dragon that appears and disappears without a trace. Everyday communication relies on illusions. Not to mention his name, identity, and appearance. Okay then. In that case, thank you for your hard work. She finished the last leg of the journey after sending the troll race. The grand architecture in the sewer. Collapses have also started to occur. Then let's hurry and go. Little Sarah finally wakes up under the setting sun. I see the middle-aged man in front of me reporting the situation. What made the once self-centered little Nico girl gradually let down her guard? She not only voluntarily revealed her identity, she also sacrificed herself to save her teammate. Perhaps this is the true meaning of companionship. In the sunset of the evening, little Sarah finally woke up. Looking ahead, Princess White is reporting to Lancey. Princess White firmly believes that Thunder Hobby Linda will come back. He wants to go alone to rescue the collapsed sewer. Little Sarah quietly watched Princess White's firm back without saying a word. Wait! I'm going with you! In the past, those troll races invaded Little Sarah's country in search of sacrifices to supplement the sacred bloodline. They captured all of Little Sarah's family members. And Little Sarah managed to escape thanks to the gems from her sister and mother. After that, Little Sarah never had a home again. She started wandering in various cities. She tried her best to survive while evading the pursuit of the troll race. Little Sarah deceived and cheated in order to survive before encountering the Lunar Paladin Order. But the Lunar Paladin Order embraced her despite all her misconduct. Not only did they care for her comprehensively, but they also helped Little Sarah wholeheartedly. They pulled Little Sarah back from the fire that happened many years ago and brought her back to the warm reality. So this time, Little Sarah doesn't want to lose everything she cherishes again. We will protect together this time. Princess White looked at the serious little Sarah in front of him. He flashed a smile like an old father. "Dad, I will let you have a bit of fun this time." But who knew that there was a loud noise from Thunder Hobby behind him? Princess White's plan as a dad fell through. "Oh no! Where are you guys going?" "So, under the bridge where Thunder Hobby and Linda fell, there is a river. That's why they were lucky to pick up their lives." But Thunder Hobby and Linda discovered the teleportation formation left by the infernal creature on the way out. That formation not only linked to another passage. Moreover, from the stroke style on the formation, it appears to be the work of the same person. And even Linda, who is proficient in spells, couldn't break the formation. They could only temporarily seal it, and wait until they returned to discuss with Lancey. When you wake up in the bathroom, you suddenly find your little Nico girl has barged into the bathroom. The slightly flesh-cheeked little Nico girl wants to bathe with you. This shouldn't be a dream within a dream, right? In the previous episode, it was mentioned that the tomato class reunited once again. Various mysteries. Everyone can only choose to return to the base for further discussion. Princess White tightly holds little Moo's goggles. The quietly hard-working girl never mentioned her own affairs to anyone. Inside the base dormitory, Kur is full of joy as she welcomes Princess White's return. However, Princess White, who is dressed in tattered clothes and looks weary, only wants to take a bath alone quietly. The homeowner just returned home after a dangerous ordeal. But I couldn't help it all. This was a big blow to Kur, who is devoted to the Lord. In the bathroom, Princess White just woke up from a dream where Lilia's, that old bat, appeared. The next second, Kur uttered a sentence that startled Princess White once again. "Excuse me, master. I'll give you a back rub." I need to know. Princess White is still soaking in the bathtub with bubble bath. Kur barging into the bathroom will only make Princess White flustered. After all, this soft and cute Nico girl meows. "Master, don't mention it." Serious person Princess White also blushed a bit. Kur is now a bit tipsy and her consciousness is unclear. Princess White's pupils are blood red, and she is about to transform into White Princess. "Don't worry about me. You go out first." But the master in front of my eyes has a ruddy complexion and symptoms of a headache. When Kur's heart is chaotic, everything is chaotic. Thought it was Princess White who passed out from lack of oxygen after soaking in the bathtub for too long. Just as I was about to help, I heard a sound. "Don't touch me." When I turned around, White Princess Cutie was already there. White Princess transformed into an angry little bird. "You didn't see anything." Kur, who had her eyes covered, thought it was her owner being shy. She pounced directly. Little Kimonamami girl climbed onto White Princess's shoulders. "Kur is willing to do anything for her master." Just finished playing, Kur quickly fell asleep. The White Princess looked at the petit fours that were automatically delivered to her. "I can't help it." What can make the little Nico girl move forward bravely and wholeheartedly for the Lord? She dares to bravely charge into the bathroom even with flushed cheeks. An hour ago, Kur unexpectedly encountered the instructor with small glasses. The instructor with small glasses sees Kur hesitating to move forward. He then kindly sponsored a bottle of fruit wine with an alcohol concentration of 3% as a friendly gesture. But little did he know that this small 3% could render Kur unconscious after a break. Kur woke up with no memory of what had happened in the bathroom. Princess White secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Children should not drink unknown substances in the future. Linda sent a text saying that little Moo, the senior, is actually an orphan. Moreover, several missing cases have recently occurred at the orphanage where she was born. When Princess White arrived at the orphanage, Princess White is still apologizing for not being able to save senior sister little Moo. The dean comforted Princess White, saying that if senior sister little Moo knew that everyone returned safely, she would surely be very happy. At this moment, noise came from behind. It turned out that little Sarah also came to the orphanage. But unexpectedly, The usually money-loving little Sarah is actually a big benefactor of the orphanage. Thanks to her funding, the children are all living healthily. She is also beloved by the children. The director is curious if the two know each other. Little Sarah will soon defuse the situation. "We are classmates, just classmates." It turns out little Sarah came to inquire about little Moo's senior sister's parents. Prentice White came to return little Moo's senior sister's belongings. He also came to investigate the recent cases of missing persons. But even though little Sarah is a benefactor of the orphanage, she has never heard about the cases of missing persons. It's surprising that such a big thing was kept from little Sarah. The kind and gentle headmaster in front of her. What is his true purpose? Little Anne had a pale face in the corner. She timidly watched Prentice White and his group. Just as little Sarah approached little Anne, the dean took little Anne away, citing a cold as the reason. But little Anne, who quietly called out, "Sister Sarah," made Prentice White feel inexplicably familiar. Her eyes were clearly pleading for help. He worked hard to support the orphanage for many years. It turned out to be a death trap, said the big unlucky fool. It couldn't be himself, could it? As a sponsor of the orphanage, a great benefactor for many years, little Sarah is clear. The habits of all the children in the orphanage. But today, hiding in the corner, the timid little Anne caught little Sarah's attention. That child used to be the most lively and cheerful. Today she is in low spirits. She was also taken away by the school principal. Prentice White secretly followed until nightfall. He found little Anne locked in the woodshed. Such a noisy and messy environment. It's not suitable for a child at all. It seems that the kind principal who comforted Prentice White during the day may not be as good as he appears. He is up to no good by concealing the missing case from little Sarah. But the first thing he needs to do is to take the child away from here. But suddenly a strange figure appeared in front. The originally kind-hearted dean, at this moment, however, exuded a strange aura. "It's already past lights out. How can a good child run around everywhere?" At this moment, little Anne looked at the unknown monster beside the dean, feeling extremely scared. She recalled some bad memories. "Don't come over. I saw it. It's the dean. The dean handed them over to those monsters." Little Anne, who was already unable to withstand the pressure, began to collapse at this point. "What did you do to those children?" Prentice White leaped to his feet. The dean, however, stood calmly. A monster at his feet glared at Prentice White with all guns blazing. He soon discovered this in a close combat duel. This peculiar behaving monster turned out to be a young child. But in the end, the principal was complacently satisfied. These little cuties brought as sacrifices. They are more energetic than before, aren't they? But Prentice White showed no interest in the principal's smugness. Absolutely no feeling. The villain died from talking too much. The principal clearly achieved the targeted value. Prentice White transforms holy power into a shield, pushing away the mutated child. The self-righteous dean immediately backed down. "What's the deal? You can take that child with you. I beg you to spare my dog." But are we, the righteous heroes, such casual people? Where did those children go? It's you who turned them into this. But the headmaster is just a delivery person. Those evil processes are not something a small role like him can get involved in. It seems he just caught a lackey. Let the headmaster take responsibility for his own actions. Little Sarah is squatting in the bushes inside the protective barrier of the Lunar Paladin Order, waiting for Prentice White to arrive in the middle of the night. What exactly does he want to do in the woods? Protective barrier deployed. Prentice White actually appeared in the spell space with little Anne. You should know that there are regulations within the Paladin's Order. You cannot bring people into the spell space casually. Prentice White only asked little Sarah to temporarily take care of little Anne. If they are found tonight, then blame it on oneself. The issue at the orphanage must be resolved tonight. Have you ever seen a teleportation spell that activates upon opening and transports you along the wall? Not only can it swiftly transfer coordinates, it can also stick with monsters with one click. Here, the eerie vines spread in the basement. A mysterious riddle from the second-rank race echoed. Lanyu holds her breath and concentrates, continuously absorbing magic power. A shadow appeared behind him. Lanyu's mastery in using magic power is becoming increasingly skilled. Thank you for the praise, Patriarch of the True Word. Lanyu faced the strange cloaked one of the odd-eyed troll race, and subtly sneered. The Patriarch is busy with myriad affairs. Today isn't just for observing the little one's cultivation progress, right? Patriarch Lanyu seems to focus too much on the outside. Even with official duties, this old man never forgets our allies. In particular, after the failure of the city attack plan. The golden point lurking quietly in the corner. Start recording. On the other side, Princess White returned to the orphanage once again. After the director passed away, a runestone fell beside him. It seemed to be a key to some kind of mechanism. If it is a sacrificial site for those children, then the key might be the answer. The direction of the sacrificial site is very likely to be along the escape route of the director. Sure enough, as soon as Princess White stepped into the domain rune, a warning was issued. Symbols began to appear on the wall, enveloped in teleportation magic. Pull Princess White into the wall. It seems that this teleportation magic is not meant for normal people to use. This mechanism can engage with infernal creatures as soon as it lifts its head. It does seem like it's not designed for ordinary people. But this infernal creature is significantly larger in size compared to the previous ones. It seems that there will inevitably be a tough battle before he finds the truth. Golden appeared behind him. Step aside. Golden ignites the blue sacred flame with the language of second-rank race. Plus a sword slash. Infernal creature ascends into the blue sparks. I thought, why so noisy? It's you in the end. The two have not yet expressed their feelings to each other. Just then, they heard the sound of the troll race coming from the end. Found it! Eavesdropper, stop right there! What's the situation with those trolls? What did Golden do to be chased by the troll race? And why did he appear in the secret passage of the orphanage? Even Princess White, who was only here to find answers, was forced to run as well. The two of them found themselves retreating to a dead end. Golden, however, had used up most of his spells dealing with the infernal creature just now. The troll race behind them watched the protagonist group. Having no more options left, they resorted to mocking them like crazy. You will all die here today. Blame yourselves for being too nosy. Golden, who is adaptable to all kinds of environments, feels threatened for the first time. Is it possible that his charming and elegant self is about to be doomed in the hands of this ugly giant creature? Princess White doesn't think so. Life has unlimited possibilities. It's too early to call it a day. Princess White is showing off. Troll seizes the opportunity to launch an attack. Once the showing off is done, there will be no more troll race. Charging out from the dense fog, the paladin delivers a strike against troll race. The troll, who was originally full of boasting words for a moment. They can only stick close to the ground as well. Golden looked at the mighty paladin armor in front of him. The burly figure and sword stances. Golden wants to deny his speculation, but is also very sure. The paladin king in front of you. He is the previously careless Uncle Princess White. The once revered Sky Radiant. Paladin turned out to be the decrepit uncle in front of him. Wow. I collapsed the house. Previously mentioned, Princess White had to reveal his identity as Sky Radiant Paladin in front of Golden in order to repel the troll race. After the battle ends, Golden still hasn't figured out Princess White's identity. There is a blood-red vine at Princess White's feet, and it is starting to climb wildly all over the body. Don't move. That is a mixture created by a monster and spell. Now, Because the magical energy is mixed roughly, the structure of the blood vines is unstable. The more Prentice White struggles, the deeper he will sink. Golden keeps feeling around on the wall. After he locates the center of the formation, he prepares to reverse engineer the spell with the only remaining spell. Prentice White, however, said, "There is no need to bother." Shortly after, he slashed his sword towards the center of the formation. Golden was confused. Even if you are Paladin King, is it too extraordinary to break the formation with just one sword? Because violently breaking the spell, causing fluctuations, and triggering an explosion. Prentice White threw Golden out of the welfare institution. After experiencing the recent ordeal, Golden had to admit, the once noble and sanctified Sky Radiant Paladin King is now the decrepit uncle before us. Golden took out his phone to play the secret conversation between Lanyu and the Patriarch of the True Word. The Radiant Paladin's order, which once made the Sky Radiant Paladin sacrifice their lives, is now conspiring with the ancestral god religion to attack the city regardless of the safety of the people. What would Prentice White think about this? Prentice White, who was originally silent, could no longer remain calm upon hearing the truth about the city attack. "You give me the recording." But how can Golden believe someone who betrayed his own colleagues and now colludes with the Demon, the former Paladin King? "If you don't believe me, then so be it. There is no physical evidence. I can still root out the vermin that harms the people," Golden said. "Since there's no recording, that's fine. Prentice White can handle it himself." Oh, the argument process has reached this point. Should Golden insist on recording Prentice White? Golden, you're not playing by the rules. But on the other hand, Prentice White just saved himself twice. Let's consider this recording as returning a favor. "The last Paladin. I hope you don't disappoint me. This day." Kur went to the coffee shop inside the Lunar Paladin Order protective barrier for an interview. The shop owner looked at him. He was very satisfied with this cautious, but shy and cute Nico girl. "Although the appearance is quite cute. But this outfit is really tacky." 10 minutes later, Kur, who had changed her outfit, had slightly flushed cheeks. Her movements seemed even more awkward than usual. This work uniform is even shorter than her regular clothes. Not only does it lack the dignified maid collar, the skirt is so short that even the tail can barely be hidden. Is this not a black-hearted business that reduces fabric to cut costs? The boss, whose eyes have turned into coins, said, "Only in this way. Unique clothes can highlight Kur's cuteness. Don't be shy about the money. As long as Kur works hard, the bonus can still be negotiated." Our young and inexperienced Kur immediately gets motivated upon hearing about the bonus. "Got it! Kur will work hard." After all, carefree Kur suddenly starts working to help the owner, just to earn a bonus. Prentice White has also repaid the debts of the base. Although she has a plan in mind, Kur is still on her way to deliver the cola. A sudden fall on level ground. Time for the dog to gnaw on mud. Blood-colored bat caught Kur and also caught the drink. "Aren't you the child brought back by ear? Why did you come here to work?" It turns out that the one who made the move is the squad leader Kuri. Kur, of course, also confessed everything. Kur is willing to do anything to repay the host. Kuri noticed the teeth marks inadvertently revealed by Kur during the conversation. Is Prentice White up to something strange with Kur? Kur's memories flashed by in an instant. It was clearly oneself who did something strange to Prentice White. No. So far, Kuri showed a meaningful smile. It looks like that important person is coming to collect the ID card soon. Last time, Kur took on the job of serving at the maid cafe to pay back Prentice White's debt. On the other side, Manda, who has been absent for a long time, rushed to Lanyu's office and caused a scene. Lanyu still wanted to play dumb and asked the teacher why they showed up without any notice. Manda, however, did not want to deal with petty people anymore. He played the audio file directly. In the recording, the siege incident was vividly described word by word. Manga became even more angry. What good deed have you, you little rascal, done? As a paladin, you actually sacrificed children to conspire with the demon-kin to attack the city. If it weren't for the paladin's order desperately resisting, the people in the city would be left with nowhere to turn. Take advantage of the opportunity to turn things around. Come with me to the association and surrender immediately. But Lanyu, who had been silent for a long time, only managed to squeeze out one sentence. I can't turn back now. In an instant, Manga was pierced through the chest by a purple vine in an instant. Manga stared at the ghostly vine before her, unable to believe that her beloved disciple would actually turn against her and strike her fatally. But the waves of pain coming from her chest forced Manga to accept the reality. It seems like the teacher has been sitting in the Holy Flame Paladin position for too long. It's time to retire now, Lanyu said bluntly. I won't pretend anymore. Manga, knowing her own plans. Then don't expect to leave alive. Our esteemed Manga mentor is still going strong and won't stand for it. I have been on the battlefield for many years. I'm not weak enough to be taken down by such petty tricks. At the moment the blade fell, he immediately cut off the ghost vine approaching Lanyu. Lanyu just stood there calmly. The poison of this ghost vine spreads faster the more agitated the victim becomes. What Lanyu needs to do is to see how long the former Holy Flame Paladin could hold on, and how they died from the poison. But who would choose to squat and wait for death in this situation now? Manga uses the teleportation stone to escape from the scene at the speed of light. Lanyu also had no intention of pursuing further. He was stabbed by the ghost Huron and is basically beyond saving. He decided not to waste time chasing after the dying man. It's better to summon the demon-kin that had been captured and held captive for many days. It's time to create a scene. Manga, who was continually coughing up blood, slowed down as purple poisonous gas emanated from his body in the alley. Judging by the speed at which the poison is spreading, he might not make it to the door of the Paladin Association before he dies. But suddenly, an unfamiliar figure appeared in the shadows ahead. If it's a pursuer, then let's go all out. Unfortunately, he was already at the end of his strength due to the invasion of toxins. He lost his balance and fell before he could launch an attack. In a daze, he was supported. The newcomer turned out to be Manga, the former Sky Radiant Paladin, and her old teacher, Prentice White. It seems that today is not a Mercury retrograde. It's just that luck is not good enough. The secret documents were handed over by our teacher once again. I didn't expect that even myself, who has become a capable Radiant Paladin, still managed to mess things up. It looks like I'll have to trouble you to help me clean up the mess again. I am very sorry. Please still ask Prentice White to keep their identity confidential. Especially cannot let the Temple and Radiant Paladins Order know. The Temple and the Radiant Paladins Order are no longer what they used to be. Nowadays, everyone schemes and competes for power, taking risks and resorting to all means necessary. Major forces are openly and secretly vying with each other. Prentice White's public identity will not be acknowledged at this time. There may even be unwarranted disaster. At this point, Manga has finally exhausted her vitality, gradually dissipated in the arms of Prentice White. On the other side, inside the city, the troll race was burning, killing, and looting. Magic power continuously emanates from the deceased, stripping away and finally converging onto Lanyu's body, with a continuous increase in magic power concentration. Lanyu held his breath and focused, transforming into a four-eyed monster. Bring on the destruction. Damn Paladin Temple! Behind the neither human nor demon Lanyu, a green phantom appeared out of nowhere. What brings you here this time, Patriarch of the True Word? It turns out that the Patriarch of the True Word came to congratulate the ally on the successful cultivation and brought a small gift. Recently, small infernal creatures have been discovered, disrupting the Lunar Paladin Order's siege plan at their retreat. There gathers a large number of demon-kin, which are excellent sources of magic power. This is crucial for Lanyu to maintain its current form. Even breaking through a rank race is an excellent source of magic power. If you save one child, it will put other innocent people in danger. So should you save or not? Within the Lunar Paladin Order, Mr. Ho strongly condemned Princess White for bringing people into the protective barrier unauthorized. In reality, Lancy is more supportive of Princess White's actions. On the verge of a showdown, Curry said, although Princess White has repeatedly violated the Paladin's Order regulations, he should be dismissed. But as Ear said, if it weren't for Princess White saving the child at that time, she would probably have become one of those monsters now. Why not temporarily record his fault and take a long-term approach to it? The air raid siren suddenly sounded at this time. There is an unidentified monster that has broken into the residential area within the Lunar Paladin Order protective barrier. It is searching for the Demon-Kin frantically like a hunting dog. A burst of purple magic power surged out. Lanlan and Kur were both swept away by magic power at the same time. You should know that bringing anyone without an identity badge into the protective barrier could potentially lead to the disclosure of the base's spatial coordinates. Now the entire base is in danger. Mr. Ho immediately set off to the scene to provide support. Princess White also called to inquire at this time. The Lunar Paladin Order has issued an emergency signal. What exactly happened? Lancy reported that a huge blonde monster just broke into the residential area. After grabbing some civilians, it disappeared. The base is currently tracking the escape route of the monster. During the conversation, Princess White saw a monster flying high in the sky. He disregarded Ear's dissuasion and directly chased after it. Curry immediately took action upon seeing the situation. "I'll leave the rest to you," said Ear. "I have something else to take care of. I must confirm it no matter what." "I'm sorry, but it seems like you haven't entered any text for me to translate. Please feel free to provide the text you'd like me to translate." The city that was once filled with laughter and joy. Now, it is ravaged by the invasion of the Demon-Kin. Princess Moon and her companions cleaned up the battlefield. Contact the neighboring Paladin's Order for rapid support. Princess Moon looked at the city in front of her, with smoke rising everywhere. She unexpectedly turned around and chose to leave. Compared to the indifference in Princess Moon's eyes at this moment, the young hot-blooded boy. Princess White is preparing to enter the orphanage again in order to save Ku. What happened to Lanyu, who was raised by the straightforward Manda? He was willing to transform into a monster at any cost. He also wanted to destroy the Paladin's Order. But in any case, Princess White will not let him harm anyone again. On the other side, Kur woke up inside the tunnel. She found nothing but white bones all around her, only blood-red vines covering the walls. Lan, who usually squats in the coffee shop, was also scared by the haunted house scene. Kur leads Lan to explore inside the pitch-black tunnel. Suddenly, a large number of white bones appeared in front of them. A sense of foreboding rose in their hearts. The two of them decided to leave quickly. Inside the corner, Lanyu was laughing hysterically. The food actually wanted to run away on its own. A wave of purple magic power wafted up, continuously entwining around Lan before rising up, continuously closing in on Lanyu. Blue holy power cuts off the purple magic power. It's Princess White. He shines as he enters the stage. Catch Lan. Lanyu also appeared at the right time. This paladin with the strange weapon actually managed to sever my enchantment with a single strike. Quite impressive. It seems that the old teacher has managed to call for reinforcements before dying. It's a pity. The power of the two-rank race far exceeds human imagination. After speaking, Princess White was once again surrounded by purple enchantments. Magic power was so intense that Kur, who was watching from the sidelines, could feel it. Lan also felt difficulty breathing. Princess White, who was bound, had even had his holy power almost completely absorbed. Now he doesn't even have the strength to pick up a weapon. Is dying at the hands of Demon-Can one's ultimate fate? Lanyu is willing to sacrifice the entire city's people in order to gain power. He also wants to break through the second-rank race and become a monster neither human nor demon. However, he was unexpectedly defeated in just 2 sentences by a weak man who could not even wield a sword due to the absorption of holy power. He was willing to shed rivers of blood for his great achievements. However, in the end, he was defeated by just 2 drops of blood from his idolized younger sister. The once world-famous Princess White was once a waste of space that everyone ridiculed. Although he is the eldest son of House Flame Spear, he is an adopted son with a damaged innate holy power. Princess White was intelligent since he was young, so he received just as many beatings when he was a child as he did when he grew up. He knows that his existence brings shame to House Flame Spear. In the face of provocations from his classmates, he remains calm and composed, neither humble nor confrontational. He is determined not to leave any opportunities for green tea be * cheese. But Princess White will never give up either. Becoming a paladin may take a little longer than others. But as long as he becomes a paladin, he will be able to protect his sister. So all the effort won't be in vain. Princess Moon watched her brother's firm figure heading towards the training ground. She finally understood. Perhaps allowing her brother to qualify as a paladin would make him happy. That night, Princess Moon found her brother asleep in the training hall. Her brother always practiced secretly until this time. He always silently endures all the injustice. Although her brother became a paladin to protect himself. But obviously Princess Moon also wants to help her brother. At this point, Princess Moon cut her fingertips and sent the blood to Princess White. This should be kept secret from father. So when Princess White runs out of holy power. But only a sentence in Abyss language can unlock Lanyu's curse. The rising blue sacred light warns of all dangers. The sky-radiant paladin Princess White's return once again. Lanyu looked at the childhood idol in front of her with great surprise. She had been following for so many years. It's just a pity that it's not convenient to ask for an autograph now for a little commemoration. Princess White silently counted Lanyu's list of sins. Killing the mentor and slaughtering lives. What made you abandon the dignity of being a paladin in the end? Even if it means becoming like this, it's worth it. Lanyu's gaze towards the paladin in front of her was 3 parts coldness, 3 parts amusement, and 4 parts indifference. Paladin's dignity? Who would be stopped in their tracks because of such a thing? I'd rather be a Demon-Can who can effortlessly wield forbidden spells than spend my whole life unable to master them due to human discrimination. For this, Lanyu spent many years researching. He finally discovered that there is magic inside the human body too, but it is too thin. So, at most, only shadow-rank race spells can be used. Now, Lanyu has finally broken through the shackles of the human body. He can feel the magic power rising and surging within him constantly. As long as this continues, Lanyu will be able to overturn the decaying temples and establish a new social order for humanity. Now, Princess White also knows about the situation of the temple. Instead of struggling again, it's better to go with the flow and join the Lanyu plan. Use your own appeal to assist Lanyu. But our Princess White is a man of faith. With a single sword swing, the situation becomes clear. He firmly refuses to cooperate with creatures that are not human in front of him. In order to gain power, he does not hesitate to harm children, or even invite wolves into the house. Lanyu has harmed countless living beings. He has long been twisted by obsession. Even a Demon-Can orphan wandering the streets now seems more human than he does. He is truly a devil through and through. Okay. Since Lanyu's verbal output couldn't successfully brainwash Princess White either, then let Princess White experience it. The same ending as that old thing. Just one snap of your fingers. Princess White is being wildly attacked by purple magic power. It is a pity that this magic power is facing the armor of the Sky Radiant Paladin. it can only perform scraping therapy. Princess White just needs a cool look, plus a series of sword moves. He can completely cut it off. But Princess White only discovered it during halftime break. The erosion caused by this magic power is even more severe than scraping, but watching the magic power continue to erode downward. Princess White is becoming more and more determined, even if there is only a glimmer of opportunity. He cannot give up the resistance. But the long sword he waved in his hand only lightly stopped at Lanyu's head. It was Lanyu's magic power that created the subtle difference, allowing Lanyu to easily survive under the Paladin King's sword. Goodbye, Paladin King Sky Radiant. Lanyu made a statement, and the dark tunnel was suddenly illuminated by the blast. Although it may have been blown to smithereens, a fly is still meat. This Paladin King magic Lanyu will accept it. But there is a red magic power rising in the smoke. It's really embarrassing. You kid? Abandoning human identity to gain the second-rank race. Princess White can not only easily obtain it, he can also transform into vampiric race lowly white princess in a second. How about now? Is jealousy coming very suddenly? Lanyu watched as the Paladin King in front of her transformed. Vampiric race activates mockery mode. The arrogant Paladin King Sky Radiant has become the thing he hates the most. If this matter is leaked, it will lose millions of fans overnight. But let's say a fair word without selfishness. Where can I recharge the transformation function? Do you mind revealing it? I also want it, and by the way, I want to help my brother save money. White Princess can only feel noisy, and then launch an attack. But she found her wings bound. But she was caught in the Lanyu pit of indolence magic curse formation, and it was too late to leave. She once again felt powerless, and knelt down in front of Lanyu. Alas! Your multiple identities mean nothing to me. I can still defeat you easily. After watching the play for a while, Kuri finally took action. She injected a tiny bit of magic power into the carefully planned curse formation by Lanyu, causing everything to burn away amidst the repeated cries of "Impossible!" At this point, Lanyu could clearly see that in addition to the vampiric race in front of her, the other powerful demonkin was also present, making the situation even more chaotic. A magic output was still lurking behind the scenes. Lanyu cannot afford to play this losing game. He used a smoke bomb to escape. Kuri was still eager for more. It's rare to see a human pushing their rank race limits. Why are they so naive? So Kuri only has one goal next: silencing the higher-ups. She absolutely cannot let Princess White be fired. Go underground. After Lanlan woke up and thanked White Princess, they left with Kur. White Princess also received information from the Paladin's order. The situation in the city is currently very chaotic. Tuolin asked everyone not to act on their own. Stay in place and wait for further instructions. Here, he specifically mentioned to Princess White to hurry back to the base and not act recklessly. But the person holding the phone now. But White Princess. Vampiric race proud and cute little princess. No! Humans can do much more than you can imagine. At the western city gate, a paladin is fiercely battling an infernal creature. The paladin's order Captain Creeper is fortunate that the commander-in-chief Princess Moon is wise, able to foresee the situation early and personally ordered reinforcements to be brought in. He suddenly realized, what about the paladins of this city-state? Not only did they not come out to fight monsters, they also cannot be contacted. As he was distracted, an infernal creature suddenly emerged behind the unlucky fool captain. Luckily, the unlucky fool's defense attribute is high. Captain manages to withstand the next attack. Such a massive infernal creature, along with more of the same kind emerging continuously from underground. He shouldn't be in such a miserable state as a creeper. Who knew a cross-shaped radiance suddenly appeared behind the infernal creature. A golden beam pierced through the infernal creature. Paladin Association's current president is the immortal Paladin, sir. Nowadays, the Paladin's order and demon-kin are engaged in battle. Countless casualties are reported. The mastermind Lanyu is taking advantage of the situation, continuously absorbing the magic power of the fallen soldiers. Once all these energies are absorbed, Lanyu will easily crush the temple. But before he causes trouble for the temple, the Paladin King missed behind the pillar. Doesn't she plan to come out and meet them? If you change your mind and decide to invest now, I can still offer some magic power. Stop it! This power doesn't belong to you. Doesn't belong to me? Miss Sky Radiant, you have quite a sense of humor. Demon-kin like White Princess naturally do not understand the cost of protecting humans. Incompetent humans. They do not even know who their true enemies are. Since they choose to entrust their future to others, what's wrong with Lanyu taking some magic power from them? White Princess has no intention of joining. Then don't blame Lanyu for drawing his sword. But how can White Princess, who has not been able to eat for a long time, be compared to Lanyu, who has already fully drained the magic power of the entire city? White Princess couldn't even use her most familiar magic power moves. She's trying to go head-to-head with Lanyu just relying on close combat. She unleashed a burst of violent attacks, ending up suspended in midair. White Princess is still bound by Lanyu's magic power. Clearly, only 1 point away from hurting Lanyu. But she was precisely overwhelmed by this overwhelming force, and fell to the ground with one blow. Lanyu mocked the White Princess, who was vulnerable to even a single blow. Look at your pathetic appearance. However, the White Princess still stands up like an unbeatable cockroach. She muttered demon language in her mouth. She caused red magic power to continuously surge from all directions. Not far away, the immortal and unlucky fool captain also noticed the empty space, with red magic power floating in it. This magic power unexpectedly transforms into a terrifying deity statue in the distance. Lanyu, who is neither human nor demon, looks puzzled. What on earth is this? Isn't this little girl supposed to be exhausted and struggling for breath? How can she effortlessly unleash a big move? Did I just go easy on her? The White Princess, emitting a continuous blood-red glow, instantly answers the opponent's questions. This power is less than 1% of my true form, the Wasteland God. I am here to send you to hell. I'm here to assist you. How can I help you today? A cloud of smoke dispersed. White Princess flew up into the sky to check the battle situation. Oops! She felt that her magic power couldn't support the final blow. But it looks like she should have defeated him, right? White Princess finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell to the ground. It seems like she is about to run out of energy. Summoning the illusory form for her body might have been too much of a strain. At this moment, a dazzling purple magic power emerged from the smoke. White Princess was further distressed by this purple magic power, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood. Lanyu's proud expression appeared in the smoke. I was so close! I was about to completely disappear from this world. But now, Miss Vampiric race should be completely defenseless. At this point, White Princess is completely subdued. Lanyu was also unceremonious, ready to enjoy consuming the vampiric race's magic power. How much can a powerful demon-kin like this further enhance itself? In the previous episode, it was mentioned that Lanyu finally bound the vampiric race Lolita White Princess. He took the opportunity to crazily extract magic power from her when she was powerless to resist. Watching as the little girl is squeezed to the point of transforming into Sky Radiant Paladin Princess White, Lanyu also shows no mercy. But how long can Lanyu maintain the power obtained through plundering? Princess White keeps babbling on even in the face of death. How could Lanyu let it go? Originally, he still wanted to give his childhood idol a good beating, since he still has plenty of energy. Then, he will sacrifice his life along with it. Purple magic power wins around the shoulders. Princess White remains unfazed. Can you really control such a huge power? Lanyu's veins instantly bulged, and a shockwave was unleashed. Since you don't want to die a lingering death, then you disappear for me. The purple magic power continued to surge and spread towards Prentice White. However, Prentice White's eyes became even more determined. Nowadays, only facing a life-threatening moment can he surpass the rank race and turn defeat into victory by opening his second pair of eyes. And Prentice White's verbal attacks are aimed at this moment. Prentice White transformed from a youngster with yellow hair into a handsome man with white hair. He broke through Lan Yu's shockwave with a single sword strike. "Stop it, Lan Yu, you have lost yourself." But he was already at a dead end, consumed by hatred. Lan Yu, with numbed eyes, cannot listen to these criticisms. He has worked so hard over the years to surpass the limits of the rank race. How could he be easily defeated? As he falls to the ground, Lan Yu transforms into the illusory form of the planetary ghost Hole, with purple magic power spreading and engulfing everything around. This nightmare rank spell devours others, while also depleting the caster's life. But so what? As long as he can bring down the temple. Lan Yu is willing to do whatever it takes. Lan Yu was once a person with a hard life. When he was a subordinate, he witnessed the arrogance of the Paladin's order, who thought they could control others' lives at will. It was just a small troll team attacking the village. However, the superiors used the excuse of lack of manpower to refuse rescue. But ultimately, it was because a small village with only a few dozen people was not worth the Paladins risking their lives for. This made Lan Yu, who had no power, no authority, and no backing, realize not all Paladins deserve to be called Paladins. So they should all die. They should all be completely destroyed. Lan Yu is completely out of control. The whole town will be destroyed in an instant. In that case, we can only choose the last option. Prentice White strode forward, and his bicolor eyes appeared involuntarily in an instant. He held his breath and concentrated, mustering up all his strength in one go. Not only did he dodge the attack, but he also successfully cast the zero rank spell. Something that is not easily obtained. Persistence is key. You have indeed absorbed a lot of magic power, but lack the strong willpower to control it. So your defeat is just a matter of time. After resorting to violence, you immediately start moralizing. I suppose that set of principles also comes from the old man you learned from. Although, however, since the idol faced tough enemies and danger, they still held on to their inner sense of justice. Then you should be able to handle that group of people with ease as well. Have you seen enough? After the big battle, the immortal appears in the smoke. Prentice White was almost killed just now. But this guy showed no intention of coming down to help at all. Is he trying to turn the tables again? The immortal offers no explanation. After throwing down Prentice White's weapon, he left with a simple, "Well done." And then, he disappeared completely. At this point, Prentice White finally breathed a sigh of relief. If there were another duel after the great battle, even with more support, it wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the 71st year of the Fourth Age of Mortals, human city-states suffered an unprecedented large-scale monster attack. Countless buildings were destroyed, and a large number of civilians were killed or injured. The minister of the Radiant Paladin's order also went missing during the attack, with his whereabouts unknown. No one knows the causes and consequences of this disaster. The truth of the matter gradually dissipates into the swirling sand and ruins. So when Prentice White returned to the familiar scene, the Minister of Discipline faced this kid in front of him, who was full of nonsense, attempting to deceive with a lousy story. I don't believe you one bit. You're a very bad old man. But at a critical moment, Lancey knocked on the door again and brought the squadron leader's guarantee document. Please don't worry. This person will not betray the Paladin's order. If he behaves improperly, the leader will handle it personally. He has been seriously violating the rules of the order since the previous episode. The squad leader still wants to protect such scum. I really don't know what's wrong with the squad leader. After Prentice White and others were kicked out of the discipline department, Prentice White didn't even have a chance to explain. He was greeted with a push from Lancey before he could even speak. Always causing trouble, that stinky little brat. I'm getting wrinkles from being so angry about this trivial matter all day." Then Prentice White slunk back to the dorm under Lance's watchful gaze, getting ready to attend class on time the next day. He returned to the dormitory on the way. Prentice White was still feeling sorry for his handsome face being beaten up. He had no idea that Linda was coming with a large amount of information on the other side. If nothing unexpected happened, Linda, who was walking towards him, was about to be surprised. Prentice White bumped into Linda head-on, causing the materials in her hands to scatter all around. Prentice White found out that this was actually the freshman martial arts competition. Linda explained that this is a stage for freshmen to showcase their skills. It is also meant to promote mutual communication among new students and deepen their understanding. The competition results are linked to subsidies. Winners can qualify for relic exploration and receive substantial credit rewards. Moreover, it is limited to new students only, which is very fair. Linda realized it. Is Prentice White going for the prize money as a miser? What is he saying? I also want to make new friends. Amidst the two Sundaras bickering, Kuri, the old mother, suddenly appeared and disrupted the two people who were getting closer. What are you two doing here? Linda not only did not greet her own mother when they met, but also became awkward. It's none of your business, goodbye. She left Prentice White and Kuri, who were unaware of the situation. It seems that this old mother is having a hard time, since maternal love did not shine on her daughter. Then, please wait a moment, Prentice White. I specifically came to return things. Don't you want them anymore? Prentice White looked at the hairpin in Kuri's hand. He couldn't stop his pupils from dilating. When did he expose himself? No, in this situation, he had to play dumb. Leader, what are you talking about? If you don't need me for anything, I'll go back to class. In the face of Prentice White Kuri, who pretends to be confused, she plays along with the mischievousness. Wow! Kuri still doesn't know how her master saved her. This exciting battle video. I wonder if she is interested. But the most important thing is to see how capable my niece is. And is very gratified. Prentice White is playing dumb again at this time. There is a suspicion of treating people as fools. But this Kuri team leader, she claims to be auntie? So she is. Ignoring Prentice White's questions, Kuri has begun to console herself. I didn't expect that her sister's child had been away from home alone for so long. It turns out he came to her home. In that case, it is indeed a true love from the niece, and is here to help Lilia supplement the education of love for the niece. Oh! Among the sounds of little skirts, bow ties, and white stockings, Prentice White held a white fur and constantly changed poses for photos. Kuri is holding a video camera, happy like a 200-pound fat man. Kuri changed her style. She is talking about the outcome of the recent duel that Prentice White just finished. The outcome of the person who tried to transcend racial limits. Prentice White no longer fabricates stories. To be frank, he never actually had control over the power he absorbed. That's why Prentice White ultimately won by a narrow margin. Oh, I see. Did the excessive pursuit of strength end up destroying him? Kuri sighed. Why are we always so obsessed with things we can't get? The magic spell on human beings. It's not something ordinary people can easily obtain. There must be someone with deep knowledge of spells secretly helping him. The Paladin's order must not take future battles lightly. White Princess gently touched her cheek and expressed gratitude for her concern. She has already transformed as requested and is now wearing a little skirt. Since it's late now, can she go back? Kuri's eyes lit up with excitement. The new student martial arts competition has begun. The venue is filled with outstanding talents. Kuri sees such a grand scene for the first time. She pulls little Sarah over to join in the fun. Contestants are entering in order. However, Prentice White looks tired, with a dark expression on his face. After all, he played dress-up games all night last night. Which grown man can stay interested today? Remembering, it's Princess White's turn to take the stage. The opponent is the demon-king Capo with a stubbly face. Capo saw the disdainful expression on Princess White's face, who had already been summoned twice by the disciplinary department. At least it's an exam. He still has a carefree attitude. He simply underestimates people. Oh wait! Seems like he is not even human himself. Capo draws his sword. He will definitely teach that unreasonable guy a lesson today. But the carefree Princess White just dodged past. He appeared in front of Capo at the speed of light. A punch struck down. You take advantage of distractions to launch a surprise attack. But that's super rude! Capo is still surprised. Princess White's speed is different from ordinary people. He was knocked out by Princess White with one punch. As Capo landed, the next student started to prepare to enter the stage. Princess White, who was confused, only just realized that the competition was a round-robin tournament. It was a good opportunity to test out the newly acquired skills. The new opponent, Rabia, was very intrigued by the ability to knock a human from the second-rank race with just one punch. Since you are so confident in your speed, can you keep up with your sword speed? Rabia strikes with a double sword attack. Princess White dodges and parries with ease, showcasing exceptional skill. Unexpectedly, Rabia leverages her own advantages. He uses his tail as a third weapon. Taking advantage of Princess White's dodge, he leaped directly into the air. I'm sorry, the bonus is mine. The double knives come down, but there was a sound of a collision with a hard object. Princess White can react quickly. He not only defended against the attack, but also responded with strength. He then quickly eliminated Rabia with a counterattack. Such agile speed. And then he proceeded to attack two second-rank race opponents in a row. Little Sarah is hard to imagine. When did she secretly become stronger? But compared to the outsider's surprise, Princess White knows better than to compare to the last battle. His performance, this time, could only be considered barely passing. In the end, Princess White emerged victorious. But the promised substantial prize, money, was meager. It seems difficult to make money, only hoping for the adventure of exploring relics. After winning the New Life martial arts tournament, Princess White, he received food and supplies from Aunt right away, threatening him to eat on time. You have to visit Aunt Curry regularly. Princess White thought of that pink knight in his mind. He chooses to discard the food and transform into White Princess. Asshole. Who wants to accept charity from that weird old lady? But the blunt Princess White still put on the shawl gifted by Curry. The town is so big. Princess White believes in himself. He won't be so poor as to need Aunt's charity. The streets of the town were sparsely populated due to the disaster. White Princess wandered to the cafe in front of the maid's notice. The store manager is recruiting online with narrowed eyes. The store is reopening due to the previous riots, so there is an urgent need for manpower now. The little sister can come and give it a try. Our family not only has a valid business license, and the treatment is not bad either. The prior part also indicates that they will not serve the White Princess. Later, she looked at the unlimited supply of blood essence reserved for the vampiric race imperial family. She immediately yielded. Compared to the blood essence, being a maid wasn't unacceptable either. It's really fragrant. The store manager squinted and brought White Princess back to the store. Introduce it to the other buddies. White Princess saw Lon beside Kur at a glance. Oh no, if Lon brings up the past, Princess White's identity might be revealed. White Princess pulled Lon aside for a discussion. You are not allowed to mention the time we saved you last time. Otherwise, we will use you as food right now. This frightened Lon kept nodding and agreeing. After a series of twists and turns, White Princess finally showed a look of difficulty and successfully got the job. Is the proud and aloof little princess really going to be a maid? White Princess tied up her hair in twin ponytails in the store. She changed into a maid uniform and started working. After work, she couldn't help but wonder if she was working for bread or fighting for her dignity. Suddenly, a jade hand reached out and gently embraced her fragrant shoulder. Curry finally caught you in his arms, White Princess. I didn't expect to meet my lovely niece here. White Princess has a very slim waist compared to Curry Tower. Not explained clearly. Aunt may have to punish naughty children. The White Princess blushed. She flew away shyly. Curry followed Princess White all the way into the base. But she disappeared when he met Linda. It seems that there must be some misunderstanding between Curry and her mother, leading to such estrangement. Linda is too busy to take care of why Princess White is running wild. After all, she is just here to inform Princess White to go on a season of adventure. Not long after, at the foot of the snow-capped Black Mountain, Princess White couldn't help but ask if there are really ancient relics in a place where there are no living things except snow. Let's hurry up. We still need to regroup with the rest of the team. Princess White quickly caught up. It seems like strange noises are coming from around. Come here. But Princess White turned back to see only white snow on the ground. He turned back and asked Linda, but heard nothing. Princess White continued on his way, thinking it was just an illusion. But the airflow behind him was chaotic. It made Princess White even more certain that it was not an illusion. He followed the eerie scent all the way down the mountain. It turned out to be a relic with ancient totems. Princess White discovered ancient ruins while waiting for teammates. A voice chanting a spell is heard at the edge of the cliff. Please provide more context or a different text to translate. Please provide a text to translate. As the explosion sounded, eerie green smoke also filled the air. Inside the smoke were large gray wings. But it grew to have the appearance of a wolf's head. Princess White speculated on the meaning of this bizarre creature. The lonely old man who just recited a spell greeted them proactively. It seems that you two were also drawn here by this relic. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. The old hermit named True Words is modest and cautious in attitude. He expresses that he is just a humble servant with no threat. I have been ordered to come here to search for an item. I would like to ask the two young people to make way. But which servant appears in the desolate wilderness and can summon the ancient creature Wolf Eagle at any time? Crush the opponent's psychological defenses with actions on this side. On the other hand, humbly and modestly claim to be no threat at all. Afraid Princess White and others are not fools. What if we refuse? True Words the old man knew early on. How could these two be easily understood? One must take care of their old bones. Since they don't plan to back down, don't blame others for being unreasonable. True Words commands the attack. Wolf Eagle rises to strike. Princess White didn't have time to dodge. He was shaken by the shockwave of the explosion and fell off the cliff. Princess White and Linda both fell. Princess White's sword got stuck on the cliff. Are you okay, Linda? Being restrained, Linda transformed into vampiric race's unique bat wings. I will hold off the monster. You find a chance to climb up the cliff. Old man True Words watched as these two young people supported each other to the death. Since you are so generous, please let this old man have a taste of the dog food. I will just see you off then. Wolf Eagle's golden Kamehameha burst forth with dazzling light and explosive sounds. Princess also performed a princess carry with Linda. The wind and snow howled as sunlight streamed down. Princess White woke up inside the pit. He found Linda's arm injured. The blood wouldn't stop flowing. Linda thought that this minor injury was nothing to the vampiric race. The vampiric race has a natural healing ability. She only needs a little magic power. Linda placed her hand on the wound and found that not only had her self-healing ability failed, she can no longer activate any of her magic power. Princess White suspects that there is something in this pit that can suppress magic power. The stronger the magic power, the more severely it is suppressed. It seems they should not stay here for long. They need to hurry out and contact the other team members. Princess White handles the conversation skillfully. He picked up Linda calmly. "You smelly cockroach. Put me down quickly." Princess White faced Linda's struggles. Just being a gentleman. A guy with injuries to both hands and feet should not act tough. Moreover, it is unknown what strange effects this protective barrier may have. It's better to wait for Linda to fully recover before releasing her. Princess White is holding everyone's wife like this, exploring the situation inside the pit. The terrain here is open. It looks very strange from the remaining underground ruins. It doesn't seem to be from this era. Princess White couldn't help but ask Linda if she believed in the existence of the first era. Linda's mental state continued to decline in Princess White's arms. She returned to the scene of the fire in a daze. Kuri grabbed young Linda and was about to leave. Linda kept begging her mother to save Wind from the fire, but Kuri, for some reason, persisted in leaving, pulling Linda along. No matter how Linda cried, she never looked back. Linda woke up from the dream. A punch was thrown at the person in front. "You killed Wind!" Princess White hugged Linda inexplicably. He received a big slap in the face. Luckily, he dodged quickly enough. He was just scratched on the cheek. Princess White hasn't figured out the situation yet. Linda's pupils dilated dramatically. Strange magic spells spread out from her injured arm. There really is a curse, Dot. The old man True Words gloated. It seems that this protective barrier not only suppresses magic power, but also affects others' minds. I have to say, it really couldn't have come at a better time for this injured vampire. Princess White feels trapped. He wants to awaken Linda, but he only received a strike of magic power. Linda is trapped by the demon in her heart. She keeps questioning the person in front of her. Why did you ruthlessly abandon your partner in the beginning? Why did you watch her die with your own eyes? The situation on site is getting worse. The culprit that caused Linda to lose control, True Words, the old man, expressed his absence. Princess White was betrayed during the expedition to find Linda's traces, falling into the protective barrier. Linda is even more mentally unclear due to external injuries. Linda attacked Princess White fiercely. The leader of the gang, True Words, strolled leisurely in the courtyard. He walked deeper into the ruins. The closer he got, the stronger the lingering aura of the sealed impurity from years past became. True Words strolled to the center, where black flames ignited around him. In an instant, the flames fell like shooting stars. Princess White appeared at the right moment. He witnessed Wolf Eagle being tragically hit. A strange paladin with a strange aura and armor appeared in the corner. The sword on the guy's back is the ominous object that True Words was looking for this time. Every part of that sword emits a disconcerting sensation. The old man proclaimed, "We must destroy him here." The azure mysterious bird darted towards Paladin like lightning. Paladin swung his sword to strike. The earth cracked open along with it. True Words summoned a purple-scaled snake with his old partner. The snake opened its huge blood-filled mouth to launch another attack. Paladin leaped agilely to evade the attack. He circled around to the front of the person and delivered another strike. The old man in purple robes was hit in the front. Together with the giant snake, they vanished into thin air. Princess White witnesses the whole process again. The paladin noticed the third party. It decided to swing the sword again. But Linda launched a sudden attack at a critical moment. The paladin, however, blocked the attack with one hand. Then, he slammed Linda against the wall with his other hand. The paladin faced the beauty, who was helpless on the ground, unable to fight back. He showed no mercy at all. He unleashed a large amount of purple magic power between his hands to block the paladin's attack. However, due to the excessive impact of the head-on collision, Princess White's sword may not last until the end of the battle. Princess White leaped up, deciding to engage in a sword-to-sword duel with the paladin. Speaking plainly, it's a showdown with steel. When the swords clashed, Princess White's weapon blade kept shattering. The paladin, however, halted their attack in footsteps. The ground shimmered with dazzling golden light. The surrounding stone pillars rose up with a loud rumble. The paladin lowered the sword on his back and gestured for Prentice White to pick it up. Do not fight against unarmed opponents. In that case, since you've extended such a warm invitation. Similarly, how could Prentice White, who is also a paladin, refuse such a kind offer? Linda vaguely noticed that Prentice White fainted after transforming into a sky-radiant paladin. Prentice White suddenly awakened. The call he heard at the foot of the mountain should be the weird paladin before him. Prentice White quickly launched a double attack, but it was easily blocked by the paladin. The overwhelming sense of victory for the paladin is like a tiger. It watched the cat dancing in front of it. It made Prentice White involuntarily remember the feeling of the last battle. The paladin leaped into the air for a frontal attack. Prentice White remained calm in the face of the oncoming blade. He searched for the weakest spot on his opponent's body. And then he dodged the attack and struck it. Unexpectedly, a strange light burst from Paladin's wound, enveloping Prentice White's entire body. Prentice White fell into the void before he could figure out the reason. He woke up again, suspended in midair in the midst of a sea of flowers. Narration could be heard intermittently in his ears. In the first year of the First Era, the gods spread the teachings of Baren in the mortal world, attracting people to come and worship, in order to gain the power of faith from the believers over time. The appearance of the believers underwent dramatic changes, becoming more and more like the gods they believed in. However, due to differences in beliefs, wars continued between the ethnic groups. The gods could not bear to see the suffering of the living beings. The conflicts gradually subsided as they withdrew from Baren, and the wars also gradually calmed down as they lost their main god. However, before exiting the stage, the gods left behind their own bloodline. Since then, the second era of civilization has begun. Among them, the ancient vampiric race, due to inheriting the bloodline perfectly, once dominated the entire Baren and faced taboos from all major races. Not long after, a fifth-rank race calling themselves the Evil God broke the situation. The tentacles of the octopus not only infiltrated various races, but also united them to collectively fight against the ancient vampiric race. Subsequently, orchestrated by the Evil God, a coalition led by the ancient Lan race bloodily massacred the cities of the ancient vampiric race. The ancient vampiric race thus exited the stage of history. However, the greedy giant octopus was not satisfied with this. After expelling the ancient vampiric race, it extended its demonic grasp to the other races of Baren. For a while, the catastrophe created by the evil god shrouded the entire Baren. As the continent was on the brink of being engulfed in flames and slaughter, a paladin from the ancient Lan race stepped forward. He chose to pick up his long sword and confront the evil god, shouldering the responsibility of saving the people alone. In the end, he defeated the evil god, and the continent of Baren ushered in a new era. Prentice White looked at the void and suddenly awakened. The one inspecting the wound in front of him must be the paladin, the warrior of the gods back then. Didn't the third and fourth rank race really exist? The ancient Lan paladin sighed. The discontinuity of the previous era has led people to be half believing and half doubting about the ancient Lan race and other third-rank races. Nowadays, under the inheritance of bloodlines, the descendants of the vampiric race and the sacred bloodline are becoming increasingly weak. Ancient Lan Paladin. It asks Prentice White, although it had previously defeated the evil god, it was cursed by him. Its body was trapped in the abyss. Forever unable to leave, anyone approaching this place with an unstable mind will also be affected by the curse. Fortunately, Prentice White is determined. He can still strike his own vital points head-on. So please, could you end me here? Grant me the final honor. Only when this corpse falls will the curse be lifted. He can only awaken his companions. Prentice White no longer hesitates. In that case, the younger generation will be at a disadvantage. The two of them are advancing in opposite directions. The ancient Lan Paladin fell to the ground in response. If you don't mind, please take the Godslayer's sword. Shattering delusions. Away! That guy is just temporarily lying low. One day it will come again. It's all up to you then. The beautiful girl woke up from the valley. Her clothes were torn and her body was covered in wounds. However, she couldn't remember what had happened to her. Her companion lay exhausted on the ground and asked softly about the situation. The girl could still faintly taste the lingering taste of blood in her mouth. It turned out that Princess White suspected Linda was in a coma due to excessive blood loss. Therefore, he had to make a sacrifice and performed emergency treatment. Who knew Linda had no intention of accepting Princess White's kindness. Next time, don't act on your own. Your blood is hard to drink. It's like turning hostile and not recognizing people at all. Argue or make noise all you want. Linda is fine for now. Let's hurry and leave. The valley is about to collapse. It's time to retreat. But Princess White has not yet stood up. His body is uncontrollable, and he falls back down. Linda taunts Princess White for showing off. She is very honest and sincere in her body. Pull up, Princess White. Linda took the initiative to let him hold her fragrant shoulders and hug Princess White away. Don't get me wrong, I just don't want to owe you any favors. Princess White suggested bringing shattering delusions back to the base. Linda doesn't understand that. It looks like a dull broken sword that can't even cut through fabric. What special meaning does it have that would make Princess White want to use it again? Princess White did not have a special explanation. He simply said, "It comes from a senior I greatly respect." Princess White then asked if Linda knew about it. He referred to the octopus-like creature claiming to be the fifth-rank race. According to Linda, that strange octopus-like creature is called Lord of Sins. Due to his existence, very few documents from the second epoch have been handed down. However, in recent years, a cult known as the ancestral god religion has been causing trouble under the banner of Lord of Sins. They reverently call Lord of Sins Baran, the master of all things, and proclaim themselves as his representatives on earth. Their actions are inhumane and ruthless. However, information regarding the Lord of Sins is still under investigation. This incident will also be reported to Lancy promptly. Hope that Princess White can keep quiet about her. Out of control. Day to day. She saw Princess White ready to unleash her sharp-tongued skills. Linda intervened in time. She mentioned that she had just watched an impressive showdown. I'm here to help. How can I assist you today? The Paladin King took office again. The vampiric race princess, on the other hand, speaks out for human rights. I have never seen such shameless person before. She lives at the bottom of society, a small scammer who preys on unsuspecting victims. She is also the daughter of the noble princess of Cat Kingdom. Nowadays she has shrunk to the point of not being recognized by the public paladin's order, but still made a mistake. On that day, little Sarah pushed open the dormitory door. She saw a member of the same clan bowing down. Fishbone, the second son of the self-proclaimed Everpeace Duke within the same clan. He has come this time to earnestly request your highness to return to the country. Little Sarah, who is still wearing her live-streaming outfit, is puzzled. The next day, Princess White took the initiative to talk to Curry, the team leader. Princess White collected himself and remained calm. He seemed completely different from someone who came looking for trouble. He asked about the historical records of the vampiric race. Curry doesn't understand the foundational education content of the vampiric race royal family. The heir to the family doesn't know. I really don't know what Lilias was thinking back then. This one embraced at the beginning. Princess White, however, said, "It's just a power struggle between the monarchists and the decentralists. Lilias just wants to take some power away from the monarchists. It's just a bargaining chip in hand. Lilias will do whatever it takes for power, without considering others' feelings. But it doesn't matter who wins or loses as long as both sides are hurt. The main thing is to thwart the plans to invade humanity." Princess White was immediately bound by Curry's magic power, as soon as the words left her mouth. Princess White is so hypocritical. If she detests the vampiric race so much, why does she keep fighting as a member of the vampiric race? What kind of paladin are you trying to be? But Princess White has always fought as a member of the vampiric race. He is just trying to maintain the basic physiological needs of a vampire. This way, it can ensure that while in the vampiric race state, there won't be any rampage and prevent disasters. So why not do it that way? Moreover, as long as Princess White adheres to the paladin's code and walks his own path, even if he becomes a vampire, he will still be a paladin. Curry was unable to refute it when he heard this. But since Mr. Paladin is not ready to become a member of the vampiric race, she won't cling desperately either. Even if he becomes a vampire, he is still a paladin. Curry couldn't refute the words. But since Mr. Paladin is not ready to become part of the vampiric race, Curry won't persist stubbornly either. Princess White won't offer any more help until Princess White acknowledges the vampiric race identity within the Paladin's order. When Princess White turns around. New mission released. The Paladin's order needs Princess White to escort little Sarah back to Norland City. Princess White received the task to escort little Sarah back to Norland City. Norland City is the border city of the Catfolk Kingdom. It has long been invaded and become a colony of the troll race. Nowadays, sending little Sarah back to that hellish place is simply sending her to her death. Curry mentioned that although the situation is turbulent, this is indeed a request made by little Sarah herself to the Lunar Paladin's order, specifically naming Princess White for escort. She also agreed to the request of the future half-cat race queen as an opportunity to establish friendly relations with the half-cat race. Setting aside other matters, can I consider this as repaying the favor for taking care of you before? Princess White has not figured out what the future holds for the half-cat race. Little Sarah happened to push the door open behind him. Curry saw that little Sarah had also arrived, so the escort task will be explained by little Sarah herself to Princess White. So little Sarah's real name is Sarah Crimson. She is the second daughter of Queen Yadi of the original Catfolk Kingdom. During their last exploration of the underground passage, they accidentally uncovered the sacred bloodline. This alerted the half-cat race revival society to something unusual. After many twists and turns, they finally found the last bloodline of the royal family. After the defeat of the half-cat race, the remaining nobles of the half-cat race established the revival society in an attempt to reclaim Norland City and revive the Catfolk clan. The young man Fishbone standing nearby was sent by the Revival Society to invite little Sarah to come back and take charge of the situation. The Crimson family brought to little Sarah not only inherent glory, but also a lifelong responsibility that cannot be shirked. Therefore, no matter how difficult the situation in Norland City is, little Sarah has decided to share the honor and disgrace with the half-cat race. But is honor and responsibility really more important than one's own future happiness? In Princess White's opinion, those are just hypocritical excuses. It is a hypocritical justice that sacrifices the future freedom of others for one's own power. The brutal and ruthless struggles among the nobility. Revival Society just wants to use little Sarah Princess's identity to gain more political leverage. Unexpectedly, Fishbone drew a knife in response. These foolish commoners slander the will of the Revival Society with convoluted lies. They deserve to be punished. Princess White only wishes for little Sarah to live freely. A great battle is about to break out as swords clash. But it was stopped by little Sarah's shout. Although little Sarah is creeped out by both the troll race and the royal intrigue. But can one's own life truly become happy by throwing responsibilities and obligations out of mind? Little Sarah's greater fear is that after escaping once, she will lose something precious to herself. So I have decided that from this moment on, I will face my own destiny. Princess White looks at the weak but determined little Sarah. He felt for the first time that facing fate might not be so frightening. But why did little Sarah choose to escort herself back, leaving a big shot from the Paladin's order behind, and specifically choosing the least capable person for the job. Actually, in little Sarah's view, Princess White is not only quite capable, but also has a pretty impressive background. He has never talked about his own affairs with everyone, but little Sarah always feels that Princess White is similar to herself. So little Sarah wants to take this opportunity to let Princess White witness her facing everything from her past. Let Princess White also re-examine his own past. So, are you willing to accompany me on this journey, friend? Okay, I got it. Crimson Blood domain within the border. Princess Moon meets Psyche with a trade contract. Contemporary family head Duke Mira. Mira tried to chat about the gossip of the Sky Radiant Paladin as soon as she sat down. I wonder how Princess Moon feels about her own brother. The emotionless workaholic Princess Moon expressionlessly stated that she only came this time to facilitate the border trade between humans and the vampiric race. Let's not get distracted by personal matters and delay the progress. How could the fake and flirty Mira give up the opportunity to flirt with the alluring black-haired older woman? Miss Princess Moon not only has outstanding beauty, but also personally handles even the smallest matters, truly earning admiration. After saying that, she did not forget to hold Princess Moon's hand. A handmade gift was brought to her. But Princess Moon faced Mira's speech that felt both like nurturing and recruiting herself. Princess Moon calmly stood up, expressed her thanks, and bid farewell. The cooperation terms are already clear. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact Princess Moon by writing to her. She is currently busy with official business, so she takes her leave first. Mira watched as Princess Moon hurriedly left, feeling a lingering sense of reluctance, admiring her composed and calm figure heading to the negotiation with the vampiric race headquarters alone. This is a different style from our own princess, Your Highness. Led Mira wants to collect and cherish them. Inside the dormitory of the Paladin's Order on the other side, little Sarah has packed her luggage and is ready to set off. Tuolin stopped the irresponsible Princess White. He told Princess White not to cause trouble outside. At the same time, he presented his sharp silver sword from his youth. Little Sarah walked up to make sure about the trip. Little Sarah, who was leading the group, regretted that she did not have a chance to bid farewell properly to everyone in the end. Unexpectedly, the sound of a bell rang out from around the corner. It was a farewell gift arranged by everyone in the base for little Sarah. Tuolin reminded little Sarah that even if she leaves the Paladin's Order, everyone will not forget their companions. If little Sarah has the opportunity in the future, she is welcome to come back and visit everyone. In the corner, Thunder Hobby and others felt that little Sarah doesn't like being sentimental in person, but they can only rely on these bells to convey their feelings. Kur silently asked everyone if there is still a chance to meet little Sarah. Linda looked at the bell in her hand with absolute conviction. We will meet again, for sure. The former strongest Paladin King was being chased by trolls. He panicked and ended up running into a dead end. That day, the scorching sun was high in the sky, and yellow sand was swirling. After many days of being away from the Paladin's Order, Princess White's group finally arrived outside Norland City. But the Norland City, once the territory of the half-cat race, has now been replaced with troll flags. Nowadays, everyone entering and leaving the city needs to undergo inspections by troll race soldiers. Princess White and others can only disguise themselves as human travelers to pass through. With a medicine prepared by Fishbone, they managed to conceal the features of the half-cat race and barely pass through. But there are still many hidden sentries within the city. They need to remain vigilant before reaching their destination. Fishbone guides the team to a safe zone within the city. They plan to replenish their energy and continue on their journey. Fishbone was ordering when Princess White overheard a conversation nearby, which made him doubt the half-cat race's attitude toward humanity. Little Sarah explained that her great-aunt, as a half-cat race princess, not only possessed a rare atavistic lineage spanning thousands of years, but was also a beloved and wise ruler highly esteemed by the people. Her great aunt, who originally cared for the people with benevolence and ruled diligently, should have led the entire clan to glory. But a negotiation for the future of the half-cat race turned everything into a pipe dream. The assassination of humans caused chaos among the half-cat race. Trolls took advantage of the situation and kidnapped other royal members of the half-cat race, resulting in heavy casualties. Prentice White, a human, can only remain speechless in the face of this situation. Just as Prentice White was about to speak words of comfort, a noisy commotion broke out nearby. It was a troll race soldier causing trouble under the pretense of searching for a wanted criminal. No matter how the shop owner begged and pleaded, trolls are just a bunch of annoying things that are intent on defaming, regardless of right or wrong, only caring about doing as they please. When they see the shop owner's wife, they immediately retreat. Prentice White cannot stand these scoundrels acting arrogantly, and wants to step forward to argue with them. The onlookers behind, facing their own people being slandered, are indifferent and wish to escape. Helpless, little Sarah activates her skill. After swapping positions with the boss, one strike from her made Troll unable to play with his hands again. This king-sized troll didn't expect that there would still be people daring to resist their wanton acts within the city. He urgently called for the backup of the defense team, but was attacked by Fishbone. Prentice White and his team quickly evacuated, while Fishbone took the initiative to stay behind. In the end, they could not escape the city guards' encirclement. At this time, the female boss, who serves as the undercover liaison for the Revival Society, Little Yo-Yo, promptly came online. She led Prentice White and others to run around and hide. The corner ahead is our meeting point. What? A dead end? Prentice White and his associates are evading being chased by the troll race. They hid in the corner only to find it was a dead end. At this critical moment, Little Yo-Yo knocked on the wall, and a secret door opened. Inside the secret door, there was Princess Felix's personal maid, Nar, who had been waiting for a long time. When Fishbone and Little Yo-Yo were ordering, she was arranged to come and assist. After everyone was moved, they still chose to move to the underground base. Fishbone looked at the human uncle behind him, who acted as if nothing had happened, and opened his mouth to drive him away. After going straight on this road, turn right, and you will reach the West City Gate. Since the task of escorting His Royal Highness is completed, hurry back to the human city-state, and don't think about loitering around here. Prentice White sees this little fishbone poking its nose into other people's business. The completion of the mission is up to one's own discretion. Without confirming little Sarah's safety, one will definitely not flee. I see Fishbone and Prentice White facing each other with hostility. Little Sarah timely jumped out to mediate. This human uncle was invited by little Sarah herself, so she should decide whether he stays or leaves. Upon hearing that their leader, Fishbone, was being pushed out, unable to restrain themselves, they brought up old accounts. If it weren't for the humans inciting conflicts and killing Prince Felix back then, the half-cat race would not have fallen to this state. Hiding in the secret passage has already touched the bottom line. Going deeper into the camp might lead to a repeat of history. It looks like Nar Little Yo-Yo is also about to join the persuasion team. Little Sarah, however, suppresses with her personal experience and her position as a successor. If everyone cannot trust their close companions, there is no need to specially invite oneself to come forward and take charge. Fishbone had no choice but to flee the scene first. But he made it clear in advance that Uncle Prentice White, if he dares to act recklessly, will be executed on the spot. Prentice White looked around, not understanding, and asked little Sarah why everyone said that the events of the year were all a scam set up by humans. It was clearly the half-cat race that tore up the contract first, leading to the rift between the two races. Little Sarah Nar's shameless behavior shocked the humans. They also invited Prentice White to delve into the camp to uncover the truth. There is both physical and testimonial evidence there, and the truth will be judged by everyone at that time. in the underground base of the Revival Society. When all the members of the Revival Society saw little Sarah resembling the former great princess, they felt that revival was imminent. Nar then brought Prentice White. Let him look at the original map of the border division between the king and the Human Federation at the time. In the past, humans extensively destroyed the forests within the catfolk kingdom and dumped abandoned chemicals into them, causing many catfolk to fall ill. It was for this reason that Princess Felix rushed to the border to negotiate with humans. A princess of a country actually abandoned the throne that could be easily obtained for a straight man. Come and see how the handsome young man is as beautiful as a flower, and as precious as jade. He has such charisma. Once upon a time, Felix Princess had a brief encounter with Prentice White for a negotiation on the border issue between the two countries. During the meeting, Felix Princess mentioned the romantic relationship with Peach Bird that started with love at first sight. However, Prentice White, who seemed indifferent to romance, stated that the realm of love was illusory, and the only guiding light in their heart was following the laws of the temple to protect the ones they were meant to safeguard. Felix Princess expressed sympathy for Prentice White's lack of romantic interest. Little Sarah acted in time to intercept these letters, which are not official documents. Could they possibly be personal correspondence from Aunt Felix? The densely packed signatures on the envelope reveal the identity of the sender, as Sky Radiant Paladin. However, why did Auntie choose to specifically leave behind the letters from this person, shocking little Sarah? She found a letter from Felix to the king in the mail again. In addition to greetings and well wishes in the letter, Felix Princess found herself increasingly heartbroken and preoccupied, feeling emotionally distraught. However, as the king symbolizes the nation and serves as a guiding light for the people, Felix Princess felt being swayed by emotions that caused her to lose the qualities needed to be a good queen. Therefore, she decided to resign from the position of first heir and princess, hoping to pass on the leadership role to someone more qualified. My aunt unexpectedly wants to abdicate the throne to little Sarah, but I have never heard of this before. Nar explained that Felix Princess had already made up her mind to abdicate the throne even before the human conflict escalated further. She was just afraid of disappointing His Majesty the King, so she had not handed in the letter yet. Princess originally planned to announce it to everyone after the negotiations ended, but she never got the chance again. Little Sarah doesn't understand why it chose to abdicate for that person. But what did that person do? He killed her with his own hands. The human paladin even takes pride in it. And then, they honor him as a human hero. Little Sarah is extremely angry at this point. What a load of bullshit paladin. Not even worth being a shameless scoundrel. Someone like him. Little Sarah will never forgive. But Prentice White, the rightful leader of Sky Radiant Paladin, is currently in a state of weakness. Little Sarah would never forgive Prentice White for succumbing to the memories, causing the revered Sky Radiant Paladin to inspect the private letters of the foreign princess. He accidentally became the protagonist of the story. Oh, that's not my business. A few years ago, the temple did send Prentice White to convey goodwill to the half-cat race on behalf of the Human Federation. During the negotiations, Prentice White met the gentle and kind Queen Felix Princess of the half-cat race. I thought the conflict between humans and the half-cat race would be resolved quickly, but unexpectedly, there was a mistake just one day before the final negotiations. That night, our soldiers were injured and requested to meet. The half-cat race suddenly invaded the border and massacred the civilians. But clearly, as the negotiations between the two countries were about to reach a climax, Prentice White couldn't understand why the half-cat race decided to deploy troops at this moment. The purple burns and scratch marks on the soldiers are unique to the half-cat race. There are many doubts. The priest ignored Prentice White's proposal and insisted on going his own way. He demanded that Prentice White eliminate Felix during the negotiation meeting, although Prentice White strongly opposes it. But facing the hoarse requests of subordinates, and the repeated moral coercion and mental brainwashing by the priest, it made Prentice White make a decision in the most irrational situation. Princess White asked Nar to know why the half-cat race raided the human border, but the outcome turned out to be different. That was the soldiers they sent to demand the princess, your highness. Clearly, there was no exchange of fire. But when they withdrew, they were ambushed by humans and suffered heavy casualties. As a result, they were unable to resist the invasion of the troll race, and their country was defeated. At this point, Princess White, who once had an impeccable conscience as a paladin, was shocked and dismayed. Did the priest and even the temple know everything from the beginning? What does one's own belief in justice count for, if what Catfolk said is true? And no matter what the truth is, Princess White is the one responsible for that disaster. He caused the destruction of the half-cat race, resulting in many deaths and the country being ruined. He is the mastermind behind being at the mercy of others. Sky Radiant Paladin is not a hero, but a complete villain. White Princess sarcastically remarked, "No matter what, a demonkin will always be weak. They can never defy the powerful in the end. This is the most primitive law of the world. Not to mention that the era of Paladin King has long passed. Nowadays, White Princess Lasambo is our name, so those are not Princess White's fault. Come, accept our power. Go settle the account with the Human Federation later." White Princess saw Princess White's weakness and struck down with one blow. "Don't resist. Everything will get better. Is it true? Paladin upholds righteousness to protect the people. But he brought about the destruction and ruin of his own country. Is that righteousness considered right? What choice should one make for themselves?" Princess White chose to tap into the power of the vampiric race, disrupting the balance within their body. Upon gaining control of the body, their magic power rapidly declined, to the point where they couldn't even maintain the most basic spells. Since he has already transformed into a beautiful young girl, it is better to fill the stomach first before considering these deeply emotional and brain-burning problems. On the other side, in Norland City, the supervisor in charge, Karen, is still singing and drinking freely. Faced with the recent restlessness among the ants in the city, he suspects that there may be major actions taken in the near future. Unexpectedly, a subordinate reported that there is a special envoy outside seeking to see Karen. He was just about to dismiss those damn special envoys. Unexpectedly, a burst of bloody magic power swept over. I saw a vampiric race Loli in a purple formal dress softly greeting. "It's really lively. Are you all having a party?" Karen noticed that the newcomers might be noble members of the vampiric race, so he immediately changed his attitude and bowed down in submission. The Lolita, who identified herself as the second Miss Tina of Lifuno family, came to warn of the bloodbath disaster facing the troll race. Tina received an intel. The Psychas Duchy and the 13 vampire families is planning to plunder Norland City, but now the troll race is fighting away from home with an inadequate supply of troops, so the situation is very unfavorable. Karen is facing the siege of the vampiric race, but is full of doubts. How could this little girl from the vampiric race have leaked military secrets in advance and betrayed to join the isolated and unsupported troll race? In just one sentence, Karen expressed her lack of understanding of the vampiric race. In addition to the queen, there are 13 other families governing the vampiric race. Each family rules its own principality, and even the queen is powerless. According to Sidus's temperament, if the troll race resists stubbornly, who knows what the outcome might be? It's better to evacuate swiftly while the vampiric race army has not arrived yet to minimize casualties. The former Paladin King was publicly questioned for having impure motives. Who else can step forward to rescue him under repeated questioning? Here little Sarah is getting familiar with the member list of the Revival Society and the map of the base structure. On the other side, there is a crazy scene of plunder happening on the streets of Norland. The troll claims to have orders from the governor to forcibly collect double the amount of food this season. But the harvest season has long passed. Not to mention doubling the requisition of grain. Even the leftover food in the pockets of the half-cat race is not enough for their own winter needs. Trolls, however, do not care about the will of heaven. If they can't produce food, they will use people's heads to make up for it. Watching as the troll reaches out its claws, the little Nico girl screams for help with all her might. The half-cat race, like their own kind, are only making slow progress. Little Sarah doesn't understand why the governor suddenly started to increase the grain taxes, and those who can't pay will be punished. But Fishbone is accustomed to this. The guards always do as they please, using the excuse of increasing taxes and seizing the opportunity to abduct people. Princess, don't worry. Send someone to the scene to investigate. But little Sarah is still worried and plans to gather people to personally inspect it. Fishbone sees this and tries to stop it even more. If Troll finds out that the princess has returned to Norland, he will definitely arrange a citywide search. Little Sarah is the only hope for the restoration of the country, if a mistake is made. But little Sarah doesn't think so. A country is made up of the people. The first thing to do in rebuilding the country is to restore the people's confidence in us. If the people have no confidence in the country, even if we reclaim the land from the troll, we will only be kings in name only. Today, when the people are in trouble, if we just sit idly by, how can they believe in the royal family and believe in themselves when the country is revived? So little Sarah decided to contact the fighters and go to the scene to find out for herself. On the other side, Troll was killed on the scene by the cloaked figure. White Princess couldn't help but sigh that Troll's blood was extremely unbearable to drink. However, even though the taste is not that great, but for food that comes to your door, you can't afford not to cherish it. Amidst the flashing of blades and shadows of swords, the demonkin all fell to the ground. Trapped, the Nico girl still wished to inquire about the honorable name of her savior, as their cloaked figure changed with every transformation. White Princess returned her body to Princess White. No need, just go quickly. Huh? A person, a human? With a cry of surprise, the half-cat race, who had just been hesitating, were immediately surrounded by their kind. The crowd interrogated Princess White, questioning what evil intentions this human might have towards their kind. Enough! Is it time to turn against our own kind based on race now? Suddenly, a voice interrupted the crowd's interrogation. What kind of demeanor should the queen have to be considered as one of the clan? The clan members bully the weak and fear the strong. Then she will have to conduct some ideological education. The clan members keep changing the concept just to hold on to their prejudice against humans. Then she will guide the clan members to change their perspective and consider things from another point of view. As long as there is a slight wavering, it indicates that the Revival Society's identity has prevailed. Wait a minute, this doesn't seem right. Inciting the masses to come out as cannon fodder, Revival Society. I'm leaving, bye. Little Sarah sees that she can't hold back the drifting hearts, so she reveals her trump card, the Sacred Bloodline. The tribe members discover Princess Sarah, who has been lost for many years. They will probably give her some face when she returns. Little Sarah made a decisive decision to start a speech, begging every member of the half-cat race to assist the Revival Society in eliminating foreign enemies and successfully restoring the country. The crowd, who had just wanted to flee, looked back at the miserable days of living worse than death over the years. They looked again at the confident royal family members, and decided to go all out, better to die valiantly than to live a cowardly life. The speech was a complete success in winning back the people's hearts, but at this moment, the reconnaissance team received news. The governor's office suddenly assembled all the troops and horses, preparing to search the streets. It seems that there is no more time for everyone to deliberate at length. Little Sarah found the troublemaker, who had just taken the lead. She overlooks past grudges and seeks support. She asked him to arrange shelter for the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, and then led her comrades, who were still able to fight together to defeat the troll race. The once bustling streets are now completely empty. Little Sarah looked playfully at the troll searching all around on the ground and mockingly asked, "Are you looking for something?" Karen looked at the girl on the high wall. He sneers at the revival society, ants hiding and fleeing until only one is left. Little Sarah confidently answers, "Yes, dealing with just one of you is enough." The prideful troll couldn't bear this mockery. A group of trolls gathered to attack and shoot little Sarah. After a blast and a heavy object falling down, it turned out to be only a bag of sawdust. Little Sarah, who was supposed to be shot dead, suddenly appeared on the railing and continued mocking. "You wanted to collect resources, right? Take them if you want." As the arrows kept shooting, little Sarah kept swapping the sawdust sandbags and fleeing. In just a short while, the trolls on the ground were overwhelmed by the exploding sawdust, causing chaos. But this was just the beginning. In human society, the storage of powdery substances is extremely strict because once they become too dense in the air, they can become dangerous. Since you seem to want it so much, then I will help you burn it. A tiny spark fell and caused a massive explosion on the ground. The once arrogant governor's troops. In the blink of an eye, only Karen remained. Karen was completely enraged. "Just because of that little kid and your little clever tricks, you want to put me in a difficult situation? Stop dreaming." But Karen hadn't had a chance to wield the wolf's teeth in her hand. Prentice White knocked him down with just one hit, making him unable to get up. "Want to touch that girl? You have to get past me first." Little Sarah asked why Karen suddenly levied far more food than her own army needs. Karen faced Prentice White with the blade pointing at her nose and confessed. "Because the vampiric race army is about to attack. They are collecting food only for a retreat, and are preparing supplies on their way back to the main camp." Since the troll race voluntarily abandoned the city, little Sarah chose to let the troll go. "I won't kill you, but you must lead your team out of Norland immediately. As for the issue of the vampiric race, we will solve it ourselves." The troll race is born with strong and combative qualities. One day, they found themselves running away with their tails between their legs and being ambushed by others. On that day, the half-cat race regained sovereignty over Norland City in one fell swoop. The troll race not only gained nothing, but also was driven out of the city. Unexpectedly, they encountered a vampiric race site as family Jinx siege. The white-haired Lady Jinx went crazy and started to frantically attack as soon as she spoke. Escaping before the battle even starts? Is the troll such a coward? Karen just wanted to sell a pathetic plan to survive. Unexpectedly, Jinx struck again. Can't a big, clumsy troll defeat a group of kittens? Watching Karen, who looks like a bereaved dog, Jinx is not planning to waste time. "If you want to leave, that's okay, but you still have to leave something behind." Karen had already handed over the Lord's Jade Ring when she sneaked intelligence as a special envoy for the Life-Uno family. At present, without the ring, even if Jinx's group captures the city where the vampiric race queen resides, they will not hand over the city's plan to their own leader. Damn! She was clearly outsmarted. But now, with the enemy knocking at the gates, Jinx can only choose to attack the city immediately and slaughter all living beings. The account with the Life-Uno family will be settled sooner or later. "No, you all have to die here!" An explosion rang out, leaving a trail of heavy casualties among the soldiers behind Jinx. Norland City's borders are now lined with ballistae, torches aimed at the vampiric race. Prentice White took advantage of the chaos to frame Karen. "It's time to fight back together," Karen said. Karen, who was inexplicably mentioned, felt that her days were numbered. Just now, the messenger didn't intend to clean up himself. Why do people blindly tell big truths to harm others? Before Karen could explain, Jinx swung her sword expressionlessly. "Be quiet. No one wants to hear your explanation." Jinx looked at the strange combination of humans and half-cat race in front of him and found it amusing. If you want to use the troll race to buy time, you are just delaying the inevitable. And with limited combat power, the only way to win is to defeat the leader. Jinx confronted the reorganized team and issued new orders, quickly rallying the Legion. This person was once a respected and trusted former Paladin king. In the previous episode, he lied and framed the antagonist. In the end, the antagonist was killed with no chance of survival. One word, excessive. In front, it was mentioned that Commander Jinx of the Scythe's family officially ordered the attack on the city. Princess White and others currently have limited combat power, which is very disadvantageous. Princess White takes the lead and chooses to defeat the leader to guard the city gate. Jinx strikes unexpectedly and swings down with a double-edged blade. Princess White quickly responds to resist the attack and then counterattacks. Jinx found that the human in front of him actually kept up with the speed of the vampiric race. A little surprised, but not too much. After all, he could not escape the fate of being destroyed in the end. In the moment the knife falls, Princess White's life is not guaranteed. Little Sarah activates the sacred bloodline Purple Lotus for emergency rescue. Although she successfully blocked the attack, she exposed her royal identity. Jinx turned her spear towards Little Sarah unexpectedly to carry out the mission herself. She can also bring a souvenir back for Master Mira. Be obedient and come back with me to the Crimson Blood Domain, little princess of the half-cat race. With that, Jinx quickly dove from a high position and landed a blow to take out Fishbone. She was about to take away the little Nico girl in front of her. She was intercepted by a blue lightning, and the lightning gradually receded to reveal the appearance of a holy sword. Little Sarah looked at the familiar weapon in disbelief. She looked towards Princess White. Princess White is surrounded by holy power. He transformed into holy power armor for the first time in front of Little Sarah. So Princess White has been lying to himself all along. The notorious armored individual in the half-cat race has always been lurking around himself.
So it was you who killed Aunt Felix, right?
Confronted with Little Sarah's questioning, Princess White appears pale and powerless in both explanation and apology.
Sorry.
Little Sarah's face paled as she kept moving back, collapsing in despair. Jinx launched a direct attack to break the stalemate. While her live commentary was indeed exciting and engaging, it's never a good feeling to be ignored. Now that little Nico girl no longer believes in the armor-wearing man, you should obediently return to the vampiric race on your own. Princess White covered the small cracks on Sky Radiant's armor, but did not retreat. You will not hurt little Sarah. A deafening noise. Pay attention and look at Paladin King Sky Radiant ahead. Transform at will. Through countless hardships, transform into a lowly. He actually did it. In the previous episode, the former Paladin King fought fiercely against the vampiric race, only to have their battle interrupted by a sudden appearance of a flag which stopped the conflict from spreading. Both sides halted the fighting and watched each other cautiously. They then noticed that a special envoy from the Lifuno family, led by Xilinx, was launching an attack from a distance. Miss Xilinx immediately expressed a strong sense of unwelcomeness towards the elder sister. How could a lackey of the Lifuno family be qualified to spout nonsense about the territory issue of Norland City? Xilinx presents the signed decree of Lilia's and the Lord's edict to demonstrate their identity and position. At this moment, Norland City is already in the hands of the Lifuno family. Poor little Sarah had the upper hand, but now she faces interference from within the vampiric race. She's about to become a prisoner again overnight. The soldiers of the vampiric race are getting closer. Princess White tried to rescue alone, but received mocking taunts from the White Princess. Does Sky Radiant Paladin want to fight alone against the army of the vampiric race? Shall we help you remember the disastrous situation last time? Nowadays, Princess White probably doesn't think he can protect the Nico girl from the vampiric race army until she clinches the ring. But the casualties that will result from this cannot be estimated, affecting both the vampiric race and the half-cat race. Princess White hesitated. The holy power depleted, the blood-colored magic power burst out of the armor. Xilinx noticed the appearance of the blood-colored bat, pushed away from both sides, and then moved toward the armor. White Princess saluted. Princess White struggled to finally insist, begging Xilinx to return the belongings of Norland City to their original owner. But Xilinx is no fool either. If this is a command from our own Princess, Your Highness, then of course there is absolutely no problem. But if he is speaking as a human paladin, then it's a different story. The vampiric race is loyal to the Lasambo clan until death. At this moment, as long as Princess White gives up the paladin identity and acknowledges the vampiric race lineage, then little Sarah and even the entire half-cat race will gain their freedom. Faced with Princess White's hesitation, White Princess taunted, saying that the atonement mentioned by the Paladin King was just a trick to deceive children. Merely abandoning the true intentions of the Paladin can save the half-cat race and make amends for their mistakes. You are hesitating even though it is so cost-effective. Do you want to make amends without paying any cost? There is no such easy thing in the world. Princess White chose to compromise in the face of the White Princess's mental attacks in the end. Upon hearing this, Xilinx expressed gratitude and knelt down. Welcome and greetings to Princess, Your Highness. White Princess, Xiaoji is impatient and repeats Princess White's previous request. As a cost for offending the half-cat race's territory, the vampiric race compensates by stationing troops to guard the city for 3 months. They are required to stay until the situation in Norland City stabilizes before they can leave.
Yes,
Princess, Your Highness. I will follow your orders closely. The war, which should have cost countless lives and caused great suffering, suddenly comes to a halt. The once timid and fragile little Nico girl also repeatedly teeters between life and death. The former Paladin King, who upholds the Paladin's code of ethics, uttered a single sentence that brought everything back to life. After the battle that day, the Lifuno Principality, who adhered to their principles, provided sanctuary for the Norland Kingdom. 3 months later, they all withdrew. Afterwards, Norland City returned to the half-cat race and was under the control of little Sarah. Little Sarah only knew that she was clinging to the relationship with Princess White, Princess of the Blood Domain. The other party hopes to treat the people well and become a wise and diligent monarch, but Princess White is indifferent to this matter. Xilinx Princess White, who is referred to as Princess by those around him, finds himself trapped in an infinitely entangled dilemma. Even though it wasn't voluntary that it turned out this way, after experiencing events big and small, he increasingly doubted what belief he had followed for more than 20 years. If he detested the vampiric race so much, then why had he been fighting under the identity of the vampiric race all this time? But he had to admit that his shameful character was exactly his true nature. Xilinx probably wants to pique Princess's interest by introducing the current situation of Norland City, with the troll race leaving the city just a few days ago. The half-cat race quickly bounced back and began rebuilding the town. Can you provide the opportunity for the resilient nation to recover? It is also White Princess, Your Highness, although seeing the half-cat race revitalized is a good thing, but White Princess is not one to flatter. Spending time on Xilinx is better than figuring out how to explain to the Lifuno family about how the city-state that was obtained so easily slipped away. Xilinx plainly stated that this mission was only to stop the expansion of the Citus family's power. The current situation barely achieves the goal through a roundabout way. Moreover, the current result is not too bad. Troll is gone, and the long-lost princess has returned, indicating that the revival of the half-cat race is within reach. Destruction is also a new beginning. The setting sun signifies both the end and the beginning. White Princess does not understand. Would it be acceptable to be rescued even by the much-maligned vampiric race? Xilinx frankly admitted that everyone has a different definition of justice in their hearts. No matter what status is used to save Norland, it is the same person who saves Norland. This fact will never change. Princess White recalled what his younger sister said many years ago.
Justice doesn't have a fixed definition. Brother, don't wait for others' answers. You have to find it yourself, right?
Even the young Princess White knew this simple truth. After experiencing so much, how could he forget? White Princess soared into the sky, spreading her wings.
All right, it's time for us to go.
Although she didn't know where to go, she was certain it wouldn't be here. She had one final task to ask Xilinx to complete. Little Sarah was dressed in finery once again, ready to return to the Crimson family. Xilinx came to offer congratulations and also deliver Princess White's instructions. Princess White only left congratulations for little Sarah on the bright red team uniform. Little Sarah held tightly to the team uniform that should have been discarded. The idiot who should have been despised, but little Sarah just couldn't bring herself to hate. And then little Sarah was notified about the ceremony, looking forward to the future time and time again. Hold on tightly and never let go, because in this error-filled world, I hope you can keep smiling all the time. No one can hurt you anymore. I want to change. I want to become stronger. Noble vampiric race Loli. Why would you do such a great favor to your big sister? After being away from Norland City for several days, Xilinx finally returned to the Crimson Blood domain, Lifuno Manor. As soon as she turned around, the second miss of the family was already prepared to question and hold someone accountable. This trip to Norland may not have been successful for the Citus family, but they also didn't take control of Norland City. Could there have been a change in the middle? During the conversation, Tina lightly lifted Xilinx's chin and asked her where her loyalty lies. She noticed a unique scent emanating from Xilinx. Tina instantly poured her heart out. She chose to let Xilinx go. By the way, recently Citus family executed the Rodney family for treason. It seems that the Citus family is not to be trifled with. They were cautious and quick to uncover the mole after just one setback, showing decisive action. Now they must be even more cautious in planting pawns. Xilinx retreated after receiving the info, leaving only Tina, who murmured softly. His Highness is toying with others' emotions. You are being indecisive. This is not right. In the urban high-rise, White Princess sneezed. She secretly wondered who else was cursing at her at this hour. In the blink of an eye, Princess White arrived at the principal's office panting. Curry looked at the weary Princess White and asked if he needed to have a light drink. The appearance of the blood vial instantly lit up Princess White's eyes. Bounced back and forth. The blood bottle fell and shattered, and Curry was also knocked down by White Princess.
Oh my! Don't be in such a hurry.
Little White Princess just misses her aunt so much. White Princess, who has not eaten for a long time, can't bear to hear these words. In White Princess's eyes, only Curry leaping around and the glowing red veins.
Perhaps the taste of royal blood isn't bad.
Curry tied up White Princess's long hair. This little girl's magic power is so depleted that she can't even maintain her appearance. Auntie feels really sorry for her. What happened? Noble vampiric race Lolita. Why did you pay such a big gift to your aunt in the end? In the previous episode, the hungry little White Princess slipped and accidentally trapped Curry while trying to grab the blood vial. The delirious little White Princess is about to attack Curry. Curry delivers a straight output with a heavy slap. Do you, this little girl, still want to compete with the big sister in eating? You're still early, it's 800 years too soon. White Princess was woken up by Curry with a slap. She immediately took care of herself. She silently breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the gradually disappearing traces. This time, she finally restrained her aggressiveness and acted like a human again. White Princess came to her senses and realized that her own stomach was barely manageable. But the magic power in her body is still not enough to transform into a dress, thus covering her white body. Curry quickly covered the scene that the audience, and even the master, didn't want to see. Princess then took White Princess to a nearby gathering. 2 steps later, Aunt Curry did not disappoint everyone as expected. After dressing up little White Princess, she went crazy taking photos. But returning to the topic, Curry asked what gains little White Princess had from this trip to Norland. White Princess is no longer being proud at this moment. The Norland journey made White Princess realize that there is no absolute justice in this world. Whether it is the vampiric race or the human federation, no one playing with political power is clean. However, even so, Princess White will also have something to persist in. Right or wrong should be judged by oneself. One day we will find our own justice. Curry shook her head helplessly, as this child hasn't figured it out yet. Then you will continue to hone your skills in Source City tomorrow. Originally, the intelligence department found after investigating the Lanyu incident that not only was Lanyu closely connected to the ancestral god religion, but also privately engaged with many unknown organizations within the Radiant Paladins Order. Now all clues point to Source City in order to avoid tipping off the enemy. Curry plans to assign White Princess and 2 others to secretly investigate. The bright moon is high in the sky, the gentle breeze blows. Somewhere in the city, there is also secret trade happening. Internal. Confirm the task content. After repeated confirmation, is it necessary to lay off Princess White? The old man opposite, however, stated that the era of Sky Radiant has long passed, and it is time to clear the stage for his believers. Moreover, the current deputy leader he left behind, Inzi, has been seduced by the lure of good luck and is ready to take action. Then the position of Paladin King should also have a new guardian. The conversation ended here. Internal immediately set out without asking further questions. The old man gave a faint smile and said, "Then I will trouble you. What is the reason after all? Let the most trusted partner draw a knife against oneself." In the previous episode, it was mentioned that Princess White was sent to Source City to investigate the ancestral god religion. In this episode, Princess White meets a bickering couple who are also traveling on the bus. Princess White is still curious about Curry. How did she discover the genderless Golden in the cafe? Linda keenly noticed something approaching rapidly towards the vehicles. When she turned around, she saw a large number of infernal creatures outside the window, appearing out of nowhere. Those creatures violently crashed into the vehicles. The human-sized, horse-sized giant spider flipped the bottom of the car with just a few moves. In the mist, Golden took the lead and wielded twin blades in battle. However, the number of spiders on the scene is too great. With a large number of civilians present, blindly engaging in battle will only lead to a situation of heavy casualties. But in the next second, the infernal creature in front of you is split open by blue lightning technology. Golden is stunned, looking at the Sky Radiant Paladin who just revealed their identity. Surrounding people also found the suddenly appearing Paladin King to be reliable. The cheers haven't even started, and Paladin King is already focusing closely on Linda. He launched an attack with a single arrow step. Linda dodges and complains at the same time. This guy might be swollen crazy, wanting to sacrifice himself. Unexpectedly, the next second Princess White rushed out to confront Paladin King head-on. But this side is the masked Princess White. On the other side, fully armed Paladin King, for a moment can't tell which one is the real creeper. Paladin King slashed down with a sword. Princess White had already circled around from the front to the back. This imposter creeper's attack speed can only be described as sluggish, even slower than Manda, who had just joined the army a year ago. In that case, then let Princess White see for himself who you really are. Serious Paladin King kills the fake creeper but is ambushed. The once closest sister and companions. They not only support the fake creeper, but also bow down as vassals. This. Could it be that the script was mixed up? In the previous episode, it was mentioned that Princess White and his team are preparing to go to Source City. They encountered an infernal creature attacking them on the way. They were rescued by a sudden appearance of the imposter creeper and faced another crisis. Princess White stepped forward to confront them just as they were about to uncover the imposter creeper's helmet. Suddenly, A sword pierced through the deputy leader of the Radiant Paladins Order, Inzi. Inzi, who used to be Princess White's right-hand man, naturally stood by the impostor Paladin King. He immediately accused Princess White of sheltering the demon-kin who attacked the Paladins. Princess White hesitated. The Paladins swarmed forward. Linda transformed into wings and swiftly carried Princess White away. With Linda's help, Source City arrived in no time. Princess White still wanted to find an opportunity to figure out the situation. Paladin rushed to the city gate from behind. Inzi waited in silence for the arrival. Amid the chatter of the crowd, the impostor creeper, dressed in armor, accepted the Paladin's order reward. Even Princess Moon came here to welcome them. Shout in praise for the return of our elder brother. Just a few lines of dialogue to confirm the return of Paladin King to the masses. It seems that not only his younger sister, but even his former colleagues didn't recognize Princess White when he returned. On the side, Golden stands confidently with hands on hips. Maybe they all knew in their hearts. Isn't that creeper? You should know that after Sky Radiant died in battle, there was turmoil within the Radiant Paladins Order. Recently, there have been rumors that the selection of the new Paladin King has caused even more violent conflicts among those vying for the position. But if the Sky Radiant Paladin were to return at this time, not only would it put an end to the infighting, but it could also disrupt the selection of the Paladin King and prevent the behind-the-scenes power grabbers from consolidating power. This could be another possible outcome that satisfies all parties. Princess White was speechless. The primary mission of the Radiant Paladins Order is to protect humanity. But nowadays, it has evolved into a scale of power. Did Linda attack Princess White at night? A night with wind, rain, lightning, and thunder. The flow rate is as eerie and terrifying as a haunted house like in. At midnight, a cold and aloof lady knocks on the door. Will you open it? On that day, Princess White and his team traveled far to Source City's downtown area for a mission. But unexpectedly, a torrential rain started pouring down halfway. While rushing on the road, a terrifying inn suddenly appeared. On a rainy night, the innkeeper's demeanor seamlessly blended with the atmosphere of the inn. Princess White bravely stepped forward to negotiate a request. They sought shelter, but were ruthlessly turned away. The boss stared at Princess White through his glasses until his eyes were fixed. He confirmed his paladin identity. The boss reluctantly agreed to keep him. The hotel or building is in a dilapidated condition, both inside and out. I look inside and see a large number of old, broken dolls, feeling puzzled. In front of the team, the old glasses lead the way, and don't forget to set rules for Princess White, etc. Firstly, 2 rooms that have not been lived in for a long time need to be cleaned by themselves. Secondly, the second floor is off limits. Otherwise, the consequences are at your own risk. After the boss made a speech about preparing for death, if nothing happens that night, it will be a letdown. The atmosphere was set, and in the evening, Princess White finally laid down to rest. He found that Golden, that kid, had been gone for a long time in the bathroom. At this time, there was a knocking sound outside the door. Linda, who was only wearing pajamas behind the door, blushed with embarrassment. He asked to squeeze in with Princess White and others. She justified it as being thrifty with accommodation expenses. We Steel Straight Men were just about to refuse, but he suddenly had an epiphany. From the moment Linda entered the hostel, this guy. She started to look nervous and pale. Could it be someone who is usually fearless? The aloof Linda is actually afraid of ghosts. Linda is a pillow output, you. Have you said enough? But suddenly, what would be the consequences of being a single dog and acting alone in the haunted house dungeon? Of course, accompany with me and a piao for an adventure. Subscribe to my channel now, then turn on the bell notification feature, add another person, and you can avoid a piao. Try it if you don't believe me. Here, Princess White meets Linda, who is afraid of ghosts, and Linda asks to stay overnight in the room. Golden was not so lucky when he went out to use the bathroom. Golden walked in the squeaky corridor. He noticed residual traces of magic power around the hostel. Golden suspected that a strange figure appeared around the corner. He suddenly turned around, only to find nothing there. TSK. Indeed, Apiao is so annoying. Golden is looking for the entrance of the inn. As they entered, creepy dolls were everywhere, but they had already disappeared. A doll on the stairs beside him kept looking at Golden with a ghostly smile. Golden quickly caught up, but got lost due to the dim light inside the building. He lit up the corner of the dark night, and the doll's footsteps were clearly visible. Golden patrols inside the house. Only a winged python sculpture is seen. The sculpture in front is too familiar. Golden falls into contemplation. A phantom quickly approaches from behind. Golden's strike is easily dodged with a quick turn. The doll laughs playfully and retreats to the second-floor room. Golden is helpless and once again goes to the room, where the light remains dim. Golden goes to the cabinet and pulls open the door. "Hello there. Let's play together." In an instant, countless dolls swarm over. Golden struggled desperately, but gradually disappeared into the darkness. Linda has fallen asleep over here. Princess White remembered Golden, who had not returned for a long time. He chose to go out and check on him. Princess White found his boss's old glasses. He inquired whether he had seen the blue-haired young man looking for the restroom tonight. But he was met with the boss's infinite panic. "If there is a hostel filled with mystery and allure, would you dare to stay there? This is a cursed house. Decades ago, when it was still a wooden factory, a fire took away the lives of the owner's family of 4. Shortly after being renovated into a hostel, there were continuous complaints from guests. Some claimed that in the middle of the night, Apiao would be disco dancing in the rooms, while some bold guests who tried to join in would mysteriously disappear without a trace. Even the Paladin's order couldn't figure out what was really happening. But it was such an unclear in that our Paladin King Sky Radiant unexpectedly checked in that day. Within less than 2 hours of checking in that night, we lost one of our blue-haired teammates. It wasn't until this moment that the boss revealed the truth, but if he wants to go up to the second floor and face death, that's his choice. Sorry for the disturbance." Princess White reluctantly brought scaredy-cat Linda along and headed straight for the second floor. Linda thought about what the boss had said. She clearly understood the implications. But considering that Wizard Kid was also her companion, waiting until dawn to rescue him may be too late. Princess White followed the footprints and found his way to the room on the 3rd floor. Inside the room, there were countless shattered mirrors and dolls identical to those on the 1st floor. Careful Linda noticed that the dolls' clothes were embroidered with names. Just as she was about to read a name, the dolls on the wall stared with wide eyes, hovering in midair. "Are you looking for me?" Linda, who was already afraid of ghosts, almost had a heart attack. Fortunately, Princess White intervened in time to prevent the situation from escalating. The doll that could be cut off unexpectedly had fresh red liquid in its neck. In an instant, all the dolls in the room flew up into the air. The dolls kept greeting the 2 unlucky individuals non-stop. Turning back around, the dolls that were just covered in blood miraculously restored themselves. Then it followed the large group and rushed up with them. Princess White wielded his sword decisively to defend himself. But the dolls are not only numerous, but can also self-restore. The 2 of them are trying not to be wiped out. Princess White pulled Linda along to start hiding everywhere. At this time, the boss who initially refused to save people asked Princess White to hide in the room for refuge. Once the door was closed, the room was temporarily safe, facing the continuous knocking of dolls outside the door. The boss was also on the brink of a mental breakdown. "It's all these lingering spirits. This place will be sold sooner or later." Linda still firmly believes. Princess White doesn't want to act anymore. He directly interrupted the spell casting.
Boss, your acting skills are pretty good.
He is the innkeeper who runs around the shop, looking after things. He is the cold-hearted man with glasses, who doesn't help when the main characters lose their companions. He is also the one leading the main characters into a safe house. The boss revealed that the haunted dolls have been around for many years. Despite trying every method, they were unable to do anything about it, and now they have put the main characters in a difficult situation. They have decided to sell this place now. But the main characters are not fools either. How could ordinary people endure a piao for so many years? Also, the boss's initial attitude of refusing customers seems more like hiding an unspeakable secret. And what most convinced Princess White was the magical traces on the boss. Golden had long set up a protective barrier in the room. Anyone who approaches the room will be marked by it. The dim light inside the secure room makes the magical light more visible. So the puppet outside the door must be controlled by the boss. Where is the missing Golden? The boss remained silent in the face of Princess White's reasoning. He then smirked when the blue-haired kid refused to listen and discovered the secret on the second floor. In that case, become a floating doll. But in fact, the boss did not mean to harm everyone. Just make sure not to mention anything that happened inside the house once Princess White leaves. Negotiating to remove the magic from the boy with blue hair and leave safely are both things that can be discussed. However, this fair deal is interpreted differently in Linda's mind. So are the Anna dolls in the house all created by the boss using people? Princess White's mind is even clearer. Using people as magical props is illegal trafficking. He strongly demands the removal of magic, otherwise Paladin will handle it. Watching potential cooperation turn to nothing, the boss has no intention of wasting words on these two youngsters who don't understand a thing. With a wave of his hand, the flying Apiao army instantly broke through the door. The boss keeps using magic power to constantly control the puppet for attacking and regenerating. As long as I'm here, no one can reveal the secret technique of this house. But the next second, the puppet suddenly falls down with a loud noise. The injured puppet unexpectedly encounters a situation where it cannot regenerate. Seeing this, the puppets all started to step back. The boss stepped forward and used a cane to block the attack. Princess White hasn't figured out why the boss wants to protect these puppets yet. The boss, however, took off his hat and asked Princess White for a one-on-one duel. Princess White stared at the boss's blue devil horns. Next to him, the blue liquid kept surging. Like chains binding the soul of a forbidden copper, surrounding Princess White and Linda one after another. Princess White is still struggling desperately. The puppets on the ground have begun chanting and launching attacks. In a trance, Princess White sees Princess Moon waving at him. What allows this entity to freely switch between male and female attributes? The male protagonist forgets he is in danger. The soft call of the younger sister makes Princess White forget his dangerous situation. As if everything that had happened in the past never occurred, Princess White couldn't help but reach out to greet Princess Moon. But before their hands could touch, the space behind them suddenly ruptured, and Princess Moon gradually disappeared. The shattering delusion Sword Spirit, an illusion that emerged in the void, dissipated with just a reaching hand. This is enough to make one intoxicated with dreams and death in the gentle land. Just shattered into a cruel reality, Boss Bolton watches as magic power is gradually dissolving. He sees the opportunity while not being attacked again. But he was defeated by Princess White and Linda in one blow. The dolls on the side surrounded one after another. As the sun rose, the dolls unexpectedly transformed into flesh and blood children. Princess White Linda didn't have time to inquire about the reason. The Paladin's order has already broken in. Don't move. Accusing everyone of harboring missing orphans, they will bring all individuals back to the Paladin's order for investigation. As a member of the Lunar Paladin Order, Princess White is familiar with this high wall and iron fence. After a simple inquiry, they were released by the Paladin. But when Prentice White asked about the puppets on the scene, the Paladin had never seen them, let alone any missing travelers, for no reason. It is said that the former owner of the apartment was an old Paladin, and after his son inherited the apartment, a fire broke out. Rumors have been circulating that the inn is haunted and is related to the Paladin's son and his family. In reality, there have been no incidents of guests going missing. That night, the Prentice White party discovered that the inn was heavily surrounded by the Paladin's order. The deliberate fabrications of the landlord, combined with the sudden intrusion of the Paladin's order, indicate that this inn is not simple. In both versions of the inn story, the mention of a big fire must refer to the disaster in the East City district many years ago. The fire destroyed the entire outskirts of East City. After the disaster, the Paladin's order attempted to rebuild the East City district, but was repeatedly obstructed by supernatural events. It seems that Bolton must have done it, since Bolton is determined to prevent others from approaching the house at all costs. Prentice White must definitely be turned upside down tonight. But it's a bit troublesome to distract Paladin, who is patrolling at the door. Golden skillfully disguised himself and accused Linda of plotting wrongdoing to Paladin. Linda looked helpless and pretended to escape. Paladin wanted to chase, but was held back by Golden. Prentice White looked at the teammate who sacrificed themselves without hesitation, feeling grateful in his heart. The inn was empty. All the items on the scene had been searched through by the Paladin's order. Patrolling to the third floor, Prentice White discovered a secret passage hidden behind a wooden board, even though the cabinet in front was empty. At the end of the secret passage were a mirror and 13 pieces of paper placed on display. These are 4 black paper and 9 white paper. Could it be corresponding to the 13 holy power families in the temple? The circular markings on the mirror are confusing and hard to make sense of. The mirror changed during contemplation. The reflection shows the figure of the White Princess, but Prentice White hasn't figured out the truth yet. In the mirror, the White Princess is extremely anxious, grabbing Prentice White and laughing hysterically. Since this illusion is so actively trying to come up with ideas, let it roam around freely. Then he should act like a gentleman and welcome it with open arms. He knocked his knee and shifted the blame, causing the counterfeit to fall and unable to get up. Counterfeit goods are trying to find a place to settle down. But Prentice White currently has no time for this. He has figured out the sleight of hand trick. Take another look at this mirror. The mirror surprisingly shows signs of magical power. Who knew that the next second, 2 infernal creatures appeared out of nowhere? Although Prentice White reacted quickly, but still ends up at a disadvantage. This mirror at this cosplay dangerous perpetual motion machine, constantly producing dangerous elements. Afraid not random transmission from linked different spacetime. The principle of destroying when in danger. Prentice White chose to destroy it with one blow before speaking, but unexpectedly, there was a formation on the mirror that protected Prentice White from any damage even after the blow. The edges of the mirror are covered in dust, indicating that it may be a relic left by the previous owner of the inn many years ago. When the secret of the mirror was discovered back then, it couldn't be destroyed, so it was only sealed here. Therefore, for so many years, the eastern suburbs have been peaceful and safe. The hidden passage by Bolton scared away guests from entering, but did not cause any harm. Is he also guarding the secret of this mirror? But these are just his speculations, without any evidence. If he wants to know the truth, he can only go back to the prison of the Paladin's order. He is the Paladin King who protects justice in the hearts of the people. Sky Radiant. But now, he is skulking on the rooftop, observing the shift change at the adjacent prison. He is indeed the most cowardly one among the Paladins. The cells detaining the Demon-Kin in the prison are equipped with a formation locked onto the doors. Forcefully breaking through it will trigger an alarm and cause a riot. This lock can only be opened using a key with enchanted properties. Prentice White is still hesitating whether to seek help from the White Princess. He accidentally stumbled upon the opening of a strange locksmith's new shop. This young man accurately captures potential clients, but in this manga about 800 scheming teenagers, he can only be seen as suspicious. The man shamelessly boasts that he can handle anything from small keys to opening safes. As long as it is related to locks, it's all child's play for him. Just as he was about to worry, a locksmith showed up at the door right away. This would be considered a coincidence in a comedy, but in this comic where there are 800 ulterior motives per person on average, there must be something more to it. The locksmith knew that empty words wouldn't impress customers, so he displayed his masterpiece. The all-purpose key with flowing energy and inscribed with a curse. Don't just talk about the treasury. This thing can easily open the doors of even the Paladin prison cells for repeat offenders. Now open for business with great discounts. Limited quantities, first come first served. This hardcore advertisement is indeed effective wherever it is placed. After a moment of silence, Prentice White decisively made a purchase. On his way out, the young man thoughtfully reminded that the underground dungeon of the Paladin's Order was where the real value lies. Following the young man's guidance, Prentice White easily found the entrance to the Loli-Can dungeon. He successfully opened it. Prentice White got straight to the point in the cell, asking about the secret of the grid map in the secret passage. While in the apartment, Prentice White felt that he was being deliberately led to find the papers. Could all of this be Bolton's arrangement? In fact, Bolton knows nothing at all. The fire that year burned Bolton's relatives and friends to death. Bolton used his unique racial ability to awaken them and place them in puppets. Perhaps they felt that Prentice White was not a bad person and led the way. But compared to the home shattered and lives lost in the big fire, he seems even more miserable surviving in the world today. Bolton was saved by the old Paladin back then, but ended up alone. Soon after, the old Paladin left Source City and entrusted the house and belongings to Bolton for safekeeping. Prentice White hadn't had a chance to ask further questions before the voice of the Paladin's order was heard outside the door. The sound grew closer and Prentice White decided to break the prison cell and escape with someone. But Coburn still refused to leave. He wouldn't leave Source City until he saw old Paladin, and if he left the cell now, the apartment would be searched again. The most important thing is that Paladin's order will not let him off easily. Prentice White doesn't understand why Bolton, who only committed the crime of obstructing reconstruction work, is being pursued relentlessly by the Paladin Order. But the footsteps are getting closer. Prentice White can only choose to evacuate quickly as well. A man illegally entered the prison only to seek the truth behind the supernatural. Unexpectedly, the other party is a loyal and straightforward person who has been creating supernatural events for many years without knowing what he is protecting. Only strange totem, a black dot represents a mirrored face. The clue that was said is practically meaningless. Prentice White and others have not yet understood its meaning. However, a severe explosion occurred in the city. Look at the towering flames of the explosion and the constant shaking of the divine sword. Prentice White knows that if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is about to happen. Within the southern city walls, the blood-red vines continue to spread. The crowds hunted by the gigantic creatures emit waves of wailing. You should know that this Source City is the headquarters of the Radiant Paladin's Order. The public security conditions here are not comparable to those of ordinary city-states. So Golden is convinced that this is a sneak attack by the ancestral god religion. 3 people use skills to drive the giant spider back step by step to the corner. As the invaders continue to increase, if they do not cut off the source, it will be endless. During the fight, the tremors of the divine sword grew stronger. Prentice White followed the direction and indeed found the source of the flesh vine. After he swung his sword, the flesh vine easily disintegrated. He found that the real source turned out to be a mirror of the same kind as the one in the Bolton house. The mirror summoned infernal creature and flesh vine, thus causing this disturbance. Prentice White wants to try destroying the mirror again, but behind him came a loud noise. the Paladin's order gathered to escort the Paladin King to inspect the scene. Prentice White looked at this false Paladin King acting in a domineering manner, and he was immediately filled with anger. He dismissed Golden and Linda and headed straight to the Paladin King. Unexpectedly, the fake Paladin King ran away as soon as he could. He kept jumping between tall buildings. Prentice White didn't know how long he had been chasing before stopping. But he suddenly became alert. He is the renowned former Paladin King. But he has to travel around for survival. Whether entering the sewer or prying open the prison door, it's just the small things Prentice White does for the world. Last time, it was mentioned that Prentice White tracked the counterfeit goods to the rooftop, but the other party immediately admitted their mistake. The fake Paladin's own memory has been baptized by the Paladin's order formation, leaving very little remaining. The body is also sealed in thick iron armor, never to be released. Although his own memory is fragmented, he always remembers that the Paladin's order is preparing to summon a higher rank race. Although he cannot find evidence to prove these things now, he just feels that talking to the people in front of him will make a difference. The fake Paladin took out a damaged crystal. Handed over to Prentice White, while a purple magic power keeps surging around him. It seems very important, and needs to be given to someone. Not long after, Prentice White will meet with Linda and others again. Prentice White referred to Bolton's statement, and then combined it with the location from the city gate to the inn. Finally, he deduced the location of the red dot to be the downtown amusement park. Lancey also found that the strange point on the formation diagram is the summoning spell for despair tier based on the feedback. By using mirrors from 6 different directions as aids, the coordinates can summon a higher rank race on a different plane. Paladin's order relentlessly pursues Bolton, who guards the mirror, and it seems like there are results. The Paladin's order plans to sacrifice the townspeople to summon a higher rank race. Prentice White finally realized that the Paladin's order had long changed beyond recognition. They were no longer his colleagues, and he was no longer their leader. What Prentice White needs to do now is to try his best to prevent the disaster from happening. Prentice White and his party did find something unusual when they arrived at the amusement park. The entire park is sealed off tonight, and the Paladin's order has also deployed additional personnel to patrol the entrance. Even Divine Sword keeps issuing warnings. He has had experiences during the day. Prentice White decided to go to Divine Sword to seek directions to investigate further. On the other side, a young girl of noble bloodline appeared within the ancestral god religion, named Sakura Butterfly. Though she appeared aloof, she was deeply loyal to the cloaked figure. Father handled the summoning of the Paladin's order effortlessly this time, but for such an important transaction, it is still necessary to add an extra layer of insurance, just in case. What is this additional insurance then? He was the capable assistant of the late Paladin King. However, he personally trained a puppet to become a fake Paladin King. As a city guardian, he personally arranged the formation to sacrifice the people to summon a higher ranked race. On that day, Landy noticed that the city's protective shield was intact, but there were monsters invading. The captain not only showed no concern about this, but also didn't bother to arrange for anyone to investigate. Landy, who had experienced the Lanyu incident, suddenly had an ominous premonition. That night, he tracked Captain and indeed found a mysterious cave. Landy hid in the corner and witnessed his former idol Enzi setting up the formation himself. His inner alarm bell rang loudly. The top priority was to inform the other paladins about these dangerous plans. Who knew that Landy was caught red-handed by their own captain before leaving the cave. He faced the captain they usually fought side by side with, drawing his sword against him. Landy can only choose to use stratagem as the best course of action. He immediately ran away after using the explosive attack. Captain stepped forward to obstruct, while upholding a sense of alignment. Just as the sharp holy power is about to turn Landy into a pink hedgehog, Prentice White's sword cut in just in time to save the day. Colleagues who were supposed to live and die together not only drew their swords against each other, but also wanted to risk the lives of the whole city. Princess White just couldn't understand how backward the ideological education at the Knights Templar Academy was. Nowadays, no matter what explanations Wolfgang and Jayhawk give, Princess White just doesn't want to understand the feelings of those who harm the people and hurt their colleagues. Princess White single-handedly suppressed Wolfgang. He defeated Jayhawk with another move. This made Wolfgang Captain can't help but speculate about Princess White's identity and status. At this time, continuous vibrations came from behind the cave. Wolfgang knew this was a warning that the ceremony was drawing to a close. Soon this city will be torn to pieces by the higher rank race. The team that chose to endure humiliation and carry heavy burdens will eventually triumph. The fake Paladin King in the formation is using their final power. He warned Princess White to give the necklace to the Chosen One. Inzi keeps injecting magic power to make the imposter lose consciousness. Landy seizes the opportunity to hold back the captain, allowing Princess White to step forward and terminate the ritual. The captain delivered a big slap and transformed into battle armor. He swears to remain loyal to the great Inzi enterprise unto death.
Stop right there! Don't make another mistake! Where is the dignity of being a paladin gone to?
Princess White transforms into the Sky Radiant armor and begins to reminisce about the past. The young man in front of you is the first person who followed you. Not only have I seen their frustration after defeat, but I have also witnessed their growth after enlightenment over the years. Princess White has silently supported them and has never been disappointed in them. But today, harming the people and injuring colleagues. Every scene in front of Princess White is extremely disappointed. Inzi watches as his helpers are about to be brainwashed back on track by the teacher. He reminds his teammates that the path they have chosen has no turning back. As members of the Paladin's Order, they also have responsibilities to bear. But it is never too late for anyone to turn back. Princess White believes that it's not too late for both of them to stop before going off the cliff. Wolfgang is maintaining his position and standing firm. He admits that holding a different stance and persevering, even if the opponent is a teacher, is worth it no matter what. Having said that, he injected himself directly with a banned substance. Pay attention to this former Paladin King. He not only witnessed with his own eyes his own students betraying and slaughtering the city, and his heartfelt advice fell on deaf ears. Student Wolfgang's combat power soared wildly after injecting strange medicine. Even at the cost of his body, he is determined to compete on an equal footing with his own teacher. What's the point of competing on equal footing if he uses drugs during the duel? Golden interrupted Wolfgang, the despicable one, and made a dazzling appearance with Linda. Wolfgang only realized at this time that his own teacher was secretly colluding with the vampire wizard, which was not good. He was secretly rubbing his own spine. It's just like a double-standard dog in this world. Linda made a move to control the Jayhawk's sudden attack. Linda knows she doesn't have time to watch Paladin's Order, dog-eat-dog right now. He chose to work with Golden to block Paladin's Order and let Princess White stop the ritual. Landy also realized that facing the current situation alone was not enough. He immediately turned around to go to the temple to bring reinforcements. But suddenly, a black-haired young girl appeared behind him. Her single blow with a long spear knocked Landy to the ground, and he couldn't get up. Afterwards, she turned a deaf ear to Princess White's questioning. Wolfgang watched as Princess Moon repeatedly attacked Princess White with a spear representing the 13 gods. Wolfgang kept mocking like a small-minded person who had achieved a little success. Linda watched as Princess White kept evading without attacking. She had no choice but to try to bind Princess Moon with her magic power. Her crimson magic power wasn't stable yet, and was shattered by the magic power from the same sacred bloodline. Sakura Butterfly also arrived in time to protect their important client's safety and incidentally remove unrelated personnel. But if Princess White didn't understand the situation, how could he willingly let his sister step down? Princess White zealously pursued, and Sakura Butterfly directly used a dagger to cut open the holy power. Sakura Butterfly was disturbed by the continuously drifting holy power sent dispersed by Princess White, causing her to feel mentally tortured and cover her face in pain. Sakura Butterfly waved her 6 pairs of ghost wings in the air, looking down on the ridiculous little mice on the ground.
I will squeeze every drop of blood from you.
Offer up your blood. Sakura Butterfly caused mountains to shatter with a mere gesture. The originally dim cave was illuminated by the blood moon. When she turned around, Sakura Butterfly effortlessly summoned the Wasteland God, its illusion pointing directly at Princess White. Princess White pushed Linda aside and charged forward, only to find an empty shell shattered to pieces. In a moment of confusion, Sakura Butterfly found Princess White ready to launch a sneak attack behind her. In the midst of flashing blades and shadows, Sakura Butterfly also fell to the ground in defeat. However, he encountered a powerful enemy while attending the mission. The proud and aloof mature sister sacrificed herself to save others. Is it really that easy to be the Paladin King? In the previous episode, it was mentioned that Princess White and the haughty Linda collaborated seamlessly for the first time. They seized the only chance to ambush and assassinate Sakura Butterfly like cicadas shedding their shells. Here Linda is still stubbornly denying the tacit understanding between the two. On the other side, as the avatar of the Wasteland God dissolves gradually after its defeat, it's time for the main characters to return to the main quest.
Stop right there, behind you. Sakura Butterfly has unexpectedly undergone a rebirth with a severed head.
She vowed to capture Princess White and his companions right there.
To honor the heroic spirits with the blood of sinners. To comfort the true ancestor with the abyssal gray flame, in the name of the crimson ancestor Lisambo, I chop.
Sakura Butterfly actually released the power of the bronze sacred bloodline twice in a short period of time. You should know that Princess White has only seen Lilia's release the power of the sacred bloodline once. Could it be that there is a power beyond that of the Queen? Princess White contemplates as Sakura Butterfly's sacred bloodline descends. Princess White uses holy power to transform into a shield to block attacks. He intends to fight alone to allow Linda and Golden to stop the completion of the ritual. How long can humans of the lower rank race withstand this? How could Linda leave Princess White alone to fight off all of them as a hero? She activated her atavistic physiology by biting her fingertip. After Linda activates her self-restriction, although her blood purity and the power of her magic power will greatly increase, the magic power will also be quickly consumed and depleted. Compared to the second use of the sacred bloodline power by the Sakura Butterfly, this could be considered a futile attempt. The Sakura Butterfly struck Linda with a heavy blow, causing her to faint and be rescued by the White Princess. Sakura Butterfly has no interest in this impure and defective bloodline in front of her. But in a moment of embarrassment, she sees a familiar figure appear. The figure of a white-haired young girl unexpectedly appears beneath the blood moon. The heroine kindly saves her biological sisters from the same origin. But in the next moment, she is unexpectedly overwhelmed. Can the audience watch this without subscribing to the channel? The foolish and guilty white-haired girl follows her father's orders to come and clear the field, but she cannot bring herself to harm the impure little girl. Sakura Butterfly watches as White Princess completes her transformation, but a strange and enchanting phantom appears in her mind. In an instant, her memories flash before her. The war, the iron horses, the broken walls and ruins are constantly present. Sakura Butterfly desperately calls out for her sister Lisambo, wanting to coexist with her. The unrecognizable sister gently strokes the hair of Sakura Butterfly, believing her to be the hope for continuing Lisambo. Sakura Butterfly burst into tears immediately, until she broke free from the memories. Her tears didn't stop either. The opponent remembered and cried on her own before the battle, feeling a bit underestimated by White Princess. She axed down Sakura Butterfly but dodged in time. Sakura Butterfly powered up its attack, with images of her older sister constantly appearing in her mind. She kept stopping herself from taking action against the little girl. They couldn't even concentrate and release a spell. White Princess is not worthy of her fallen teammates if she doesn't kill. White Princess summons the illusion of the Wasteland God, and strikes down Guatemala with one blow. But to her surprise, Sakura Butterfly blocked the attack barehanded behind the smoke. She made White Princess retreat desperately with just one backhand.
Damn Paladin! Do you think I won't kill you just because you've transformed into Blood Princess?
Sakura Butterfly said with her mouth that father's orders are absolute. Memories of Sis kept flashing in her mind. The more she tried to figure it out, the blurrier it became. Now unable to lay hands on the defective goods, she had no choice but to slip away and plan for the long term. Sakura Butterfly traps White Princess, retrieves Guatemala, and immediately flees, only leaving White Princess on the ground looking helpless. The ritual has not been successfully stopped yet, and there are wounded personnel around. White Princess chooses to stay and no longer pursue. White Princess picked up Linda and asked about her injuries. Her arm was firmly grabbed. Linda urgently needs blood due to the hungry disorder caused by atavistic constitution, resulting in unclear consciousness. Linda grabbed White Princess's wrist and skillfully pressed her down. She gently stroked White Princess's snowy white neck, ready to make her move. Pay attention to this little girl who is rescuing her fellow sister. Not wanting to, she was unexpectedly overwhelmed by the mature lady in the next second. She faced the strong onslaught of the mature lady. How could the little Lolita White Princess obediently commit wrongdoings? Her adhesive clay substitute technique made the mature sister Linda eat dirt directly. The supporting female character just wants to suck the blood of our female lead. How could it be so cheap? Princess White directly binds Linda, and then administers a high concentration of magic power. In consideration of Aunt Curry, White Princess reluctantly helps her to reduce the atavistic side effects. At this time, the wind direction suddenly changes at the edge of the cliff. The magic power in the air is being gradually absorbed. As the ceremony comes to an end, chaos begins to erupt in the city. The civilians, who are constantly being chased by monsters, see the Paladin Templar as their life-saving straw. The civilians voluntarily follow, but are led into a sacrificial formation inside the amusement park. The unsuspecting townspeople thought that the formation was a safe house. Unexpectedly, a beam of light rose into the sky above the city. The originally friendly Paladin's order has started to slaughter. The amusement park turned into a river of blood in no time, causing endless misery. At the same time, Golden still delusionally plans to break the formation with a spell. Once the six-sided mirror is activated, no one can stop the ritual, and all attempts will be futile. The best option right now is to notify the outside world and seek help. But Internal Paladin has already taken the initiative to lead the team to the scene. He is determined to give Landy a fair deal as soon as he speaks. As the number of sacrifices gradually increases, the summoning array finally accumulates enough energy to initiate the summoning. Red magic power continuously surges out, breaking through the mountain. Enzi finally gets his wish, enjoying the scene of victory. Behind him, Internal's team is continuously reading out Enzi's crimes. But they were mocked by Enzi for appearing at such a timely moment. It seems that their vigilance in times of danger is commendable. Golden looked at the arguing in front of him, but the Paladin Templar, who seemed oblivious to the operation of the formation, felt puzzled. Shouldn't the Paladin's order, who protect the people and guard the city, act on the formation as soon as possible? Enzi suddenly appeared handsome and tall in the field. A surge of magic power infused into the higher rank race, breaking through the earth. The high-pressure magic power capable of tearing mountains and rivers apart, along with the enormous body, made everyone present shiver in fear. Facing the fourth-rank race monster Enzi summoned by themselves, they also ran away at the first time.
The Silver Armor Corps watched as the mountain collapsed and the city-state was about to fall. He turned around to seek the captain's signal on whether they needed to organize rescue efforts for the city-state. But he was met with a sentence from Eternal Paladin. Have you ever seen such a Paladin King? A crisis is unfolding here. The city is on the brink of destruction, yet on the other side, the Paladin King is inexplicably chasing a floating puppet in the air, running madly. Last time, Linda's extreme maneuvers scared off Sakura Butterfly, resulting in her accidentally wrapping herself up and suffocating. In the end, White Princess saved her by charging her up. White Princess had just put down Linda in a safe area when she saw a blue puppet flying in the sky. The very familiar puppet instantly reminded White Princess of the unknown crystal mission entrusted by the old paladin. Princess White followed to the inn. He did find out that the doll transformed into Bolton, an online child guardian. The toy children cheered, "Grandpa!" An infernal creature appeared behind Grandpa. However, the infernal creature was taken down by Princess White with 3 slashes of the knife. Princess White was panting heavily. Without exchanging pleasantries with Bolton, Bolton caught a glimpse of the crystal in Princess White's hand. He felt deeply touched. So he took out the crystal pendant that had been hidden for many years. Listening to Princess White's crystal's origin, Bolton, gradually falling into memories. The Bolton family was massacred back then, and it was the old paladin's intervention that saved young Bolton from the disaster. And then, the old paladin even brought Bolton back home and treated him as family. They lived like this for many years. One day, the old paladin went out in a hurry to search urgently for the safety of the whole city. After explaining the matters of the basement, he hurriedly left. Before leaving, the old paladin's words, "Go home for dinner," started small Bolton on a long wait. That night, unexpectedly, the ancient mirror in the basement started to light up. After Bolton finished dealing with the infernal creature, when he returned home, the house was already engulfed in flames, beyond saving. Over the years, Bolton has steadfastly held his ground at the inn, refusing to evacuate. He only hoped for the return of the old paladin, but in the end, he waited in vain. What will happen next? Audience members are welcome to subscribe to the channel and listen to me recount the story. It is a survivor of the ancient inscribed clan. Many years ago, he narrowly escaped a disaster and was taken in and raised by humans. It's clearly a happy script of surviving against all odds. In the end, he turned into a pretentious and pesky old man. Years ago, old Paladin was worried that Bolton's identity secret might be exploited and had been secretly investigating the ethnic legends. Unexpectedly, he disappeared without a trace and was never heard from again. Bolton led Princess White to the crystal tower built by their ancestors as an offering to the gods. He took out the last 2 pieces of the connecting crystal, climbed the old tower, and accepted this moment of destiny. In the city, 4th rank race Madeira, the original sin, is wreaking havoc on the city located in the main plain. The cries for mercy inside the city are incessant. Bolton suddenly introduced Princess White to the ancestral motto of the inscribed clan. When a clansman is in distress, offering blood to the half-ruined tower and praying will bring forth protection for the faithful. Today, Bolton only hopes that Princess White can be placed safely. Those unlucky children are already free from any worries. Bolton transforms into Morbat, the god of inscriptions. Facing off against Madeira. Madeira relies on having hands and feet to grab a handful of dirt, but Bolton doesn't give in either. He sent a tail to deliver a forceful uppercut. Madeira sees the opportunity to grab and make Bolton suffer. Princess White watched Godzilla battle live for the first time and was thrilled. On the other side, the battle between Madeira and Bolton is in a stalemate. Madeira is becoming more excited and brave as the fight continues. In the end, Madeira made a decisive move and subdued Bolton. Unexpectedly, Madeira was then wrapped around by Bolton's tail. Then it was hit by Bolton's dynamic light wave. But Bolton's charged attack did not elicit fear from the opponent. Madeira opened her third eye to counterattack while exhaling. Bolton was hit head-on, but still refused to let go. Bolton knows that the god of inscriptions is now just a wisp of a soul, and may not have the power to defeat Madeira. Now, with the last bit of strength, he broke through the barrier, waiting for Prentice White to deliver the final blow. Prentice White took aim at Madeira's weak point, and took her down with one strike. Madeira never believed that her proud fourth-rank race would fall at the hands of humans. In the end, it perished in its own gluttonous agony. The dreadful and long night is illuminated by the daylight. Fourth-rank race offline. Bolton finally reunited with his family at the other end. This is a broken knife that looks so dull that it can't even cut butter, but it was this broken knife that managed to strike down the glorious fourth-rank race that far surpassed human existence. In the previous issue, we mentioned that Bolton burns the last bit of his own life. He turns into the god of inscriptions, joining forces with Prentice White to successfully kill fourth-rank race Madeira. Dawn broke, and the quiet arrival of the light of victory. The dawn of Source City heralded Prentice White and others' complete victory. As the scene shifted, Prentice White arrived at Bolton's hotel. He faced a group of innocent and naive children. Prentice White could only inform them. Grandfather Bolton went to see his benefactor, and won't be able to come back to visit the children for a short period of time. But please believe that, no matter how far apart, Grandfather Bolton has always been silently guarding the children, guarding you. The matter is temporarily settled. Prentice White has taken the children back to the headquarters of the Paladin's Order. He not only defeated the fourth-rank race, but also exposed the conspiracy of the Radiant Paladin's Order. Prentice White's identity as the Paladin King is now well known to the public. Tuo Lin is expressing deep gratitude for Prentice White's outstanding performance. But the sword given to Prentice White is indeed quite severely damaged. I'm sorry. Tuo Lin let out a sigh. After all, this incident is really not easy to resolve. After speaking, Tuo Lin looked at Prentice White's weapon that defeated fourth-rank race. Tuo Lin said, "It's strange. Clearly, it looks like a piece of broken copper and rotten iron that can't even cut butter from its appearance. No one would use this kind of sword now." Just as Tuo Lin was still busy looking up and down at the butter sword, a sword aura suddenly emerged, startling Tuo Lin. Does this broken copper and rotten iron still have sword spirit? Tuo Lin reminded Prentice White on purpose, when surprised if this sword really has sword spirit. Then he must think carefully about how to use it. After speaking, Tuo Lin also informed Prentice White of an important message. The younger sister of Princess Moon of House Flame Spear from Prentice White. Engaged to someone from the 13 holy families. Do you want to go back and take a look? However, 6 years ago. Bang! Accompanied by a crisp sound. The scene of Prentice White wielding a small knife to attack her mother was witnessed by Princess Moon. The mother was stabbed in the abdomen, blood flowing profusely. Princess Moon could not believe the scene before her eyes. Prentice White, who looked pale and troubled on the side, seemed to be suggesting that everything was not as simple as it appeared. He was originally the honorable Paladin King among humans. But he was banished from his home as a child for assassinating his mother. That happened 6 years ago with House Flame Spear. Prentice White couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Even when he heard about the commotion, his father swiftly led his guards to the scene of the incident. When his father arrived at the scene, Prentice White had already become a perpetrator with conclusive evidence, not giving Prentice White a chance to explain it all. Father Prentice Fong Fong keeps convicting Prentice White based on the evidence in front of him, no matter how his sister explains on the side. He didn't listen to a word of Princess Moon's explanation on the side. Under those sharp eyes, Prentice White seemed to see through everything. He did not provide too much explanation and straightforwardly admitted that he was the culprit of this incident.
The loss of the sacrificial vessel is a very important matter, isn't it? If I could steal it, then I could definitely make you lose face at the ceremony, Princess White said, but in his heart, the unbelieving Princess Moon on the side has not recovered yet. Princess White was completely kicked out of the house by Princess Fong. Now, 6 years later, for Princess White, that home has become too unfamiliar to him. You look very troubled, young master. Coming towards us was old Yu, who used to be Princess White's steward. Even after all these years, old Yu and Princess Moon have always believed in the fact that Princess White is still alive. Now it seems that it's true. But what has always puzzled Princess White is why his younger sister resorted to using force against him in the first place. At the same time, in a household where they have no money to pay the electricity bill, Sakura Butterfly is extremely self-blaming for her failure to complete the task. Failing to meet the expectations of father is indeed a dereliction of duty. If it weren't for that detestable paladin quest, the task would have been completed for sure. However, the old cunning father not only did not blame Sakura Butterfly, but also gave Sakura Butterfly a chance to redeem herself by grabbing the butter sword, called Shattering Delusions. That is something that should not exist in this world. As for that paladin, you can deal with it as you please. Pay attention, the beautiful girl in front of you was seen bathing by just an ordinary little girl. She started fighting with the little girl. To continue from the last time, in the previous issue we talked about, Princess White met the butler old Yu, and Sakura Butterfly took action again. In a park somewhere. Old Yu mentioned that Princess White must have already known about Princess Moon's recent engagement news. Ever since Princess White left home, Princess Moon has become increasingly quiet. He watched Princess Moon, who grew up with him, become like this. Old Yu really couldn't bear it in his heart. He earnestly asked Princess White to meet Princess Moon before the wedding.